Minnesota filmmaker and United States Army veteran David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. Initially, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in the case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally cleared. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The gray stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. What do we know about David Crowley? David Crowley was accused of a double murder-suicide. He was accused of murdering his wife, his daughter, and then committing suicide. The bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley were found on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours, David Crowley was being accused of a double murder-suicide. Those accusations are baseless. They were baseless then, and they are baseless now. What do we know about David Crowley? What do we know about Kamel Crowley? Kamel and her sister were born on a United States military base in Saudi Arabia. Once her father left his position with the U.S. military, Detective Jim Gummert reported, they returned to live in Pakistan where her mother and father were originally born. The Alam family stayed in Pakistan until Kamel was 17 years old and then moved to Texas. Kamel then met David while attending Baylor University, a private Christian university in Waco, Texas. David grew up in Owatonna, Minnesota. David and Mitch Heil became best friends in 2000 while attending Owatonna High School. In 2004, David and Mitch joined the United States Army together on June 22nd. David's place of entry into active duty is listed as Fort Snelling in Minnesota. According to Mitch Heil, both he and David were sent to Fort Banning in Georgia for Army basic training. After completing basic combat training, David was sent to Germany. David Crowley served in the United States Army for a total of 5 years, 2 months, and 22 days, beginning on January 22, 2004, and ending on September 13, 2009. 3 years, 3 months, and 15 days of service were listed under the Foreign Service section of his Release from Active Duty Form, DD Form 214. David's home of record at the time of entry into service was his dad's home in Owatonna, and he was released from service at Fort Hood Army Base in Texas. According to Mitch, Ohio, Detective Tommy Booth reported, David was first deployed to Iraq. David was in Iraq from November 2, 2005 to November 11, 2006. While deployed in Iraq, Detective Booth continued, David had gone through a traumatic incident where an IED had blown up the Humvee that he was in. When the IED had blown up the Humvee, David had to save one of his teammates and lost several members of his team while over in Iraq. Islam is a religion of peace, David wrote in a Facebook group on February 7, 2007. But where's the peace in trying to kill anyone who isn't a Muslim? They are not about love, they're about victory. Is Allah insisting that a good Muslim should murder people who are different? They have been brought up in a place where sectarian violence is simply a way of life, and blindly follow their leaders into a violent religious frenzy. They fight for a God that is not behind what they do. But even more so, they fight for key political leaders who use the masses for their own ends, just as you guys are saying our government is doing to us. But if these statements are true, at least ours is geared towards peace and charity, not violence without end. David has been to at least 11 countries. Dude, I've killed people in service of my homeland, David wrote during a Facebook group discussion on February 6, 2007, and have been to more countries than you have fingers. As a soldier on the ground, David wrote in the group discussion on February 3, 2007, I have seen enormous resources put into the betterment of the general Iraq populace, be it school installations or medical functions or whatever. After David's tour in Iraq, he was sent to Texas, where he hoped to wait out his term of service and leave the army. That's when David met Kamel. 6 weeks after they met, David and Kamel were married. The paperwork was filed on May 14, 2008, and the marriage was official 8 days later on May 22, 2008. Instead of being allowed to leave the army, David was stop-lossed, involuntary extension of service, and shipped off to Afghanistan from June 26, 2008 to June 11, 2009. According to David's records, he was retained in service 449 days for the convenience of the government per 10 USC 12305. Kamel lived with her parents while David was in Afghanistan. Kamel graduated from Baylor University with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Family and Consumer Sciences on May 15, 2009. 2 months after David was released from active service, Rania Crowley was born. The daughter of David and Kamel came into the world at 6:38 p.m. on August 6, 2009. Rania weighed 5 pounds 11 ounces, measuring 8 centimeters in length. David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley moved to Minnesota shortly after David left the military. David Crowley and Mitch Heil then enrolled in the Minnesota School of Business together in 2009. The two men also started 2 businesses in 2009, Hothead Productions and Bullet Exchange. My work with Hothead Productions, David wrote on his LinkedIn profile, included writer, director, post-production supervisor, composer, branding, marketing, client relations, pre-production, storyboard artist, visual effects artist, logo design animation, title animation, social media campaign manager, location shoots, camera operation, family headshot model event photographer, and website designer content manager. We also tackled professional photography, doing events, family headshot production, and model and fashion. Lots of graphic artwork in this arena as well. David also explained the origins of Bullet Exchange. My partner Mitch Heil and I began Bullet Exchange to service the Minneapolis film community's potential for realistically dressed and equipped military components in film. We provided authentic props and costuming services, as well as serving as prop master, armorer, range cadre, stunt choreographer, actor trainer, and military consultant for concept and script. I also was in charge of the company's marketing, client relations, and media and branding. The Bullet Exchange remains the only resource in the Midwest for authentic police and military equipment rentals specifically tailored for film and theater. David volunteered at the Progreria Research Foundation as a language translator from October of 2009 until May of 2010. David assisted with translations of Western research documents to Urdu script for clinical use in Karachi. Kamel Crowley purchased a Springfield XD-40 caliber handgun, serial number US 163310, on July 25, 2009. The purchase was made via check in the amount of $508.76 at the Gun Zone in Dallas, Texas. The same gun was later sold by David Crowley on June 17, 2012 to someone named David Stark. On November 8, 2009, David and Kamel completed the permit to carry a handgun course with Eric D. Packizer. Mr. Packizer is a certified firearms instructor for Quorum Security Inc. in Minnesota. Mr. Packizer was also featured in David Crowley's documentary, Gray State: The Rise. Blood spatter in the living room was mostly on the ground, according to BCA crime scene team Joe Cooksley. A black Springfield XD-40 handgun, labeled as Item 1A, with a rubber Hogue grip sleeve, was found cocked on the living room floor, several inches from David's left hand, according to Detective Tommy Booth. Detective Brian Bone was more specific, stating the gun was found approximately 1 foot to the south of the left side of David's body. According to the firearm worksheet, some apparent blood-like substance was found in the barrel of the gun. The worksheet also mentioned apparent rust-like material, which could have been found on one of 3 unspent cartridges in the gun. The presence of blood was found on the grip, Item 1A-1, the slide, Item 1A-2, the trigger, Item 1A-3, and the muzzle, Item 1A-4 of the gun. Item 1B is the magazine inside of the alleged murder weapon. Ridge detail blood found on the magazine was labeled as Item 1B-1. Several blood mixtures were found on the gun, specifically on the trigger, Item 1A-3, and the magazine, Item 1B-1. DNA results show blood of 2 or more individuals on the trigger, with one of those individuals being David Crowley. The blood did not match Kamel, but Rania could not be excluded as a possible contributor. 2 or more DNA profiles were found on the magazine. The major DNA profile on the magazine matched David Crowley. An estimated 99.9997% of the general population was excluded from being possible contributors, but Kamel and Rania could not be excluded. 2 cartridges were removed from the magazine and labeled as Item 1B1 and Item 1B2. Item 1C is an unspent cartridge found in the chamber of the handgun. Latent prints were not found on these 3 items. Item 1D is listed as a bore patch from Item 1, and Item 1E is listed as test-fired specimens from Item 1. Hairs and fibers found on the gun and magazine were labeled as Item 1A-5 and Item 1B-2. Latent print results revolved around 2 of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison, 1 found on the gun and 1 found on the magazine. LP1A-1 is a latent palm print on the gun. According to latent print results, no known palm prints for David Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to the palm print on the gun. LP1B-2 is a latent fingerprint found on the magazine. However, this too could not be tied to David Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in latent print. Jennifer Kostrowski consulted with Dennis Randall about this latent fingerprint. He agreed, Kostrowski wrote. It could be 1 or 2 prints, plus that LMP was unusual, coupled with low quality makes it difficult to determine. The crime scene team found a total of 6 empty spent cartridges, Detective Bone reported. The crime scene team also found 3 bullet fragments in the carpet. According to Detective Bone, the BCA crime scene team processed the scene in detail. After the scene was processed, Bone continued, we were able to move the rug that the bodies were found on. These results did not include Item 53, which rolled out of a living room carpet on January 20th, nor did they include Item 57, which was found in the attic above the living room ceiling. The results of the laboratory firearms determined that Item 1, which is David's gun, fired items 2, 3, 9, 30, 36, and 37, which was 6 Smith & Wesson .40 caliber cartridge cases, and items 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, and 57, which were 6 bullets. Comparative examinations of Item 31, a bullet fragment, against test-fired bullets from Item 1 and Item 57 were performed with the following results. Item 57 against Item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means that Item 1 fired 31. Examinations of items 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, 57 showed them to be consistent with bullets from Winchester PXD-1 brand cartridges. Images of a test-fired cartridge case from Item 1 were entered into the Minnesota Firearms Database. A search of the database failed to review any items that matched Item 1. If future searches of the database reveal a potential match with Item 1, your agency will be notified and further comparisons can be made. That's from the BCA 485-page document on page 31. So according to the BCA firearms report, Item 57 against Item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means Item 1 fired Item 31. And we'll get to more of that when we talk about in our next show. We'll talk about the cartridge casings and the cartridges and the unspent rounds and Item 31, which is labeled as a bullet fragment. Bullets. Based on the firearms report completed May 22, 2015, the gun, Item 1A, fired 6 cartridge casings and 6 bullets. Item 2 is a cartridge casing found at the corner of the east edge of the carpet near the recliner. Item 3 is a cartridge casing found on the east side of the living room hardwood floor next to a short wooden stool. Item 9 is a cartridge casing found on the south side of the living room carpet. Item Item 30 is a cartridge casing found on the living room hardwood floor closest to the south wall. Item 36 is a cartridge casing found inches from David's left hand on the south end of the living room carpet. Item 37 is a cartridge casing found on the west side of the living room carpet next to the couch. The spent cartridges found on the west side of the living room carpet on January 17, 2015 are labeled as Item 42, Item 43, and Item 44. All three spent cartridges were found close to the living room couch with hair on them. Test results for all three items showed a single-source DNA profile matching Kamel while excluding Rania and David as possible contributors. Item 42 weighed 167.96 grams, contained a blood-like and hair-like substance with expanded damage to the nose of the spent cartridge. Item 43 weighed 179.56 grams and also had a blood-like substance but no hair. The nose of the spent cartridge was damaged and partially exposed. A blood-like substance was also observed on Item 44. This spent cartridge weighed 130.24 grams, with its nose listed as damaged. Item 45 is a spent cartridge found in the south wall of the basement. This spent cartridge weighed 173.90 grams. The nose was listed as damaged and partially expanded. Holes were observed in both the area rug and the wood floor underneath the rug, Joe Cooksley reported. Chemical testing of the hole in the wood floor also failed to detect the presence of lead. This bullet traveled into the living room carpet, pierced through the hardwood floor, leaving behind bullet fragments, and then lodged itself into the south wall of the basement. A section of the drywall around the lodged bullet was cut in order to retrieve Item 45. When the styrofoam behind the drywall was removed, a bullet was observed, according to Joe Cooksley. A DNA profile was not found on Item 45. Additionally, Joe Cooksley discussed running trajectory tests on the spent cartridge with BCA specialist Chris Olson. He didn't feel it was necessary, Cooksley wrote in his notes. It should be noted here that two spent cartridges labeled as Item 53 and 57 were found by accident on two separate occasions, days and weeks after the bodies were removed from the house. The others. Item 31 is labeled as a bullet fragment found near the south edge of the living room carpet. Item 7 is the unspent round compressed into the living room carpet. Several thin hairs covered the live round. Strands of hair and pieces of flesh were found close to this bullet. DNA tests were never performed on Item 7. According to BCA forensic scientist Rebecca L. Deanne, BCA crime scene team Joe Cooksley indicated that analysis is not needed on Item 7. Once the processing of the crime scene was completed between January 17th and 18th, investigators left the house with 4 spent cartridges instead of 6. Of the 4 bullets recovered from the scene, only 3 had blood on them, only Kamel's blood. Authorities missed 2 bullets when they left the house on January 18th. Those 2 bullets will be covered in detail. On January 20th, 2015, Biotech Emergency Services, the company hired to clean the crime scene, was in the process of removing items from the residence when a mushroom bullet, Item 53, rolled out of the living room carpet. This spent cartridge has some white material on the surface, weighed 169.54 grams, and was found with an expanded nose. It should be noted, according to Detective Bone, that the bullet was predominantly flat on the back and was sitting on the front mushroom portion of the bullet. The bullet appeared to be mostly intact at the time of our discovering it. Item 53-1 is a swabbing of Item 53. Hairs found on the bullet were labeled as Item 53-2. This bullet contained a blood mixture of 2 or more individuals, with the major DNA profile matching Rania. Interestingly, David and Kamel were excluded from being contributors to the newly found bullet. Based on those results, authorities should have been looking for a second DNA profile. Unlike some other results, it is not stated that 99% of the general population can be excluded from contributing to the blood mixture of item 53. Since authorities did not discover the spent round on their own, we will never know where item 53 landed after allegedly killing Rania Crowley. What we know for sure is that item 53 rolled out of the living room carpet on January 20th, 2015. What we still need to know is the source of the missing DNA profile or profiles associated with this bullet. Item 57. On February 17, 2015, investigators were notified about a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. Based on that information, authorities returned to the Crowley residence on February 18th and found a bullet, item 57, in the attic above the living room. The bullet weighed 180.18 grams and is the heaviest of all 6 spent rounds. Like item 45 and item 53, white material was also observed on this spent cartridge. The nose of the bullet was partially expanded. Characteristics of the hole, BCA crime scene lead Joe Cooksley wrote in his report, and its surrounding area indicated that a projectile was traveling generally west to east as it entered the ceiling and exited in the attic. After examining the bullet in the living room ceiling, authorities found item 57 in the attic above the living room near the front door. There was no blood on this bullet, but the nuclear DNA profile matched David Crowley. The DNA profile did not match Kamel or Rania. An email exchange between BCA analyst Catherine Roach and Detective Tommy Booth stated that no one had been charged with committing a double murder-suicide. "Good morning, Catherine," Detective Booth wrote on February 17, 2015 at 8:04 a.m. "Nobody has been charged in this case, so I'm giving you permission to use up some evidence in its entirety for DNA analysis. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Thanks for all your hard work." Attempting to connect item 57 to the alleged murder weapon, authorities compared the bullet recovered to a bullet fragment found in the living room labeled as item 31. Originally, the bullet fragment labeled item 31 was not included in the firearms examinations. I spoke with Joe Cooksley, BCA analyst Lisa Kinsella wrote on April 14, 2015 at 10:14 a.m. regarding item 31 labeled as bullet fragment or fragments. It isn't included in the FA assignment. We discussed that I will add item 31 to the FA assignment to document it and examine it for suitability comparative exams. The bullet fragment labeled item 31 weighed 19.14 grams. The fragment was noted to have a hair-like substance and a torn jacket. The fragment was compared to items 42, 44, 45, 53, and 57, but not to item 43. According to the BCA firearms report, item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features. This means item 1 fired item 31. I'm not sure how that connects item 57 to the gun, but you can look at the laboratory results here. Since item 57 against item 31 showed the presence of matching features, this means that item 1 fired item 31. According to a report written by Detective Shane Klokonos, a MacBook Pro was located in the kitchen. The device was found to be powered on and active. After the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension had completed processing it for physical evidence, I turned the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth off. There was a text document on the desktop of this device titled Myth that had the words, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." Later examination of this device showed this text document had last been saved on December 14, 2014 at 4:10 p.m., but an autosave version of this document, the open document, had been last saved on December 25, 2014 at 1:18 p.m. Texting on a different Apple MacBook found that text documents created, then saved and opened at a later time and had changes made to the document will be autosaved after 60 seconds of inactivity. This computer was kept in its awake state and transported to the ECU by Detective Olson for forensic examination. The laptop, labeled as AV-8, was opened to a black screen on the kitchen island when authorities entered the house. The device was plugged into a power outlet just above the kitchen sink, and the screen was black. Love was written on the laptop cover. Blood and partial fingerprints were visible on the laptop surface and keyboard. Several bloodstains were visible on the kitchen island counter next to the laptop. When the laptop was swabbed for DNA purposes, the black screen awoke to reveal a text message reading, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." I was not certain if this note was saved or otherwise date or time stamped, Detective Brian Bone reported. The note was not signed and was in the format of a typed note. Authorities assumed the message was written by David Crowley, but that assumption remains unproven. 3 areas of bloody ridge detail were identified on the laptop and labeled as A, B, and C. Of the 3 areas, only area A was sufficient for latent print analysis. Item 54 is a CD of 25 NEF images of latent prints found on the laptop. A digital latent palm print of area A was then labeled as LP54-1. LP54-1 was searched in the Midwest Automated Fingerprint Identification Network database, and no suitable candidate was generated. Additionally, no known palm prints for David Timothy Crowley were submitted or found in the BCA files for comparison to LP54-1. Item 23 is blood swabbed on the surface of the laptop. DNA results tie the blood to Kamel while excluding David and Rania. According to Joe Cooksley, the item 23 bloodstain was in close proximity to apparent bloody ridge detail. A chemical was used to enhance the ridge detail. The ridge detail was documented with photographs prior to and after the application of the enhancement chemical. Blood found on the A key of the laptop was swabbed and labeled as item 24. Though collected and itemized, the blood on the A key was not submitted for DNA testing. The blood wall. BCA crime scene team lead Joe Cooksley noted no latent prints observed on writing in blood on west living room wall. Item 11 is a swab of the blood writing on the living room wall. Specifically, this item is the second A in Ala'u. The blood pointed to a single source matching Kamel while excluding David and Rania. The writing appeared to be in blood, Detective Brian Bone wrote in his report, and written with somebody's hand and fingers, as you can see individual finger marks in the writing. Similarly, the B in Akbar was swabbed and labeled as item 12. However, item 12 was not tested for a DNA source, which is interesting since Joe Cooksley requested DNA analysis on both items 11 and 12. Item 40 is the pen found next to the notepad on the computer desk. Blood found on the grip of the pen was labeled as item 40-1. The pen was not one of the items submitted for nuclear DNA testing. The pen was not one of 3 latent prints suitable for comparison to David Crowley. So how do we know David used the pen to write on the notepad nearby? Item 41 is the notepad found on the computer desk in the office bedroom. Authorities found the notepad flipped open to page 30 of 59. On page 30 were two strange, unexplained sentences. The first was, "Open the Rise most recent version." The second message was, "Submit to Allah now." Neither of these two messages were ever labeled as suicide notes by authorities. More importantly, who can prove David wrote the two messages? Bloody visual ridge detail was found on the following pages: 41A-30, back; 41A-31, front and back; 41A-31-30; 41A-31-1; 41A-32, front; 41A-33, front; 41A-34, front, possible RD; 41A-58, back. Items 41A-35, 41A-36, and 41A-37 had minimal apparent blood on the bottom edges. BCA analyst Jennifer Kostrowski's notes dated July 14, 2015 states she spoke with Joe Cooksley about which items should be processed for latent prints. Kostrowski was told it was sufficient to only process pages with RD in apparent blood. Other pages returned to item packaging, no LP processing on item 41. Results of the alternate light source examination were conclusive. Examinations of the front and back cover of the notebook, item 41, and the 59 pages that were originally within the notebook, items 41A-1 through 41A-59, failed to reveal any latent writing material. Item 41-1 is blood found on the front cover of the notepad. This could mean the notepad was closed before two messages on page 30 were written. The item was never tested. Item 41-2 is blood found on page 30 of the notepad. Two sentences were written on that page: "Open the Rise most recent version and submit to Allah now." The blood on this page contained a mixture of two or more individuals, with the major DNA profile matching Kamal. David and Rania were excluded from being possible contributors to the blood tested on page 30. So who is the source of the other DNA profile or profiles? Regarding the latent print examinations, item 41A-30 is page 30 of the notepad. LP 41A-30-1 is a latent impression, finger/palm, observed on page 30. Latent print results were inconclusive to Crowley due to the limited quality and quantity of information in the latent and known prints. Similarly, item 41A-31 is page 31 of 59. LP 41A-31-1 is a latent fingerprint on page 31, which was identified as David's left middle finger. This is the only conclusive connection between David and the notepad. Separately, two SDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 20 of the spiral notepad were examined and labeled as item 41A-20A. Item 41A-21A consisted of two ESDA lifts taken of impressions found on the front side of page 21 of the spiral notepad. Can we safely assume pages 20 and 21 were the only notepad pages with indented impressions? Handwriting comparisons between what was written on the notepad and the writings on the refrigerator door and checkbook in the kitchen never happened. 3 pages, labeled as 41A-39, 41A-40, and 41A-41, were warped from being wet from something. These are the 3 writings found inside of the Crowley home on January 17, 2015. The recliner. What happened at this recliner? The blood on the recliner, item 34, wasn't examined, even though there was a huge blood stain on the bottom left corner. Considering the huge circular stain in the image, I was surprised authorities decided not to swab the item. Hair and small blood stains were also present on the upper right portion of the recliner, but not mentioned in reports. The blood on the recliner does not line up with where the three bodies were found. BCA 4984 shows this recliner in its reclined state. This is one of the largest blood stains in the living room and at the crime scene. How did this blood get there? Whose blood is associated with it, and why? And why was it never tested? This blood stain shows somebody's body was moved at some point, but by who? The gunshots. Of the 12 neighbors that were interviewed about the Crowley family, only 2 neighbors reported hearing gunshots: Colin Prochnow and Alan Olson. Colin lived one house left of the Crowleys. Alan Olson lived behind the Crowley family on Lowell Drive. According to police reports, Colin Prochnow reportedly heard gunshots between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Prochnow was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Prochnow also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported, but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything, and checked out the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The second neighbor who heard gunshots was Alan Olson, who lived on the street behind David Crowley. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Alan's wife, Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard, quote, 3 rapid-fire shots from somewhere outside their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fire gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he heard the shots. How many gunshots should have been heard? 6, if the fragment, item 37, belonged to one of the 4 spent rounds found on January 17, 2015. Yet there was a maximum of 3 possible shots heard sometime between Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. 3 rapid-fire shots, not 6. 3 shots could have accounted for what's in Kamel and Ranya's autopsies. The reports state Kamel was shot twice and Ranya was shot once. But that doesn't line up with the DNA results, which show there were 3 bullets tied to Kamel, and another bullet was tied to Ranya and an unknown DNA profile. If the 3 bullets tied to the 3 rapid-fire shots were truly tied to the deaths of Kamel and Ranya, that still leaves 3 bullets fired after their deaths. Only one of those bullets would account for David's death. Another bullet was fired into the floor of the living room, landing in the south basement wall. But that still leaves a bullet found close to Kamel, which only has her DNA blood on it. How could this bullet only have Kamel's blood? considering where the bodies were found. Let's take a look at the simple truth here. Kamel was shot at least twice, ruling out a suicide on her part. If Kamel died last, which is something we will consider in a future episode, there is no way she could have killed herself. The autopsies state Kamel was shot twice, but DNA results have her blood and only her blood on 3 bullets. Rania was found on top of Kamel's back leg. If Rania was shot where they say she was, it's possible some of that blood should have been on one of those 3 bullets tied to Kamel. Yet the bullet tied to Rania completely rules out Kamel and David as contributors, but does include an unknown DNA source. So the bullet tied to Rania did not just have Rania's DNA on it. Another simple truth is that neighbors did not hear 6 fired shots in the area. Of the 12 neighbors who were interviewed by the police, only 2 of them reported hearing any type of shots or fireworks between December 2nd and December 31st, 2014. What Colin Prochnow heard on December 9th or December 10th is not relevant to the deaths of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, for the simple fact that David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley were still alive on December 9th and December 10th. That still leaves Alan Olson. He was certain he heard 3 rapid-fire gunshots between December 24th and New Year's Eve. Rapid fire, 3 shots. That leaves 3 gunshots he did not hear. But if those 3 rapid-fire shots came from the same gun, what targets did they hit? And does that line up with DNA results? Perhaps. But only if someone's body was moved at some point, then placed later where the first responders found them. In the end, no one heard 6 shots. They should have. But that doesn't mean that there were not shots fired in the house between late December of 2014 and mid-January of 2015. The order of deaths and the body placement will be covered soon.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is episode number 23 of going over the book, The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we'll be joined with Sophia, Catherine, Greg, and Stephen to discuss this case. We are on Chapter 11, entitled 21 Questions for Detective Gummert. And what we'll do is go through the reading of the book, and because Stephen is a former police officer, we're going to get his viewpoints on some of these items first with the Crowley case. He'll have some good insight, I believe. Starting off, on April 19th, 2015, I, meaning Greg, sent an email to Apple Valley Police Department's Detective Jim Gummert and requested to speak with him about the case they were building against David Crowley. On April 23rd, Detective Gummert replied to my email, quote, "Since the case is still considered active by our department, I'm unable to discuss the case or answer any of your questions," end quote. I immediately sent him a response asking if he could speak with me once the case was closed. The following day, Detective Gummert wrote back to me, quote, "Yes, once the case is no longer active, I would discuss it with you," end quote. Once the investigation was closed, I sent another email to the detective on March 16, 2016. Quote, "I'm currently writing some articles regarding the David Crowley double murder suicide case," I wrote to the detective. "I would love to get some questions answered and police reports/images clarified if possible. Please let me know if it is possible to schedule a phone call with you or other detectives to be included in the articles. If questions and answers need to be done via email, we can make that work too. Thank you very much for always being responsive to my emails," end quote. "Mr. Fernandez," Detective Gummert quickly responded, quote, "I appreciate your willingness to include our department's point of view in your upcoming articles, but our department is no longer discussing this case. We believe the time has come to move forward and let our reports available to the public answer any questions people may have. Thank you," end quote. "I can respect that," Greg wrote back. "However, you did state before that you would answer my questions once the case was closed. I am sorry you have decided to go against your word. God bless," end quote. "You are correct," Gummert responded. Quote, "I did agree to answer your questions. So with that, please email me your list of questions and I will answer them. Thank you," end quote. Later that night, at 8:30 p.m., I sent the detective 21 questions about their case against David Crowley. On May 10th, 2016, Detective Sergeant Jim Gummert sent me an email with his 21 answers, along with a few concluding comments. Here are the questions and answers in order. So what we'll do is read the questions and the answers. I wanted to ask Stephen, partly, is this a common thing that you would hear from a citizen in the public to answer some questions relating to a case? And if so, would you answer them? Would you take the time? Or how common is a question, first of all, like that?
Yeah, I think it's a hard questioning, and to take the time to do that would tell me is that it's worth the time for the detective to answer these, because there are questions. Maybe the detective at that time, whether he's playing which side of the fence, felt maybe it'll help the case, hinder the case. What do these guys have? So it's keep open communications is not a bad idea.
But it's still an inconvenience to the detective, correct?
Well, yeah, sure it is. But look at this case; it's the most serious case that the department's ever had.
And then when the case was closed, I like how Greg was immediate to send the request back by saying, the case is closed now. Are you free to do that? Mm-hmm. And Gummert wrote back right away, "Sorry, we're no longer talking about the case." And that's where Greg did a good job in responding right away by backing him in the corner by saying, "You did promise me that you would do this."
Sure.
And he just left it. He just said, "Sorry, you went against your wishes, so sorry about that." So then, now Gummert is placed in kind of painted himself in a corner. Now he's got to answer the questions. So I think Greg, you did that well.
Oh, absolutely. That took a lot of stones.
Well, thanks. Yeah, it was that I was really frustrated by that, because we had been waiting and waiting for so long patiently, and I figured, well, okay, if he's not going to stick to his word, that pretty much tells me everything that I need to know. But he proved me wrong. He did stick to his word, and he did not limit this to 21 questions too. That was my fault. We probably should have had like 101 questions. I don't know. I didn't really know. I've never done anything like this. So we had nothing to really go on. I know everybody had questions, and we couldn't fit all of those questions in, but we tried to gather as many questions. And really, the 21 questions, when we talk about that, it's not like it's really 21 questions that I came up with. These are 21 questions that basically the whole Justice for David Crowley and Family group came up with. And what I did is I just picked the top 21 and tried to ask them in a way where, if he was under oath, sitting in a courtroom that he could answer yes or no. And that was, again, some of my fault in doing that, because some of the answers were literally yes or no. And I'm like, I wish he would expand on this. I wish he would expand on that. And we'll get to all of that too. But so I really had no idea what to expect from it. But to be honest with you, even before I had asked him about, would he be willing to talk or anything, I thought he would just pretty much say no, that no, we're not willing to talk, blah, blah, blah. But I think because we did it before the case closed, before he got, this is just a guess, my speculation, before he was told we're not talking about it, because if he was, then obviously back in 2015, he would not have said, yeah, sure, I'll be willing to talk to you, so that was kind of interesting, the fact that in April, he's kind of like, well, the case is still active, I'm unable to discuss your case or any of these questions, and then it's kind of like, yes, he's like, once the case is no longer active, I will discuss it with you. And then in on March 16th of 2016, it kind of changed, where it's like, no, we're not talking about it now. And so I feel like if I wouldn't have followed up and said, hey, you already said that you would talk about it, my guess is that he may never have even talked about it or anything. So I kind of feel like that it wasn't really him saying that we would know, and that's why he says we, but our department is no longer talking about it. It was kind of like, kind of had the door open there, but that was the only kind of saving grace, or else we probably wouldn't even have these 21 questions to go on. Stephen, as a former officer, I mean, have you ever heard of anything like this? I know you're also a researcher. You are a writer, a bounty hunter, a former bounty hunter, private eye. You've also written an awesome book that everybody should go and check out, The Ultimate Prey, The True Story of the Yosemite Sightseer Murders, and you can order that. You can get it right now on Kindle, $3.99. Get the paperback for $10.89. There's even some used ones if you're really tight due to COVID and everything. You can see there's a few out there like that, but please.
I know, it's amazing, I know.
Buy this new one. Buy the new one right there. Is this the only place people can get the book, Stephen?
No, there's probably 200 platforms. I mean, you can go on to Barnes and Noble, you can go on to Walmart and buy it. Everybody carries everybody's books if they're electronically platforms. Yeah, they can order it. You can order the hard copy too from Walmart because it's all print on demand. So it's just a push of a button.
Yeah, I got to get the hard copy because my book is filled with notes about so much stuff, and we're definitely going to spend some time later on talking more about this case, because this is such a fascinating case. The way that the book was written, reading the book, I was like, this needs to be a feature film. So, but, I mean, have you ever heard anything? I mean, have you ever had any experiences or heard anything about something like this, where there's a case?
You know what? It's with the 21 questions. I mean, your relationship. You opened up, line of communications. No, have I anything like I have? Yeah, in some ways, with the case you're working, I mean, you get somebody. It goes back and forth. Like I said, does it place guilt on them? No, but they'll give me information, and then they say we'll talk to you, but we'll shut it down. Then we shut it down, and like I said, the case is still open. That's whether you're not going to get anything now, is because you guys have put a lot of pressure, and with the right things and a lot of good questions they can't answer. If they close this case, it's now freedom of information, versus if it's like I said, it's an ongoing case now, which they don't have, like I said, they don't really have to justify to anybody. The DA can say it still looks, let's open this up. We got a question somewhere. They don't have to tell you that question, But you opened that up, Greg, and I think it put them in the corner. I mean, that's like the opening punch. It's fantastic. Yeah, they didn't know what they had. They didn't know what they had back then when they answered you. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Or what you had, what you guys have done. They didn't have that information. Things change every day.
Yeah, it was kind of like almost like a bluffing game or something that I felt like we were playing, because people kept telling us that we had all of these things, and I know people were contacting me privately talking about things that I had never heard of, and so it was kind of like they figured because they got it that we must have it too. And back in this point, that's another great point. There is when we wrote these 21 questions,
We didn't, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we had anything but the 464 photos and the 94 pages of police reports.
I believe that is correct. We just had the photos and the police report, and then we collaborated as a group to get these questions together, and then you communicated directly with him to get the answers, but it was basically coming from the group. And after reading the 94 pages and looking at the photos, we thought in our minds that these 21 questions, if he could answer those, would put a lot of things to bed. And all we were looking for is just some clarity and for him to just answer some of these. And he did. He answered them all. We got the answers. But we have since learned that it opened up way more questions than it did. It didn't really solve anything.
Dan,
it was good. It was well done the way it all worked. But it didn't, we didn't get the answers and say, okay, now we close the book. Now this case is done. We've got the answers, and we can all move on our merry way.
Right.
Yeah, that was just a very bad position at that time, and he probably didn't talk to anybody, or his lieutenant said, yeah, just do this. Or now it's more serious, but that was just meritorial at the time. Now we got a problem.
Yeah,
and it wasn't. Greg wasn't a family member or had any connection with the case. He was an independent investigator from California.
Yeah. He's great house. Yeah, you guys did great.
I think if he was willing to talk to me back then, I was kind of thinking, well, maybe he'll create some type of final report like we've seen with several other cases. And then they would just kind of say, look, this was our actual findings. But to my knowledge, they never put anything out there like that. And so this was our one shot at getting something like that for all the hundreds and thousands, possibly millions of people that had questions, that still have questions, new people that are just learning about this case. I hope these 21 questions will help them to create an informed opinion on this case. And we do have Crip Rick. He is joining us here, so I do want to say hi to Rick. Rick, you may not know Steven Sanzeri, but I think you know just about everybody else. And we were just chatting a little bit about Steven's book, and I know you love reading, so I'm definitely going to send you a couple links to this book. I think you'll really get it. It's a murder mystery. I don't know if you've ever heard about the Yosemite Sightseer murders, Crip Rick, but if you haven't, or if you have, this gives you a totally different view from any other thing that I've read on that case. But just want to say hi to you out there too.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, perfect. Okay.
Hey, Rick, Steve, hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'm sorry I'm late, guys. I was just doing a 2.5-hour interview, and I thought for some reason this was happening at midnight tonight. So when Greg told me, he's like, are you coming? I'm like, what? So I really apologize.
That's okay.
And no, I have not heard of those murders, the Yosemite murders, or whatever you just said, but I would love to read the book.
I think you'll find it fascinating. You'll be fascinated by it. Yeah.
Perfect. So I'm here, though. Go ahead, guys.
All right. Sophia, Catherine, any questions, any thoughts before we get rolling on the actual 21 questions here?
Sophia's
I don't have any.
No? Oh, Catherine is doing sign language.
I thought for sure she was going to say something because it's like she's always so quiet.
Hi, Sophia. Hi, Catherine.
I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to reiterate what, I can't remember. I think it was Steve. Whichever one person said this about Greg, I'm telling you, you had some severe cojones to sit there and follow up with, you said, you didn't just let it drop. You said you would answer this, and, I'm kind of sorry you just are going to go back on your word. I loved that. You're going to go, you decided to go against your word. Again, kudos to you for taking that step, because when I was reading above going, we believe the time has come to move forward and let our reports answer any questions. It's like, wait, dude, you just told him you're not going to answer anything, and now you won't answer anything because it's open, and now you're not going to answer anything because you've moved on. No. So kudos.
let our reports available to the public. That was another teaser. I was like, wait a minute. All right, how many reports are out there but are not available to the public? So that was another thing that he was kind of teasing us with, and I wonder if that's some of the documents that we've been getting over all of these years. And that's why, Dan, without you creating the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, man, we would not be here. We would, I don't think we would be in a spot where we're getting all of these documents and photos and all of that stuff. So, that's a big deal, but it's a group effort. It's a team effort. And it's just so nice to have so many people listening to this, watching this, people who are secretly listening and watching, who are encouraging us to keep going forward. It's just so great to see all of that and so many new people that are coming to this case and just want to know what happened here, and so that they can form their own thoughts on it, not to just, hey, you're either with us or you're against us, like some Sith Lord or something like that. It's just like, here's the evidence, here is the documents. And but people, I just want to kind of make that kind of disclaimer, maybe, but to just say when these 21 questions were created, this was before we had pretty much we only had the 464 photos, the 94 pages of police reports. Dan, I know you ended up getting another 711 photos from the BCA later on. I don't know if that was before this or if that was after this either. I'm not sure.
I believe it was after, but I think at this point we just had that first round of information, and that's why these questions were so important. But one thing I'd like to add before we go on is Sergeant Gummert and the Apple Valley Police also knew that whatever we were getting, we were publishing.
That's true.
Everything was transparent. So now that he's forced to answer these questions on paper, he's got to be sure now that I'm sure he had to get it approved from his superiors and or blessed before it goes out, because he knew we were going to slap this all up over the internet, and we did. So he was kind of backed into a corner, his own corner, but it was I'm sure they had to really answer these questions carefully because of other types of repercussions and innuendos and things people can read into it or not. So they were well aware of us by this time, of course, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we weren't hiding anything. It was a public group. It's still a public group. None of that has changed. None of the rules or anything like that has changed. So it was kind of a very open forum, and that was, I know people have kind of tried to take advantage of that and tried to play games and things based on that, but it's always been like that, and that's pretty much the way, the transparency for this case has always been very important, and we were just hoping that because we were being transparent, that the police, the investigators, would also be as transparent as possible. So that was the goal.
All right, so here's the questions. I will do one at a time, along with the question and the answer, and then we can have a little discussion on that as well, or should I do a couple at a time, Greg?
I think one is good.
Okay. All right, well, let's start off with the one. Remember, this is a collaborative effort. We put all these together, and Greg slimmed it down to 21 and sent them off. Here's question one. It says, what evidence did you find to prove David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide? The answer from Gummert was one phrase: Minnesota BCA analysis results. That's it.
And that's the 40-page report that everybody can go and read. Now, remember, we didn't have that at the time either, so we couldn't go back and say, wait a minute, we've read the 40 pages, and they don't say that. But you can find that on my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. I think Dan also has it on uglytruth.info. I believe that it's also there too, but it's 40 pages. And so this is what they say proves David Crowley guilty right here. So,
but I think the question, Greg, or was it not, is we were expecting to see 5 or 6 bullet points from Gummert to say the evidence of this, the evidence of X, Y, and Z, the photos of X, Y, and Z, and the laptop that showed X, Y, and Z. Here was what proved him guilty, and his answer was just the BCA analysis results. That's all that he said.
Yeah, because the analysis is not evidence.
No, it's just, so it's a very vague answer. I think that, once again, he got that approved from up above, and to keep things as vague as they could, while at the same time answering your questions, Greg, but didn't give us anything. Now, the second question to that is, how long did it take to come to that conclusion? He responds back by saying it took them several months to send back results. So the answer on question one was basically nothing from the Apple Valley Police Department. The evidence came from BCA, which is a state agency, and it took them several months to respond. Our question was directed to you, Gummert, the detective leader, the manager of the investigation department, the detectives. You're the sergeant. What evidence did you find to prove? And he said, well, that agency proved it. And how long did it take for you to come to that conclusion? It took them several months. That was a non-answer. Was it not, Stephen?
Oh, it's painted very broadly. I mean, that's for sure. The first one they answered with the Minnesota BCA analysis results is now directs you to their report. It's one more step, and they can do that. It's like, here it all is. Now you got a petition for that. They may have to release it, but that's what it is. And it took them several months to send back results. How many months did it take? Several, is that 3 or is that 9? So yeah, that's very broad. It took them, 3 weeks. So it didn't. That's very broad.
Now, the second question starts off with saying several reports state body parts such as hands were, quote, missing. Can you clarify as to whether or not body parts were missing from the entire crime scene? Question mark. Now, in parentheses, Greg has, according to Detective Bone, Ranny's entire right arm and shoulder were missing from her arm socket. David's right hand was missing, and so was most of his skull. A majority of Comel's head was also missing, according to Detective Bone. Both of her hands were found to be missing. His answer was parts were missing from the scene.
How much more vague can you get? Does that mean parts, like they went there and the parts weren't there? Because obviously the first, one of the early theories when people read this, so they found them, parts were missing, they were taken off of the crime scene, right? You could interpret that one way.
Well, you guys told, he might have interpreted it as rhetorical that you've already answered it for him. You said parts were missing, and and if it was maybe worded differently, so it's kind of rhetorical. Yeah, parts were missing. You already told, so it's not like those, so he might have got you a little on that one,
believe me, he gets it gets worse.
No, but it's not the answer. But yeah, you see what I'm saying, so.
Yeah, it's such a vague answer that it's like,
terrible.
Interpret that so many different ways. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Anything else on that one?
Oh, we all have lots of thoughts on that. We went over all that. We've already gone over that part already, but we have all sorts of thoughts. Yeah.
Ladies or Rick, any thoughts?
I just have one thing I want to ask. When they say that, hold on here, parts were missing from the scene, maybe Catherine or somebody can answer me this. Did they ever, in any of the reports, because I haven't got through all of them yet, did they ever talk about, like, where these parts were? Are they assuming the dog ate these parts? Is that what I'm led to believe?
That's the answer to one of the other questions on down the line. But nothing, right. They were never found.
Okay.
Rick, if they did find any bone pieces or belongings to the victims that were around their bodies, they were collected in a brown paper bag and put in the body bags with each of the victims. And so they had a brown paper bag for Camille, and they had a brown paper bag for David, but they did not have one for Ronnie.
That's weird.
Also, Rick, is Sophia, they didn't test the dog's feces, did they?
No.
Right, so if the dog did this, there would be bone fragments in the feces.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another problem.
So then these missing parts are obviously not what they bagged up. So they would have to be, like you said, parts were missing from scene. They were missing the only logical thing, and we've already kind of spoiled it. So pretty much is what they're going to say is that any of the missing parts were due to this dog. Is the way that I would interpret it. But just reading this one, it's kind of like, well, why didn't you say that here? You know, parts were missing, but here's why. I guess maybe I should have had a second question to that, and why? Why were parts?
No, he answers exactly that further on down the line. You'll see. Go see answer 2.
Oh, that's right.
No, you did good, Greg.
All right, question 3. The question was, the murder weapon was found near David's left hand. Yet there are many pictures that clearly show David pointing a gun with his right hand. Do you believe David was right-handed or left-handed? The answer from Gummert, right.
And that was a big thing, just to kind of clear up anything about, well, maybe David used his left hand for anything. You know, what they say right here is that he was right-handed. So to me, that pretty much shows, okay, then that's why we wanted to know where the gun was. We spent so many years trying to figure out where the gun actually landed. Not where they say, I wanted a photo. Just to say, the photo does not lie. The photo will show you exactly where the gun landed, where it was found, and then we can go back and say, okay, if David was right-handed, how did the gun get here? How much did the gun weigh? How could it possibly get there? And why didn't police question where the gun was? Because they never questioned the placement of where they found that gun.
When the weapon is discharged in suicide like that to the head, the gun is going to go backwards away from the head, opposite direction. Doesn't go forward; it goes backwards.
Yeah.
Question 4. Were there any latent fingerprints on the blood-smeared wall where it said Allahu Akbar? Gummert's answer was no.
Now, that was a question that was specifically given to me by a fellow researcher that I was kind of privately working with. Probably doesn't want to be mentioned, but that was this person's biggest question here. That's what they wanted to know about latent fingerprints. I, at the time, had no idea what latent fingerprints were, but I figured that's a pretty good question. Let's go ahead and ask that. So if someone wants to kind of explain to people like me, I mean, obviously I know now, but for people who are maybe watching this or listening to this who don't know what latent fingerprints are and how important that would be to prove that David Crowley did write Allahu Akbar in blood on the wall.
Yeah, and that was a big point back then, too, because the blood was written on the wall, and they assumed that David did it. So one of our questions were back then is, we want to see his left and his right hand and see if they were covered with blood. Well, right hand was missing. Left was there, but kind of in a dried up state. So the next question was, who wrote the writing on the wall? Obviously, the fingerprints would be there. There'd be no reason for David to use gloves or a latex glove or anything to hide it as far as who did it. So the question was there any fingerprints? The answer is no. Well, does that mean someone used a glove? And if so, more than likely the perpetrator used the glove. David, if he was doing this and going out in a blaze of glory, would have no reason to conceal his identity by writing it. There should be, in my mind, fingerprints all over this wall in the blood that could have been easily lifted and pulled to see who did the writing. Gumbert himself says there was none. We couldn't find any fingerprints on that wall, which leads me to believe whoever wrote it obviously used latex gloves or some sort of gloves to begin with to do it, and then either took them with and pitched them, and they were no longer at the scene. So someone other than David did do it. Now we know David's right-handed. His right hand's missing. How would you did he do it with his left hand? Some have suspected that the hand was cut off and used with his own hand. Well, in that case, there would be fingerprints left behind if they used David's cut off hands to dip it into the blood to write it. And even that wasn't there. So that was a leading question by us to say, obviously, Mr. Gumbert, David didn't write on the wall. So that's not evidence. There is no evidence to show that David wrote anything on the wall. So I think that was a good answer.
And that's correct. But we have to keep in mind too that whether or not I don't believe it was David, but whether or not if it was David, The latent prints are going to be prints that can be captured, and can you find like ridge detail and stuff like that. And so basically he's saying, no, there's no ridge detail whatsoever. But we know that something made that. Now, is there smeared DNA or smeared quote unquote prints or whatever down the wall? We don't know, because they don't really answer the question. They're just telling you that no, there were no latent prints that left any ridge detail, is basically what he's saying.
That were
Well,
liftable.
that wasn't quite the full answer to the question you were asking.
Right. And
Well,
go ahead, Sophia.
Sorry, Greg. Out of the samples of DNA that they took from the wall, it only came back as Kamel's blood. So not even traces of unknown or traces of David's or anything showed up in those samples.
Right, and the whole thing is with that, and that's very true. But we don't know where they took it. Was it a lot of blood in the section they took it from? Would it have been too much of Kamel's blood and not enough of whoever's? Even if it was David's hand that was taken and then written, used to make those, we don't know. But unfortunately, we don't even get really good close-up photos of the writing on the wall, which would be great, because if we could see a close-up photo, we might have a better understanding of were there any kind of smears or not.
That's true.
What about the video? Does the video give us?
Not close.
No, not close, and it's not the best quality either.
Yeah,
but
terrible quality. Yeah,
I did hear, Greg, that somebody was. I'm not sure where I saw this or read it, but somebody was saying that the writing on the wall could have been done by the scarf that was by the bodies, like Kamel's scarf. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we know what you're talking about. We just don't know. Could it have been? I think at this stage, just about anything could have.
Okay.
Like, was it a gloved hand? Could it have been a hand wrapped in a scarf? But yet there seems to be some pretty straightforward lines on that wall.
Right.
So I would think that a scarf was not used because of just the way the pattern was left.
I agree.
Yeah, and this is, with these 21 questions, anyone that wants to go through it, make sure you cross-reference with the BCA lab results here. This would be item number 11, and they did item number 12, but for some reason that one is not here for whatever reason. But when they did look for any latent prints, when they did testing, any DNA blood testing, that would be specifically related to item number 11, item E11, which matches Kamel, does not match David, does not match Rania, would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population. So it's a single source DNA that's indicated as female. So, I mean, you could say, well, there's just so much of her blood that if there was any other DNA, whoever did it, obviously it would just kind of override that. But if anyone other than David did this, I think gloves make the best sense.
Well, Greg, I wanted to say, so one thing you're right, like Catherine brought up with ridges, but when blood flow, blood prints, because there's latent prints and what they call plastic prints also. But the latent print's more toward like the oil of the print to the surface or whatever. When it becomes it's still latent print transfer to blood, about within 12 hours you can lose ridges on blood. And I found that interesting because I looked that up just now. So so if somebody puts their hand on the wall and tries to draw something, is there a print immediately as soon as they touch the wall? Yeah, there is. But because like a paint or whatever, it doesn't leave the solid latent print like would be oil on glass, which would give a latent print solid. There's another substance in between, is what I'm saying. Yeah, and I thought, that could have been even though they probably did not check it for that, but it's beside the point in this thing right here with how it was drawn and who did it and whatever. I think that they weren't that good to find that anyway, probably if there was.
Yeah, and then that just leads back to the thing, okay, then, if this is what they're using, if based on what Gummert is telling us, this is where we're going to find the proof that Crowley is guilty, then this is what we need. In these 40 pages, we should see exactly whatever they're seeing to claim that David Crowley is guilty. And, of course, we didn't have this at that time, but, looking at it, and it's just like, so far, not really seeing it here.
No, not at all.
Further down, the next question of the 21 is question 5. It says, images of the murder weapon were provided to Tom Lydon, Fox News 9 anchor, who I assume filled out the same disclosure form as I did. Yet I did not receive the 3 images that Tom Lydon did, including the image of the murder weapon lying on a living room table, red blood footprints on a hardwood floor. If I file another disclosure request for those specific images, will I receive the images requested? I would also request an image of the murder weapon where it was found. Parentheses, even a censored version. That was the question from Greg, and the answer from Gummert was, fill another one out with a specific request, and I will see what I can do.
Wow.
And Dan, you got the 700. So again, we didn't, in the 464 photos that we first got, there was no image of the gun, period, that showed it on that table or anything really. But Dan, when you got the 711 photos, we did get a photo of the gun on that table.
Yeah, sitting on a table, like someone set it there to get a photo of it with the cartridge in, with the cartridge out. I think both sides of it, the underside, the front side, it looked like it was just sitting there. But we wanted a photo of where was the gun at the scene? Where was the gun lying when officers arrived was I think what you were asking for there. And they wouldn't give us anything that was graphic in nature. So you were even saying, look, if you need to, scan something out or censor it or blur it out, that's fine. We still want a photo of the gun where it was found when you arrived on the scene. And that, to this day, has never come up. And all he says here is just fill out another form and we'll see what we can do.
Well, I think the one photo that was on Tony Floyd's website is pretty much, as far as I know, that is the one that where the gun was found, where they found it. So I mean, we do have it now. We do have that now, but that only came out since in August, late August or something like that.
So
pretty recent.
So Greg, you guys have evidence the gun was on his left side?
Yes, we have a photo that shows where the gun was. Now we haven't been able to authenticate that photo yet, as far as I know. I've asked, and I know Sophia has probably done the exact same thing too. Is we've asked, to make sure that because there was a fake document floating out there, we also wanted to know, are there fake photos that are floating out there too?
Sure. There you go.
Real photo? And it's a one-word answer, so we're still waiting for that answer. But I would love for them for the Apple Valley Police or the Apple Valley City Attorney, whoever needs to make that call, to just confirm the photo that you have seen. Because they looked at the fake document and they were able to quickly recognize the document was fake. They looked at the photo. They can quickly tell, is this a real photo or is this not a real photo? It should be pretty clear for them to tell us yes or no. That's it. We're not asking them to do anything more than that. But I haven't heard any answer about that yet.
Oh, okay.
And typically with a crime like this, when the press release and the media gets a hold of it, usually the weapon is like the first thing you see. And now here it's six years later, it's the first time we see the weapon.
Right.
In its original spot, which I just thought seemed unnatural, I guess. It didn't seem normal that we have to wait all this time to see where the gun was. And they said, well, here's the gun sitting on a table. We're like, well, yes, we can see the gun sitting on a table, but where was it when you came in? Oh, I don't think a photo exists of that. How can that be?
Yeah. And it was, we asked this question because Tom Lydon was showing that photo. Like I said, there were at least 3 photos that he was showing that we didn't have at that time. So that's all we wanted. If Tom Lydon gets it, we should get it too. I think that's fair.
Right.
And even if he would have answered by saying, you know what, there may have been a mistake, you didn't receive them all, but he just said, fill out another form, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
Yeah, and I think you did. I know, because I never got the 700. I never got the 711. Of course, you did that with the BCA, so that was a different department too. So I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
On question number 6, it goes on to say, is it possible, based on evidence found at the crime scene, Comel was shot first and Randy was not immediately shot after? The answer from Gummert, it is possible. Next question was Randy's blood or flesh found on Comel's body? The answer is no.
How can that be? If the bodies are where they say they are, which they're very cryptic and not to really say where the bodies were found, that, hey, this is where they were shot, right? They say, oh, this is where we saw the bodies. But they're very cryptic when they say, they don't say exactly, okay, David was killed here, Comel was killed here, Rania was killed here. If Rania was killed and landed on Comel's body, there should be some blood, there should be some flesh, right? There should be something there that mixed. But they say no. So that's another reason why a lot of people thought, okay, somebody's body was probably moved. Rania's body was probably moved and staged there and staged. So when the police would walk in, they would see this young 5-year-old daughter's body on top of her mom's, furthest away from David, and hey, it must be David. Staging.
All right, question 7. Early media reports suggested Daniel Crowley Jr. went to David's house on December 26th or December 27th, 2014. However, in police reports, it is clear Daniel Crowley Jr. stated he was at his brother's house on December 28th. Was Daniel ever asked about the various dates as to when he went to the Crowley's residence? The answer from Gummert is no. Now, Stephen, this may be a good question for you as a detective. If the 2 dates in the press releases are wrong, or the media reports, and then the official statement was a 3rd date, would that raise suspicion to you as a detective?
Oh, sure. I mean, but there can always be an answer is a typo. You know what I mean? Yeah. There's always an answer, but yeah, it would raise suspicion, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes you wonder, what else did they not ask Daniel Crowley? What else did they not ask? Because if they're not asking about this, I mean, like you said, maybe it's not that big of a deal. He was frazzled, obviously. People were probably hounding him, calling him to ask to answer questions. Daniel, and this is Daniel Crowley Jr. Doesn't really answer much. David's dad doesn't really answer much. I've never heard anything publicly from David's sister ever.
No. And I think we'll go into that later on with the goal we talked about. But you can only answer once for everybody. And the second time is going to get questioned. Everybody's answer. Everybody gets a mulligan on the first one. Oh, we made a mistake. Oh, God, we'll do this. Second one, no. And they're on their second life.
Right.
That's how I look at it. And so.
Right.
Yeah,
So basically what Daniel Crowley is saying, Daniel Crowley Jr. is saying, these presents were there from December 28th until the day the bodies were found on January 17th, 2015. So that's a long time, obviously.
Sure.
For a $14,000 check there. If you leave it there, if it's put there on December 28th, it was obviously filled out at least on December 28th, if not earlier, by David's dad. David's dad at some point has to notice the check doesn't clear. A couple weeks, okay, maybe. But we're talking about almost three weeks here. The check hasn't cleared. So, V, I know you've done more than I have on the phone records. Is David's dad calling David to check up on this? Hey, I haven't heard from you guys. Is there anything like that? Is after December 28th, or that kind of stands out to you?
Yeah, there's a couple phone calls from the Crowley Investments or whatever, and So I'm not exactly sure if that's Dan Crowley Sr. or Dan Jr. And then there is from the mother, too. I don't think I saw anything from the sister, or Kamel's family either.
Yeah, it seems like the sister communicated more through David's email, but it also seemed like even in November of 2014, David wasn't answering her messages, so maybe she had kind of given up way back then. Hard to say.
Well, I mean, it would be nice to be able to know for certain, and maybe we will find out soon enough.
Okay, question 8. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Question 8, it says, is it true that police went to the Crowley residence on 3 separate occasions? Once after the bodies were discovered, a second time after a mushroom bullet was discovered, page 51 of the PDF, and a third time on February 18th, 2015, when they found a bullet hole near the living room ceiling? The answer is yes. Police went 3 times to the residence. Is that also common, Stephen, from your past work as a detective?
Oh, yeah, I think 3 times is pretty light, Dan. I think I'd be spending a lot of time in that place, and I'd be, patrol car outside for a week and a half. I mean, more than 3 times. There's more. I would say they visited more than that, probably. I mean, they swept this thing up pretty quickly.
No, I would say, and maybe it's. Oh, go ahead.
Is it, I guess, I think what Dan is asking, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it normal to go back 3 times because you found something, because somebody has found something new?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, like any kind of evidence, sure, you're going to go back for that reason, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's, even in this latest case, the Kyle Rittenhouse case, they missed a couple bullets or a couple bullet shells there, too. And it's like, wow, how often does this happen?
Yeah, no, exactly. No, if somebody calls you and there's exculpatory evidence like we spoke about or whatever, that can influence the case, you have to go back.
Is that a thorough investigation when you have to be called back to the home 2 different times, and told about these bullets, that if you weren't called back by people that are not in law enforcement, then, you would never even know about these? I mean, I know police... That's a loaded question, but yes, and no. No, absolutely. You know what? I mean, first off, this is a crime scene, and I don't know when, they got the cleaners and they do whatever, and like other cases we talked about, Philip Marshall and stuff like that, but then they check on, people are still watching and things, for them to go back in and somebody finds something is, like we said, no way you'd miss an 8-foot ceiling, that hole in the ceiling. You just wouldn't. And people that were let back in, I mean, it's you got to go back in, but we know that they went back in for a different purpose. Well, that's the weird thing. Okay, the bodies were found on the 17th. They leave. They're called back 2 days later for a bullet, for 1 bullet, item number 53. You would think at that point, at least they would look up and say, well... Oh,
sure. Oh, yeah.
A bullet that rolled out of the living room carpet, maybe we should look around and see if there's anything else. But they still miss the bullet hole right above their head in the living room ceiling.
Greg, I don't mean to interrupt you. I get a little excited. I apologize. Like I said earlier, 10 podcasts ago, this is the sloppiest cover-up murder scene I have ever seen, witnessed, talked about, anything. Whatever. And it was so sloppy, and so there's so much that they think that was so sloppy, everything would be covered up and whitewashed, and it wasn't. You guys are picking out little things and this and that, and they just took it for granted. This thing's a hit. It wasn't, it was done by somebody else. David didn't do it. One guy is not this sloppy, and David, you look at him, he's military. This guy's spit polished. He's got sloppy. Are you kidding me? It would have been 3 shots himself and clean and no suffering. This guy was not a madman who was possessed by Lucifer. Come on. You know what? That's why you guys, what you're doing. And the bullets, they have to start, they've had a backtrack. And letting those guys in and all that stuff, we know who was in there. Yeah. It's definitely, it was a smorgasbord.
Stephen, can I ask you a question in regards to the
Sure.
cleaners? Are they supposed to patch up any bullet holes in the crime scene? So
You know what? I don't know. I've never even worked with them. Those kind of people.
Okay.
I always hear about the stories when they come in like Men in Black and they sweep the place and erase everybody's brains. No, I don't know. I know that they have target things in there. They probably track them. They know what kind of computers they probably they know what to take right away. And who's gonna interrupt them while they're doing that? But the cleaners, and a thing like this, cleaners, I don't know. I don't know. You know what? And I'm not trying to be a prejudice or anything, but if they're paying these minimum wages to our people that come over from the border, I'm not going to discuss it. They're not going to look up. They just do their thing. And like any maid or anybody, I don't know who's the cleaners.
okay. Well, I was just trying to get some clarification.
Yeah, I couldn't
Yes,
have
that was
tough call.
something.
Well,
Yeah.
That would have been a great thing is if we ever could get a hold of the cleaners to say, hey, did you see a bullet hole up there? Because there were several people in that house cleaning, and it'd be interesting to see if any of them saw that, even though the police.
Well, that goes to the biohazard cleaners, like in that movie Sunshine Cleaners or whatever. Is people do that? So I mean, to sell that house, you have to disclose in real estate law. Somebody, there's a death in the house, that kind of thing. Is that place has to be, just gone through bottom to top to be cleaned? Is who did that one? It was a pretty messy scene.
Well, they completely redid the whole house later on.
did they?
I mean, this
They
was another reason why it didn't make sense that the feds or the DHS would be involved in this, because my feeling is, and I could be wrong, just a guess, if they were in the house, they probably would have saw that bullet hole.
You know what? I mean, the feds be involved. I mean, we don't know. Do you know for sure the feds are involved? I mean, that was that thing from what's his name, and I mean, I think they covered this thing up at a pretty low level. Just there's nobody above them that's going to do anything. It's almost, like I said, it's a whole other step to go around this and get them on the front page. I don't know. My problem, like I said, is Dan, all you guys' motive. What's the motive for doing this? Because we know David didn't do this. So what's the motive? Bad script deal in Hollywood, $40 million. Egos, pretty messy for egos. The gray stage, all that stuff. Yeah, his movie. Sure, I could see, it could be a shadow conspiracy, black ops kind of deal. And they hired some monkeys to do it.
Question 9. Was water found in any of the toilets in the Crowley residence? How did the family dog, Paleo, survive for 3 weeks? The answer, Gummert says yes. See answer to question 2.
That's what I was talking about when you were asking me, Rick, because Gummert is saying that here he's implying, and so we therefore are to infer that it was Paleo. He survived by eating the body parts.
Oh, okay, I see.
Parts missing from scene. And so, so I guess, is he implying that, the dog was drinking out of the toilets, or, it's kind of left open, but, or did it just, I don't know, can it survive for 3 weeks without water from those toilets? So there's a lot of things that I think about now that I wish I would have done, wish I would have asked a little differently, but I was hoping they would give me more. I felt like the simpler I kept these questions, the more that they would give me, and that didn't turn out to be true.
Well, yeah, because he's not lying. When you're asking the question, was water found in any of the toilets, and he says yes. I mean, if the lid is down, there's going to be water in there. But he didn't specify as to what condition the water was. Was the Was it lit up? Were the lids down? Was one up, one down? He doesn't specify anything. He just says, yes, there was water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and I was purposely trying to write these not, so it didn't seem like I was trying to trick him or anything into any answers. And, so that was my approach on it. I wasn't trying to trip him up into, oh, well, you said this, but, but this or whatever. I was trying to make it as simple as possible. So, it's not really much there.
Stephen, is that how you guys are trained to answer questions? You just answer directly and without explanation, the simplest answer?
Oh, let me digress one question to answer Gray really quickly. A while back, so many podcasts ago, we looked it up what a dog needs to survive for water and all that kind of stuff. And so, the dog did get water, and it did survive. To answer your question, say that again.
I said, are you guys trained to answer questions very succinctly? Yes, no explanation, don't expand. Just keep it simple.
You know what? To a certain point, but I was only a detective for a short time, and I didn't have cameras in my faces or a big case like this. And you know what? That would have been above my pay grade if I was there 10 years. And being a small department and stuff. You know what? You're dealing with a sergeant. I don't know. I mean, he's handling this to whatever his level. He's being very broad and brief. To answer for this, I think Greg got a lot of information, and I think he got his goal, his mission, is because it's turned it into we don't want to release. It's turned forward to now. It looks like to me, like I said, we'll talk about is an open case. So. To answer that, I'm kind of surprised that Greg got even anything answered. He did, really, this is, and no, it's not normal all the time, but they respected him enough to answer his questions, and they were fair questions.
He's basically
Greg,
saying,
we're coming up on 50 minutes. You said to let you know.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so he's basically saying that the dog, this is how the dog lived for 3 weeks. So he is verifying the 3-week theory, and this is it. This is what the dog had. And so it kind of goes back to the, obviously if I could ask 22 questions, the 22nd question would have been, did you test those dog feces? I did not, I don't know why I didn't include that here, but I should have included it. There's a lot that I should have included.
Question 10 is Chris Klein, spelled 3 different ways, last name. Do you know when a neighbor called the Apple Valley Police Department to report a, quote, suspicious person in the Crowley residence on January 19th, 2015? Gummert response, yes.
Yeah, so this is where, this was kind of a test question, and he kind of did exactly what I hoped he wouldn't do, which was just answer, yes. And so it's kind of like, to him, it may not be a big deal to answer yes, but obviously, these are very detailed questions. There's a lot here. And so if he is just going to answer yes to me with any of these questions, it's going to tell me, it's possible that I may infer a lot of different things from that. And I did. And so at this point, reading this, I was very, very frustrated. Very frustrated at him, frustrated at myself, and more frustrated at myself because of the way that I asked these questions, and because there was a lot of here that I wanted to know about, and obviously, pretty much this made anything about January 19th, 2015 at that point. And I know we've done a whole show on it later on, but I was hoping he would give me something here. Give me a little bit here, okay? But it's like, nope, we're not going to.
And we didn't. And Greg, we didn't know the time at this point when you asked this question. Now, later we did get to see that 911 911 report from the police report showing that it was, I think it was 12:50 p.m. or something. But at this point we didn't know. And we know the police were called for a suspicious person on the 19th. We also know the cleaners are there cleaning because they found the bullet on the 19th. But when was the suspicious person? And so I think what we're trying to get at with this question was this before the cleaners came? Was it in the middle of the night? Was it after the cleaners left? What time of day? And so your question was, do you know when a neighbor called? And he wrote back, yes. Now later we find out that it was around 1 p.m., just after noon on that day, which is also very strange. But we wanted to get a feel for what all went on the 19th. You know, at 9 o'clock that morning, I was creating a Justice for Facebook for a Crowley page on the 19th. The cleaners were there. The police went there to find that bullet, but they also were there again on the 19th when the suspicious call came in. So they were there twice. What went on that day?
Yeah, and this kind of, you know, this is where it was like, okay, his one word answer tells you so much here about, okay, you know, they don't want to talk about this. And so this was a big red flag back then, something that I just noted and said, okay, there must be something very special about this date, and there definitely is. We can do, Dan, maybe one or two more, and then we can kind of wrap this episode up if you want.
Oh, you know, can I say something really quickly? 30 seconds, 20 seconds?
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Real quickly, in that letter, November 1st, 2021, I was reading through it and such, and how they're trying to cover their butts and how leaving things open. Right now, you know, basically you guys got a nice open case, not a closed case. So whenever the move is made, they have to respond to that because it's not a court case, and that if something happens, they have to answer for it. So I think you're in a good position.
Question 11. The suspicious person was Chris Klein. How was Chris Klein identified as the suspicious person the neighbor was referring to? The answer from Gummert, unknown. Remember, they just got a call that there was a suspicious person. When they got there, no one was there. No vehicle, nothing. So we know now that the suspicious person was Chris Klein, but back then, we were asking Gummert, how did they know who it was? And so he writes, unknown. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and that seems, I don't know, that doesn't seem truthful to me. Doesn't seem like a truthful answer. So if I were to look at any of these questions, anything, you know, unknown, really? You guys didn't know? Of course you knew. How do you find a suspicious person without knowing how to identify that person? You have to know.
Well, now I'm really suspicious of Chris Klein because, you know, this is, for some reason, this never even sunk in my head that he was the one who was there on the 19th of January. But yet he's the one in February who makes the call to the detectives and says, oh, you guys missed a hole in the scene. And I know this is just way off topic, but Chris Klein is playing a bigger part here than I realized. If he's there on the 19th, why didn't he notice the bullet hole? Why did it take an entire month for him to all of a sudden now see it?
Well, I think Klein did notice it on the 19th, and it was the cops who were trying to connect with him. From this point, they're the ones that called, or that left a note for Klein. Klein called them back. So Klein didn't really contact him until they found him, basically, I guess.
Oh, okay. So in February, it was just a matter of playing catch up then.
Yeah, it was kind of like,
okay, great.
Yeah, they were like, hey, you know, call us. And so then Klein called them. Yeah, so they had located him, but you're right, Klein didn't offer any of this and say, hey guys, there's a bullet hole here or anything, you know, but Klein didn't know that they didn't know either. There's no way there shouldn't have been any way that Klein would know what the police knew and didn't know at that point. If Klein knew that the police didn't know about this until February 18th, then he should have let them know, because that would have been something new. But because Klein just started talking about it, when he's talking to these cops, it kind of seemed like Klein had also thought that maybe the police did know about it. Reading the 94 pages of police reports, that's the impression that I got, is that Klein was talking about things that he already thought that the cops knew, and the cops are kind of probing him as this is going on. But it's weird that they're, talking with Klein. They spend a lot of time trying to find who Chris Klein is, but with a lot of these other people that are involved, there's not much mention of it. So what makes Klein so different, so special, if it's not that bullet? Item 57.
All right, so 12, last question for the episode today, and this is a good one. Chris Klein stated that he was in the house with Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Jr., even though the neighbor apparently only reported one, quote, suspicious person. Dan Sr. denied being in the house with Chris Klein. Parentheses, he told me he was not aware of the bullet hole and had not gone into the house with Klein, claims Detective Sean McKnight. So the question is, do you know if it was ever discovered who was telling the truth and who was not? Gummert's response was no. This may be a question for Stephen also with his background. We get more anomalies here, but it's more of a question of follow-up. Is it normal procedure to follow up on these things that don't make sense from a detective's point of view? Or are they just trying to get the most important stuff and not this small, meaningless information?
You know what, Dan, good question. A lot of cops are lazy. I hate to say it, so it's what you turn over rocks or not. But the thing that bothers me related to that is number 14 of these, Greg asking about if he saw the hole in the living room ceiling. And he said he saw it, but I don't know the exact date. Either he saw it by himself and logged it, or he was there and he would remember that date. And it was logged when that was found. So it goes, who's telling the truth? 14 answers, 12. How do you don't remember a piece of evidence like a bullet in a homicide?
Right.
You don't log it. You don't remember. Look back. Did Joe Patrolman find it? Okay, you were there. Okay, put that date at least. But don't lie about it. You saw it, but you don't remember the date. Are you shitting me? Oh my God. Really. So sorry to jump ahead, Dan, but 12 equals 14.
Yeah.
It does. I'm sorry. Wow. That was a good question, Greg. 14.
But the overarching question here is when you're talking to a witness on a case like this, and he was in the house, and he said, "Who are you in the house with?" And he says, "I was in the house with Dan Jr. and Dan Sr." Basically saying, "I was in there with David's brother and his dad." Another detective interviews the dad and says, "Were you in the house with Chris Klein and Dan Jr.?" "No, I was never in the house with Chris Klein." He basically said, "I don't know who that even is. I wasn't in the house with him." So the question is, why did Chris Klein say he was in the house with the father, which evidently was never asked? Why would he say that? So now we get the story of who's telling the truth and who's not. And I'm saying, even regardless of the bullet hole in the ceiling, they can't even get right who was in the house with whom.
Sure. Oh no, absolutely. That's why it's such a CF cluster, is that you got people bodies in and out. You got this. You got a messy crime scene. Well, who goes into a house like that afterwards? A friend, neighbor, family, or whatever. Nobody does. Who was trying to cover up what? They made a mistake somewhere there. It got too much attention post murders.
And the good thing the good thing here is we get Detective Sean McKnight actually doing some follow-up by saying, following up with Dan Sr., "Were you in the house with Chris Klein?" And he says, "No, I did not go in the home with Klein." Well, now you get an officer actually doing his job, following up.
Sure. And
it doesn't make sense, and now there's no additional follow-up of following that rabbit hole or following that trail.
Sure.
Not saying there's any suspicion involved, but just saying you're still trying to dot your I's and cross your T's, right?
Oh, well, these guys are liars anyway. They're murderers. Chris Klein is going to implicate, Dan Sr. because it shows credibility. It shows a rite of passage. Hey, he was in there, whatever. It's my word against his. You know what I mean? I mean, it's kind of like, hey, the family's concerned. Hey, this backs our play. We're in there. Look at the family's in there. Nothing's wrong. You know, and who's lying, who isn't lying, you know? I don't see the father going there.
Yeah, I agree 100%. He said that just to get credit.
Yeah. Sure, absolutely. You know, absolutely. That's like a key to the house. Who's the closest one? The father. Let's get him in there. You know? That's what I'm thinking. I mean, you know, and then McKnight gets shut down after that. He's onto something maybe. You know?
Yeah, and and this is kind of where, out of all of the officers on the reports that I've read, I really appreciate McKnight and Cloconos. Here you've got these two officers who find things, point things out. Why wasn't it followed up? Here he is. He's saying, okay, I'm showing you that there's a discrepancy here. So, kind of keep throwing you some breadcrumbs, but yet nobody follows up with it.
Yes, that tells a big answer, I think, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why not follow up on it? It's like, okay, they didn't follow up on Dan Jr.'s. Okay, maybe he got the dates wrong or whatever. But I mean, this is something very different because they're talking about a bullet that they're going to try to tie to David Crowley. I kind of expected more, unless they wanted to kind of brush it over. Then that would make sense, right? If we don't ask, then we don't have to worry about getting the wrong answer. So that was my fear, and it's still kind of my fear, is that they didn't ask a lot of questions, they didn't test a lot of things like item 34 because they didn't want to know what the answers were. They were really, and all of this just kind of shows they were just kind of going through the actual motions. But I think Dan brought up a great point. It's like the detective did follow up on that question. He didn't have to follow up on it, but he did. So that's another thing. Well, why, there's certain things that they do follow up on, other things that they really don't, other things that they brush over, and it's a CF, like you said, Stephen, it's a cluster.
And it's almost like every time when they follow up on something and then they find out that, that's going to actually either prove a point they were trying to make wrong or it's going to lead down another rabbit hole, they just walk away. Okay, leave it.
Exactly.
You know what? But now that they're shutting everything down, because I think it is considered an open case, everybody's going to be blocked from everything until lawsuits filed in Apple Valley is now, like I said, above the fold in the local paper. And, people love dirty police corruption stories, man. They get a lot of attention.
Well, do we want to get some final thoughts from everybody and then kind of shut this one down?
Sophie and Rick have been real quiet, so they should get a chance.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I know. Rick is probably taking all of this in. I know Rick has spoken with us, and he's kind of researching this and looking into it. So, Rick, what are your first impressions of what you've heard today?
My first impressions of this whole case is that it just doesn't make sense. I don't know how to put it. It's just I don't understand when I'm reading, and I'm doing what everybody recommended me to do. Everybody's telling me to go read everything myself, look at the reports myself, so that's exactly what I'm doing. And I just don't understand this investigation at all. Like, things that should have been tested were never tested. There's samples that they have of blood that's from other places of the house and never tested. They never did any, like the string test to try to figure out where the bullets came from, like the directions and all of that. And it's just, every time I keep reading more and more into these files, I just keep getting more and more questions. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's my thought where I am. I'm just trying to figure it all out, and I'm getting answers on some things and getting tons of questions on the other end. It's crazy.
Yeah. Sophia, what do you think about these 12 questions that we've gone through so far?
Well, I mean, it's frustrating because he doesn't give very clear answers. It's just like yes, no. refer back to question number 2, and it's like, okay, I mean, I'm glad you guys did this. This was before I came to the group, so I am glad that you were able to get the questions asked. It's just, I don't know. I mean, were you trying to make it simple for him to answer? Or I'm just wondering why these questions were phrased like this. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. We're trying. I was trying to make it simple so that he could answer or not answer. Trying to gauge not only his answers, but to gauge how well he would answer those questions. And so I think people can make their own judgment on that. I have my own. Very frustrated, basically, with the answers that I got. And like I said, there's a lot of things that I wish that I would have done or would have asked. Maybe not limit it to just 2021, but yeah, there was a lot of the frustration. But my personal thing was to make it so that he could answer yes or no. So anytime that he answers yes or no, and I'm still wanting more, I take that as my fault in the way that I asked the question or the way that I phrased the question. Maybe I should have broke down those questions to kind of, but I also didn't want to try to trip him up, or I also knew at that point that they didn't want to answer any questions, so I didn't want to get, well, we can't answer that question. So I did try to kind of make it like, if he was on a witness stand and all they have to do is answer yes or answer no, and so that was kind of the goal. And I think a lot of that I did fail, and I did fail with a lot of the things. I think we asked the right questions, maybe not in the best way, and but I was kind of hoping against hope, kind of to just say, well, maybe he'll throw in a little more. And at the very end, which I know we'll cover in a future show, he gives his reasoning for why he answers a lot of this yes and no. So stay tuned for that, or you can read the book and learn more.
Do you think that if we sent maybe 10 questions to Apple Valley now, that they might answer them? Not requesting any paperwork or anything like that, but just...
You're saying maybe you put together 10 questions off these questions?
Well, yes. I mean, like 10 questions that we have after reading everything, now that we have more information.
Sure. Listen, pretend this is a court, and I go back to Dr. Dan, number 14. I love this. Listen, first off, Stones, I'm the guy that said it to Greg. You don't even go backwards, apologize for anything. You got more information anybody could have. And 14, here it is, number 14, Greg Fernandez, Jr. Did you see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th, 2015? Gummert, I saw it, unknown of exact date. Now listen, before you answer that, you might thumb through the file of the case and see where Joe, detective, saw the bullet from the maid who saw this, and Mr. Mustard, whatever it was, and the broomstick. And you know what? It's not really difficult that a very important piece of evidence, such as a bullet in a murder scene, is not going to be logged with the date and time. Okay, so it doesn't take a lot of effort to answer that, and either confirm it was that date or no, it was 3 hours later and I was on the shitter. Okay, all right, doesn't matter. My point is that really, I mean, if I wish I was Rittenhouse as a defense attorney. They're doing a great job, and I love the judge. But you know what? There's a point where sensibility and logic, you know what? Good old horse sense. I mean, I don't care what the law is, man. You know what? I mean, wow. You know, but 14 is that? I mean, that answer is because I'm not jumping ahead because that's the last where we stopped. But
no, that's a great teaser for next month's episode, actually. So.
I
mean, come on, you know, and that's the thing. And like there's a case in San Diego, like I told Greg, where they found a gal hung, but her hands were tied behind her back over a 2-story balcony in an apartment complex. How do you tie your hands behind your back and then jump off? And all the departments covered it up, and then including a kid I worked with, John Froman, I love dearly. He's the chief of Coronado, just retired. it was in his backyard, and PI got involved and said this is a homicide, and now they got it's a big mess. So, I mean, I don't understand why law enforcement. You know what? There's too many smart people out there like you guys, and there's plenty of information, access to your fingertips on the internet, and throw half of it out, and the rest is good. I mean, you know, they make a lot of cases like this. I mean, you know, like you got great information ahead of time. You're not going to see much now, and like I said, I have an idea how to get it. So, but great job, great job, guys, today.
Thank you, Stephen.
Sure.
Catherine.
I don't have anything to add that everybody else hasn't already said, but I will
Sorry,
no, it's great. I mean, you guys have covered all the bases, but I will say that the next one, like Stephen keeps bringing up that one question, I think our entire show is going to be on that one question because we all have a lot to say about it.
I mean, a yes and no is you know, is an answer. I mean, you know, heading north isn't a plan; it's a direction. Okay, so this here, you know, that's the same thing here. I saw an unknown exact date. Wow, you know, I mean, this is where I mean, this is where the attorney gets involved for whomever hires that attorney, and you know what? They'll tear this thing apart. Really.
Well, and here's the whole thing: he wasn't lying. It's not a lie.
No. No,
he didn't answer your question, but he didn't lie. So
yeah, I don't recollect. You know what?
It's probably what, if you got him on the witness stand, probably what he would say, right? I mean, that's on.
No, he would re-answer it after he got his notes. He's just saying basically is that unknown exact date. He's just saying is that, you know what? He asked me again. You know, it's like I don't recollect. Oh, you know.
Right. Exactly. I was just gonna say. I can't.
Yeah. I mean, it's like yeah. I mean, it's asinine. It's asinine.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, yeah. To say that you don't know, like, what day that you saw it. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal, I would say.
Yeah. So why didn't you answer? You know, you had access to that date. Why are you playing games? You know, if you know, it's not like
when you still answer. Yeah, I mean, we sent these questions off, and he had a lot of time to think about it, to get it approved by the higher-ups and everything. So we went through all of that. And again, the main thing for me was, to be honest, to think, okay, if I was in his spot, what type of questions would I want, you know, asked or answered? Or, you know, I don't want trick questions. I never wanted to try to trick him up because I wouldn't want somebody to ask me those questions, which people have. They purposely will ask you questions so they can get a soundbite, or so they can kind of just take part of your answer, or take your answer out of context. So,
exactly. You're right.
You know, the main thing for me was to make sure that because he's willing to even answer these questions, he doesn't have to answer these questions. He doesn't owe us any. He doesn't owe me anything. He doesn't.
Yeah, but you know, but the point is, look at what you did, and now they're back in the corner, and they've left the case open for additional homicide suspects, and that's what they're saying. I read all the stuff, and that's what they're saying. Now they can't give you any information because you're so close, you're probably going to make this case, and they know that. Like I said, they don't have to give the public a reason why they all said it's not a cold case, and now we think we might have something. Hey, just your pressure alone. I mean, this is the best thing you ever did. They made a move. This is an open homicide investigation. It wasn't, when you guys started this thing, it was pretty much in the cabinet. Come on. I mean, you gotta look, I'm looking at it that way, guys. And maybe it's good I haven't been around for a while because I keep up with Greg and we talk, but I'm able to come back in and see the progress.
Yeah. And you know, Greg, you keep kind of, like almost apologizing for your questions. Don't. They were
exactly.
Don't.
And here's the thing.
Yeah, Greg, come on. Greg, man up. Greg, man up. You did so fucking good, man.
I mean, they were great questions, but the reality is he asked and he answered. He didn't lie. However, you were kind of hoping that maybe he would expand, but they don't. It's kind of like you asked him like it would be in a court of law, and in a court of law, you don't expand. You answer yes or no. End of story.
Yeah, simple. So, yeah, that's it.
I think it was great. Even by his yes or no answers, we have a better understanding. Thanks to you.
Yeah, absolutely. God, yeah, don't apologize. Yeah, you got it nailed, man. Yeah, like I said, this is now an open investigation. Exculpatory evidence. Anything to change and saying, fix whatever with the case, they have to accept. You just hold it back. Don't give anything yet, but you have to start taking stuff. It's open case. You're a citizen, has a right to give witness statements and evidence that you believe might have something to do with the case. Yeah, you got all that loaded in your on your bandero.
Yeah, I do want to finish up. I'm going to do a little screen share because I've been talking to Crip Rick about this, and I do think that this, because Crip Rick does, and Rick, I want you to plug your channel too, because I know you do. You've been doing a lot of great work there, and when I think about guests, and I know you're always looking for some great guests, Steven Sanzeri would be an awesome guest for you, brother.
Can you help me set this up?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can. I'm going to bring on Steven. Can you kind of let people know about your book? I want to hear some of the background. I have so many notes, Steven, so many questions about this, but I think Crip Rick, he's just started his channel, just started doing this, and he's done an awesome job. And I just look at what he's done, and I know you would be a great guest on his show. So if you can kind of let us know a little bit about your book and everything, and then that will give Rick kind of a little background about it.
Oh no, thanks, Greg. And Crip Rick, welcome. I've kind of caught on what you're doing too, and we're doing a good thing.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you. I'm a former police officer out of the Bay Area, and I became a bail bondsman. And you do your own bounties, and I bailed this guy out of Tuolumne County, California, and it was right when the 1999 Yosemite murders, sightseeing murders occurred on Valentine's weekend. And so I bailed this guy out, and he jumps upon him, and I start chasing this guy, and the FBI can't find the girls, and then they find them murdered a month later, and another one murdered a month later after that. And so I chased this guy all around the country to Alabama, and I arrested him. And it's about the FBI, how they tried to, have me stop my case and everything. And this guy became the #1 manhunt in Alabama, and that was just the beginning. And so I worked with the family to try to prove there was others involved. There wasn't one person. So that's what it's about. But it has a backstory. About 5 years earlier, I was indicted as a bounty hunter and looking at state prison, and it was set up, and we proved it. And so it was my second time with the biggest murder case in the nation. And so that's what happened, and I'm proud to say, I told Greg I can't name it, Rick, but I just shot a three-part documentary, not all of it, about the Yosemite case, and we did some shooting in Yosemite and Modesto 2 months ago. And so I wanted to, maybe one of the 3 platforms coming up, and probably in January. So the book kind of led to a documentary, and it's about first one about one guy, Kerry Stainer, didn't do it alone. So there's a question with that. So it's an interesting story.
Oh, for sure. I would love to get you on as a guest to talk about this.
Sure. Yeah, and it goes also, just so you know, Rick, look up Mark Archuleta and National Coalition for Men and his murder up there in Mariposa just recently. And he just had a case, and it was a conservatorship, and Ronnie or Jerry Cox was just on Dr. Phil. Mariposa has been a very corrupt county, and it goes all the way up to the White House. And then there's Inn's Law, and when Hillary Clinton was with Rose's Law Group, how it led to Mariposa with the Contras, and a lot of the first cocaine in the 70s and early 80s was distributed out of Yosemite Park. There's a big history up there. Yeah, so I didn't know we go into that there, Rick. It leads into before that. And when the Queen of England was up there, and 3 Secret Service guys were killed, and Mariposa was involved in that. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff on that. Yeah.
Wow.
Real quickly, great video on YouTube. Type in Mariposa corruption and look at. There's a video for 20 minutes. 2020 went in there, and Tom Jarrell and Hugh Downs and everybody did a special about it and how it's all controlled with drugs and everything, and that's on YouTube.
All right. And what's it called on YouTube again? I'm bringing it up right now.
Type in Mariposa corruption, and you'll see probably see a thumbnail, and it says Ketty Lodge or something on there. You'll see a guy, kind of a heavyset guy in a blue shirt. That's 20-minute video, and 2020 went in there when they found all this out, how corrupted it was. And that's what led to my case and the Yosemite case, and it's still going on. And they murdered this attorney. By the way, Mark Archuleta was killed in Crestview right? At his home, when he answered the door, a guy gunned him down. A week later is when the son of Judge Salas was murdered in New Jersey, when Salas just took the Epstein accounting part of the mediation. So they said it was the same, and then they found him dead in his cabin up there from suicide. So it was the same shooter in a UPS on the train that went back and killed Judge Salas' son, wounded the husband. She wasn't there. So that's how Mariposa is related, and that's a fact. They say it was the same guy. Why did Mark Archuleta get killed the day after the day before it was going to be a hearing? So it's a big deal. It's pretty heavy.
I'm going to definitely watch this.
Yeah, check it out. But anyway, I don't mean to rant for you, but it gives you a lot of information.
No, not a problem at all. I really look forward to getting you on my show and discussing this.
Sure.
I'm going to read the book and stuff. I think it'll be an amazing interview.
Oh, no, thank you. Anytime, just give me a day's notice or so.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. There's so much there. So I guess we can go ahead and shut this one down for now. I feel like there was something else I wanted to mention. Rick, let us know where people can find your channel.
Okay, yeah, you can just find me on YouTube. Just look under Crypt Rick's I've Been Thinking, and if you bring up that page, you will definitely find me, and it's basically, it's all in the title, stuff I think about.
Right on.
Doing a lot of interviews. I'm doing stuff on cryptocurrency. Teaching people all about crypto, right from its origins, and we're kind of building it up slowly to build people up. Doing some interviews with Greg and Catherine and a couple other people. And really cool site. You'll really enjoy it. It's a great site, guys.
Oh, yeah, sounds good.
Oh, Greg's got it up. There you go. You're on the ball there today, Greg.
There it is, right there. Yep. and I know you have a lot of stuff coming out, too.
For sure.
And you're working on a podcast? Are you working on getting the podcast going again? Or?
Well, yeah, I'm going to have to talk to you about, I want to start uploading up to my Anchor account like you do. So I just need help from you to teach me how to do that. But I definitely want to start doing that again and doing my Anchor podcast that I used to do.
And there is episode number 23, 21 Questions for Detective Gummert, Part 1. There will be a Part 2 coming out on New Year's Day. So New Year's Day will be the next podcast, the official podcast of the Gray Stage podcast series. Remember, every month, on the 1st of every month, we will premiere a brand new episode related to the David Crowley case, discussing my book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. So I do hope that you have enjoyed that you've been watching, listening. You can always catch up on multiple episodes wherever you're listening, wherever you're watching. You will be able to find it. So wherever you listen to your podcasts, no doubt you will find it right there. Wherever you watch streams on YouTube or Rumble, you'll find them both. If you just look up The Gray Stage, you will find it on YouTube and you will find it on Rumble. So, with that in mind, you can always just go directly to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com, and find everything right there. Now, not only can you find the book, the free book, if you just go right here, go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, click on where it says read the book right under the title, and that will take you to where you can download the free PDF book by just clicking on this image right here, and within a couple seconds you have the book right there that you can download. Now you can also purchase this book too. If you scroll down just a little bit more, you will be able to purchase a physical copy, and hopefully by next year we will have this book for worldwide distribution. Currently you can only get it on lulu.com if you want the physical paperback book. Now once it drops to worldwide distribution, this price at lulu.com will be lowered. So that will be kind of the trade-off here. I'll probably lower it down to $15 perhaps. And there's always deals go to lulu.com. We just missed one. There was just one deal that was 30% off, so you could have gotten this book for 30% off. And I'm sure around Christmas time, that will be available. There's always some type of codes, discounts. So I will try to do better at posting those discounts for anyone that does want to purchase a physical copy. And I do believe directly from here you can purchase it no matter what country you're in. I know I've looked it up before. And so if you want to have a physical purchase to add to your collection, that is awesome. If you would like an autographed copy and maybe a couple little bonus gifts too, you can always email me at thegraystage@gmail.com and we can discuss that as well. Usually with shipping, because I'm getting a lot of people who want it from out of state. So $25 will cover the cost and will cover the shipping cost, which for some reason is a lot more. So I don't know, with the worldwide distribution, maybe that'll be a little easier for people.
Welcome to another episode of The Gray Stage book. My name is Dan Hennon, joined today with Greg Fernandez Jr. and Sophia. We're on episode number 24. Chapter 11, we'll be covering. Chapter 11 is called 21 Questions with Officer Gummert, Part 2. This is, Greg, this is our second year, really our anniversary here. Happy New Year's, by the way, to everybody.
Happy New Year.
2 years we've been doing the podcast, one per month, for the last 24 months on the book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., basically turning this into an audiobook, are we not?
And I really hope that this podcast really helps people understand more about this case. I still feel like there's many people that have just not heard about this case. And once they do, we want to make sure that they're able to get access to all of the documents, all the photos, everything that they might need, and including having it in this podcast version here for people who would rather have it in a podcast version. Yeah, I'm looking forward to 2022, and this is a new thing. We're trying out Zoom here, and so far it looks pretty good.
And once again, for those following along, this is the book. We've done a podcast on each of the chapters so far, basically reading every single line of the book and then talking, taking some time off and chatting about it, and having some discussion. Like you said, I've also learned something every single podcast that we've done. We'll be about halfway done with the book, Greg, after today's episode.
Oh, wow. Oh, good to know.
So we're right at the middle, 200-page book, roughly. We'll be at page 100 after today's show. So maybe we'll get 2 more years out of this, depending.
Very cool. And we got a cat cameo. All right.
Yes.
See, I love Zoom. Yeah, that's awesome.
So we did chapter 11, the 21 questions for Officer Gummert. We finished up last episode on part 1 with question number 12. And today we're going to start off with question 13. And for the listeners out there, Officer Gummert is the detective sergeant of the investigation unit at Apple Valley Police Department. So really the head of the unit that covered this investigation. And rather than talking to one or two of the detectives, you're able to send the questions directly to the sergeant, Officer James Gummert. And he was able to, because he had promised you in the past he'd get back to you on this once the case was closed. And certainly enough, he did get back and he was able to answer these questions. And so thank you once again, Officer Gummert, for getting back and following up. We'll start off today with question number 13. Question 13 starts off with the question, are there images from January 17th, 2015 that show a bullet hole near the living room light? His answer was yes. This is controversial, but I'll jump to that next question as well. Question number 14. Did you see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th, 2015? Question mark. His answer, I saw it. Unknown of exact date. So the question here that Greg's asking, for the listeners out there is the bodies were discovered on January 17th, 2015. The 3 dead bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania all died gunshots on the 17th. The bodies were discovered and taken away. It wasn't known until February 18th, I think, of the month later, that there was a bullet hole in the ceiling. And so what we're getting here is to try to get it out of Officer Gummert that, did they actually know that there was, we know now that there was no bullet here, a hole in the ceiling on January 17th, but in fact, the crime scene was altered and was put there later. Now, I have no way to prove that, but this is kind of what we get for the answers. What do you think of the answers on both of those, Greg?
Number 13 to me is a big, big crucial one, because I want it on record that they see it on January 17th, that somebody sees it. He says, are there images of it? He says, yes. In the police reports, it's a little more vague. It's like, we saw it, but no, the way that the police reports read, it sounded like nobody saw it on January 17th. So here we have finally someone here saying, yes, there are images that show it. And really, if you look at the police reports, the way that it's phrased is kind of like, we have images after we looked for it, right? So it wasn't like it needs to be clear. Nobody saw it on January 17th. Nobody saw it on January 20th when they went back. It was only seen, this bullet hole in the living room ceiling was only seen after police were told about it by Chris Klein. That's it, or else they would have never known. It would have never came up, basically. So that is a huge deal. Then we asked for, I think in the last year or so, right before the COVID thing happened, I asked for the image. I wanted to see, okay, you guys say you have the image. Where is the image? I will add in the photo of the image that they give us. It is one of the photos that we've had. It is the only photo taken from about the kitchen island, and it shows the living room ceiling, kind of where that bullet hole is. That's the only photo that we have. Now, that is the one that we have is a BCA photo, and the Apple Valley Police told us that it was a Apple Valley Police photo. So there's a little kind of strange thing there that's going on. So maybe they have the same photo, but the photo that they sent us is one that we already have. It's the only one that shows the possibility of a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. And I'm sure everybody can look at the image and you can decide for yourself if you believe that there is a bullet hole in that living room ceiling. I kind of lean towards that there is a bullet hole in that living room ceiling on January 17th, but I have not done extensive research or extensive, really looked at it and really dug deep, got some good software to really see, okay, is there a bullet hole from what I see? And they circle the area where they say that the bullet hole is. So I will add that into this podcast for the people that are watching this on video.
One thing just to wrap up, for the newer listeners that are out there, we did receive all the crime scene photos taken by both the Apple Valley Police Department and the Minnesota BCA, and they take images of that home, of almost every square inch of that house for the crime scene photos. And when we didn't get one of that hole, that's what prompted Greg to say, did you know it? Were you aware of it? Basically, do you have a photo that shows it in the background, for instance? Because no one had a photo of it up close and personal. If there was a crime scene bullet shot hole through the ceiling, you would have an up close, different angles of that, maybe a trajectory marker of something. And so that does not exist. It does exist a month later. But where we got Gummert and the Apple Valley Police Department kind of hung up where they couldn't know how to answer the question is, they said they saw it on the 17th. And so he has to answer yes. And the next question, he goes, I don't know the exact date. And then at first they sent you the photos of the ceiling and they were wrong. And then he said, no, I want the photo of that hole. Well, I think he sent another one. No, it's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the ceiling hole. And so what they did was attempt to push you around a little bit to placate you, Greg, I think.
Yeah.
To push it, kick the can down the road a couple months. until finally they got this photo, which I think that they had to find to come up with now to save the credibility, essentially, because it does have an image, but they still, if a crime scene was, if they saw it, there would be a crime scene photo of it. What we're getting from them is a photo of the hole in the background of another image in the background. And you got to zoom in to try to see it. So that's the point of contention here in this question, is that they did miss it on the 17th. And they're really concerned about the credibility, Apple Valley Police. And that's why they have to really back into the answer that they did see it and they were aware of it. But they had to look high and low to try to find an image that just showed it potentially in the far background in the distance. And that's the one you're talking about now.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. You're right. I totally forgot about that. When this first happened, the first image they sent us was from February 18th, right? When they re-entered the home and took photos. And like, yeah, here's the photos. No, that's not the photo. That's not it. And the second time they sent a photo of the basement ceiling, and again, it was like, no, that's not what I'm asking for. Like I had to really, hopefully I still have those emails saved somewhere, but I really had to make it very specific for what I was asking for, et cetera, et cetera. COVID happened. We had to wait maybe another year or so to get the actual photo. Finally, I forget who it was. Sophia, what's the lady's name at Apple Valley? I want to say Beth, but I don't think that's right.
It's
Steph. Yeah. So I think it was Steph who finally sent that image over. It seemed like she was just kind of tasked with it. And that's where the compartmentalization kind of, we really see that here with a lot of the people that are working for the Apple Valley. It's like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is really doing here. Yeah. And, it's like you pointed out many times, Dan, it's a very small police force there, and they're not used to this type of thing, et cetera, et cetera. So anyways, that's a great point. It's kind of like they didn't really know. And then the only image that they have, the one image that they have is the one from very, very far. Yeah. So that is more further proof they were not looking for a bullet hole in the living room ceiling. Everyone knows that. We all know that. Maybe for legal reasons, they're very cautious about saying that, but there has never been one person in law enforcement who has ever stated that they have seen that bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th. None, because they know that if they did, it would be a lie, because nobody saw it that day. And
And the other thing, just for me to wrap up, the other thing that we were looking for with this question, I think, Greg, was for Gumbert to come clean and just say, we didn't see it. We saw it when we were told about it later. We have a photograph of it then. And no, we didn't. We're looking for just honest answers. We didn't ask the question to back him and paint him back into the corner to lose his credibility. We just want the honest truth. And your answer, the answer that he gave you, Greg, was so telling on multiple fronts. Number one, he didn't know about it, but he couldn't lie. And he certainly wasn't going to say, hey, I admit it, we didn't see it. That's going to make them look bad. And the police department is so worried about the reputation. We're to the point here now where we're looking to see the facts. And just tell us the truth. What if you didn't see it, you didn't see it. Yeah. It is what it is. You made a mistake. We're not going to grill you for that, but they are afraid of that. Also, like you mentioned, perhaps legal recourse. So they have to watch what they say and how they answer things, because that could make them look very negligent in their investigation.
Well, there's also the BCA video of the crime scene from that day. And even on that video, you don't see the bullet hole. They don't even look at the bullet hole. They pan throughout the living room. You see the couch. They blur out the area where the bodies are. They go downstairs. They walk through the rooms, the kitchen, everything. No bullet hole.
Now, when you walk into that house, it's generally almost right above your head. It's not in a strange, inconspicuous location in that house where they may have perhaps missed it. It was right in the entryway in the living room where the bodies were found. You couldn't have missed a bullet hole in the ceiling. So that's why this is such an important piece of information.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're also moving things. So, they moved that recliner, they moved the dog cage. So they're moving things. They moved the whole Christmas tree. So they're moving things right underneath where they say that this bullet hole was. So, I mean, that's, I think it's still, for me at least, I'm still 50-50 on was there, I actually maybe 60-40. I do kind of lean more towards that there was a bullet hole there on January 17th. And I know actually William has also joined us here too. And I know Catherine has done this. William, I don't know if you've done this too. Sophia, you may have, I'm not sure, but kind of taken that one photo that we have, I believe it's BCA 4888, if I remember correct, or 4488, something like that. I'll put that up here, and kind of zoomed in and really looked at it. Obviously with the software that I have, the zoom is not that great. It's very pixelated. So, for me, it was I could not prove that there wasn't a bullet hole there. And I do see a little space where it looks like there may have been a bullet hole, but it's so small. I mean, we're talking about a 40 cal bullet. It's, going through that ceiling. It's not going to be that big. But maybe William, have you done some extensive software?
Oh yeah.
Looking at that, and what do you think about? Do you think
there was a hole? There definitely was a hole. Yeah, okay. I enhanced the hell out of it, and there was a hole right there.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. But I mean, whatever people want to think, the main thing for me, well, that is a pretty big thing actually, if there was or there wasn't a bullet hole. But what we know for sure, what is 100% factual, I think, even without that image, is that nobody saw it on January 17th and January 20th either. So I think that is a big point here.
It's BCA 448.
4408.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I always get that wrong. 448. Thank you.
And in that one, you can see where there's like a hole right above the kitchen table and chandelier that's right there above the kitchen table.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but honestly, on my phone, I can't see the hole that's where they said it is by the front door. I'm going to have to put it on the laptop and look at it that way through Coral and everything.
Yeah, it was a little frustrating that it took them so long to get that photo. And I was even a little frustrated because we had done several shows where we zoomed in on that area and said, hey, if they're going to give us an image that shows the bullet hole, here's the one that they should give us. And that's exactly the one and the only one that they've ever given us. So that's kind of interesting, that they would just have that one there. But yeah, I don't know. Anything else on that? What about 14? Question 14, William. I don't know if you saw that one, but did you see? We asked Detective Gummer, did you see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th? He says, I saw it, but unknown of exact date. We're just talking about how nobody has ever claimed to have seen that bullet hole on the 17th.
It almost seems like he's kind of avoiding saying it was on the 17th. I think he saw it later. It was probably through photos. I don't think he actually saw it in person. Or if he did, he was just completely trying to remain, playing dumb, essentially, I think is what's going on here.
It has the feeling of me of a little legalese, little answer to that from an attorney, how that is crafted. He's not lying, but he's also not telling the truth. So.
Right. It's all about semantics.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not know what date that you saw it on there? You have to know what date you saw it on there.
Troy, I'll go to question 15. And also, by the way, welcome, William, to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We have we're on chapter 11, part 2 of the questions to James Gummert. Question 15 is this. Was the Department of Homeland Security or the FBI involved in your investigation? Or were they conducting their own investigation? The answer from Gummert is not contacted, no investigation. I like the way you worded that, Greg, because it's very direct. There's no way to get around that. And we've heard rumors that the FBI was involved. We heard rumors that the DHS was involved. And he says, point blank, no. The answer was no to either one of them. Now, we got Mason Hendricks on record saying that the DHS is involved. I think Sean Wright's on record saying that the FBI is going to have you under a microscope. All these things that now, because of Gummert, if Gummert's telling the truth, then Mason Hendricks and Sean Wright are lying. If Gummert is lying, then we got other issues. But I'm guessing that he is telling the truth, and these guys are not being truthful. So anyway, that kind of clears the air on this whole Department of Homeland Security, FBI, the federal. A lot of people thought, was it being investigated at the federal level? And this eliminates that now at all. Any comments on that one, William?
Well, see, that's where I'm kind of a little up in the air on this, because I don't know if you guys have done any digging on Mason Hendricks. I've been digging on that a lot. This guy's got ties to all sorts of political ongoings. I don't know if you guys have seen his connection where he was photographing and filming the Kenosha crap that was going on. He was there. Thing is, it's why was he there? How was he getting informed of these things? It's not just paying attention to, these other groups and stuff. This guy, he's got connections. Sean Wright's the same way. It's also, I don't know if you guys had heard the latest Tim Pool cast where he actually got a shout out from Luke Rudkowski, I think his name is.
Yes.
See, so that to me, this guy seems more like a plant, if anything else. I think both Sean Wright, and this is just my thoughts on this, my opinions, of course. I'm not making any accusation, but but it feels really like Mason Hendricks and Sean Wright are just plants, because they just seem like a little too connected to government agencies. And when looking at this, if they're saying things like, DHS is involved and the FBI could potentially be involved, I mean, I'm not going to completely take it with a grain of salt. I'm going to be looking at, why do they say this? And if it's being investigated at a federal level, then there's something else going on here, because that's just the way the police are throwing this. It's in the direction of, it's just a homicide and a double suicide, double homicide and a suicide. But the thing is, that would never qualify for federal investigation unless there's something else there. Right. Point. So when it comes down to it, I mean, if they're saying this, I say we at least look into it. We should not just fully just take them with a grain of salt. I mean, even though they do prove consistently that their story is never the same thing, between Sean Wright and Mason Hendricks, they're telling not entirely two different stories, but they're telling two different stories here. Then you've also got the police narrative. I mean, what's got more relevance? And we know all three of those things don't have any relevance at all. So why is it being spun the way it's being spun? So,
well, that's what I wondered. Why even mention the feds? Why even mention DHS? I felt like it was just kind of to scare me from not looking into it, almost like a veiled threat. And I think there's probably many other people out there that those two goons have contacted and told the exact same thing, to kind of say, oh, well, I don't want to be involved in that. I don't know. It's just, that's the only thing that I can think of. Why would you even bring this up? Why would you even mention this? That's really weird. So I was really glad that Gummert was able to answer this question. And like Dan said, kind of put that to rest. I mean, Gummert has no reason to lie. He's not under oath, so he can lie if he wants to. He did not have to even take the time to answer these questions. I do believe that he had to get clearance. I'm sure you guys do too. He had to get clearance on these questions too. So it's not really just 21 questions for Detective Gummert. It's really 21 questions for Detective Gummert and his higher ups. So,
oh yeah.
What I liked about his answer on this one was that it was direct. It wasn't crafted a certain way. It wasn't any legalese about it. He didn't try to weasel his way out of answering the question. It was a simple no, which I appreciated.
Yeah, good point there. Not contacted, no investigation. Pretty straightforward there, I would say.
Which makes sense. I mean, that would make sense. But like I said, if these other guys are saying something here with their connections, I say we at least look at it, just because, could there be something there? Because look at all the connections we've got with the fraternal organization, with police officers at the AVPD and their connections there. And then you've also got other things going on there, with the drug trafficking and things like this. Then you got the Fort Hood thing going on. I mean, there's a lot going on here. I don't think we can just afford to just, grain of salt is these guys are, telling two different stories here, and then the AVPD's got their narrative. I mean, I still think this is something worth looking at.
Sure. How deep do you think it's worth? I mean, what could be done? Maybe you don't want to talk about that here on a public show here, but I mean, that's kind of the other question is, are they just trying to send us into a tailspin, drive us down another rabbit hole or something like that? Exactly. Or is there really something to it?
There very well could be. There's a lot of reason to speculate that there could be something going on. Just the big one I like to look at here is when it comes to finances, which, Dan, we should definitely talk finances. We got to get on that one. But when it comes down to it, it's why the 50,000 was that pulled out? Why are these guys saying there's something going on? I mean, especially as they're not coming out and saying, "Oh, we're the FBI," and they're not posing as anything. So it's not like they can really get in trouble for that. But the fact is, could they be just trying to scare people off? It's definitely a possibility. I can't rule that out. But at the same time, we have to be looking at their current affairs, what they're currently doing, right?
Sure.
Sean Wright and the Luke Rudkowski, and we know that whole We Are Change thing, there's something else there, right? We know there's that all these different patriotic organizations were all infiltrated. We know that. And now the FBI's got, Patriot Front, all this other kind of stuff. So we know the FBI has done some really, really shady crap. We also know the CIA isn't above that either. We know the DHS isn't, ATF. None of these organizations are clean. They've all got tons of blood on their hands. And they do a lot of shady things. It's government. We got to go and assume they could potentially have a hand in this. And if this is at a federal level, look at, for instance, with not to get too political on this, but with Joe Biden sending the FBI to go look at Project Veritas over a damn diary that had some things from his daughter. We have to consider why would they not overreach right then? We have Biden doing now. We know Obama was doing the same kind of stuff. He was doing a lot of overreach as well. So why wouldn't it be possible? Yeah, sorry about the political ramble.
That's all good. No, that's good. That's a good point. I mean, it's also possible that just because Gummert doesn't know that there's anything going on, they could be doing something,
Yeah.
They could be doing something under the books or whatever you want to call it. But I agree with Dan. I'm very happy the way that Jim Gummert answered this question.
Right.
It is very different from a lot of the other answers. It's pretty straightforward. So maybe he just doesn't know about anything that's going on. We do know that somebody contacted the FBI, federal agent Travis Yarborough, I believe, and that was to get David's to get his fingerprint. So right. Technically, at some point, they were contacted, or somebody contacted. That could have been the BCA, though, not the Apple Valley Police. I have to go back and look at who actually did that. I believe it was the Apple Valley Police detectives, though, who did that. So, anyways.
Well, but I mean, the thing. Oh, sorry.
If you look at this logically, Detective Gummert would know if the FBI or Homeland Security is looking in on his investigation. If Sean Wright and Mason Hendricks supposedly know, Detective Gummert would know. So,
well, I mean, if it's under the table, not necessarily.
Unless they're involved with one of those organizations.
Right.
So, and they knew something that the Apple Valley PD would not know. But then, anyway.
So, yeah, I can see that as a good reason to keep looking into it, because obviously if Sean Wright knows something that Detective Gummer doesn't know, then yeah, there's a big problem, and that's gonna say a lot about Sean Wright and his involvement in trying to steer people away from looking at this stuff, just from asking questions.
Right.
I mean, that was his main goal, was to
Mhm.
get people to stop asking questions, to just be silent, while they just went off and said whatever they wanted to say, smeared David, did whatever they want to say about David, but we're all just supposed to sit here and just take it. And there are many people that did, because they have invested time into their radio shows, into what they're doing, into their contacts. There's a whole network of all of these guys, and a lot of people didn't want to ruin those chances. And that's pretty much what I was threatened with. I really don't care. I mean, I have no. I'm not worried about being popular, unpopular, whatever people say. It does not matter. I mean, this is just such a slam dunk case. That it's just like, if you can't see this, you are not a credible person. If you just think that David Crowley is guilty, I mean, this guy contacted me, I believe, January 23rd or something like that. Now, this would have been a couple of days after they found the bullet that rolled out of a living room carpet. Nobody's talking about the bullet in the ceiling. Nobody's talking about item 57, any bullets tied to David Crowley. But it was like, when that came out, that there was a cleaning company that was cleaning the house on January 20th, and a bullet rolled out. It really seemed like things really heated up there. It was like, wow, okay, first they have the rear slider open. That was a huge one that came out on day one. Dan, I think that was one of the first things posted into the Justice group. Really, somebody posted that audio. We grabbed that audio.
That audio file. Someone grabbed it and posted it. Yep.
Yeah, and it was like, wow. And then you had that, and then once item 57 came out, I mean, those are three huge things. That's way before any of the DNA or any of that other stuff that would conclusively prove David didn't do any of this. Mm-hmm. And so yeah, this is what someone who wants to cover things up would do. Is they would start contacting people and start telling them, don't talk about this. Not even say, hey man, you know what? David's guilty. Don't worry about it. We got it covered. The confidence in Sean Wright was not there. It was more of a fear, from what I said. Like, he was scared of something. Right. And it was like, we need to keep this quiet. We don't want to talk about this. It was not like, hey man, I'm really looking out for you. He seemed scared of something, and he wanted me to be scared of whatever that was too. That's the feeling that I got when I talked with him.
Well, see, I recently just reached out to Luke Rudkowski and asked him why he was praising Sean Wright, especially when there's a connection to the Crowley case here. And I asked him, what do you actually firmly believe? Is David Crowley guilty, or is he innocent? And I haven't got a response yet. I don't expect to get one, but I've been on top of that also on Twitter, calling him out, just publicly, like, look, this guy's kind of a fraud here. This guy, he doesn't stand for justice at all. He doesn't care. I was like, chances are he's probably a plant himself. It just seems too weird. Why is this guy, who's part of this organization that Sean Wright's attached to, that, and that there's going to be some attachment to David there. Plus, I mean, wasn't Luke Rudkowski also in the Rise as well?
Yeah.
See,
yeah,
so yeah. I mean, who got the footage? Are we talking Sean Wright, or are we talking David Crowley? Who got the footage here? And end of the day, it doesn't really matter at this point if David got it or Sean Wright. It's the fact he was on that. There's a connection.
Yeah, the other thing from my background, William, too, is Luke Rudkowski is limited hangout type of a cat.
Mm-hmm.
That's not widespread known, but he's one of those who does not have a job. He's doing this for a job, and 80% of what he says is right. But he's also gathering and limiting who says what to where. And so he's, in my mind, he's not one of the good guys. That's why he's with Sean Mason. They do know him. They know him, and he's part of that We Are Change group.
Right.
And so that is why they're there. Mason Hendricks, no job. Sean Wright, no job. He now has a job, Sean Wright. And at the time, he didn't. Mason Hendricks just runs his own photography website that he's a photographer.
Mhm.
And so when you start seeing these people with no real sources of income doing anything, but yet they're all over in different cities and getting filming and interviews,
Right.
They're getting paid somehow. So that's the question. But that's
Right.
Lubowski. That's one of your giveaways. There is that they're connected with him, and so therefore you already have to take it with a grain of salt. And I don't think you'll get an answer from him.
No. Not
Yeah, I think
Good question to ask, though.
Yeah, it is. No, it is. I'm glad that you asked that because it needs to be asked. And the other guy is Adam Kokesh, who is tied, who is heavily tied with Luke, and he used to have his own show. And I remember I watched Adam's show, and Luke pops up on there, and they do a whole skit and everything. And then so Adam Kokesh came out pretty violently, actually, towards people who were asking questions, and we still have those screenshots, and pretty much exposed himself. Now, a lot of people have been telling me about Adam Kokesh, and this guy cannot be trusted. He's shady, et cetera, et cetera. The cops busted in his doors. He's out a couple days later. All these weird things that you kind of see with the same cast of characters. Adam
Kokesh is another. He's another one of these same guys, and that's what we see here over and over in the Crowley cases. The connections to all these characters.
Questionable. Even Alex Jones too, to some extent too. And you guys know my feelings, my pro Alex Jones feelings and everything. But something like that, it really changed my whole mind, the way that Alex Jones treated this. But he just kept silent, kind of like how Luke is. But when Adam Kokesh, he was like out there just planning this stuff and just like saying, hey, you guys are pretty much crazy if you think this. How dare you, et cetera, all the same stuff we've been hearing. So,
well, also think about Mark Dice. Mark Dice is the same thing, and I know he's got a background, very, very colorful background. As much as he'll probably try and even say there's not, there's a colorful background there. Not even just between just him and We Are Change. It's also just you've also got his relationship with Alex Jones. So now you've got that almost a direct line to Luke Rudkowski.
Yeah,
going to Alex Jones. Okay, then you've got, Sean Wright and all these guys. And Sean Wright even applied, for, went in for an entry or whatever for Alex Jones's InfoWars. Yeah, there's a lot of shadiness going on. But then you've also got, what's his name? I don't remember the host's name. Awesome guy. Gary Franchi, that's it. Gary Franchi. He came out and said something. I think it was like once or twice about David Crowley. But it was only, it was only like once or twice. I know it was at least one time he did, but I think there was a second. But regardless, he was the only one that actually did say anything, and then we've got, of course, Alex Jones being asked directly on his show, basically just kept going until he said something about David Crowley. And he just eventually said, it was something along the lines, like kind of brushed off the side, like he's guilty. Yeah, whatever, I'm not supporting that or whatever. It's like, but he's not. As much as I'm with you on this. I'm pretty pro Alex Jones for the most part, but there's things about him that are just like, I've got questions. I've got a lot of questions. He's got a lot of intel, but it's like, could he be also? Because you look at his background, then you see where he goes, and he's got this personality. Then it shifts. It's the same kind of thing we see with all these guys that are attached to this. And then you've got the Roger Stone connection to him. You can make that almost go full circle to David. Does it have a direct line to David? Maybe not directly, but he does have at least an indirect.
Well, you have
at least consider.
You have the Patriot Truth Tellers, and then you have the Patriot Truth Tellers. And that's what we're seeing in this huge circle. They're only telling the truth to get paid. And they're not going out on a limb. They're not actually getting that truth out there, the real truth. They're only doing what their finance.
They only go so far with the truth. Yeah.
Yes.
Not to the finish line, but just enough to. Yeah.
And the David Crowley case is just never going to be in that category. So
It seems like it would fall in line with everything that they're
Absolutely.
talking about. That's what's the
Exactly.
weirdest about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is completely off limits.
Right.
David, that was a murder suicide, and that's it. Don't ask questions. Don't pass go. Don't even look at it.
Don't even look at it.
Well, it's the same.
Let the family grieve.
See, I like to go and put these things in the same category as you've got the Parkland shooting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Sandy Hook. I'm tiptoeing around that one, as I know people get sued over just even mentioning that. So I will tiptoe. I'm just going to say Sandy Hook. And then you've also got
a trigger word for YouTube. So be careful.
Well, exactly. That's why I just said just the term Sandy Hook. And then we've got David Crowley. We've got Ruby Ridge. We've got. I mean, there's a number of these types of cases like this where it's just like, what do we see here? Cover-ups. A lot of the time, that's where there's a lot of cover-ups. Sandy Hook. I mean, I can't say anything about it, of course, because damn it, YouTube. But but it's when we look at Parkland. There was news anchors actually getting interviews with people, and they said that there was another shooter there, right? I've got the footage of this. I have to dig for it, but I do have the footage of this where people are saying and these are students and teachers alike, both saying the same thing, that there was in fact another shooter there. Well, that's kind of weird. Why would there be another shooter? Then you've also got Stephen Paddock, that whole case.
Yeah.
I mean, that entire thing, there's more going on there. So, even just mathematically, when you look at the angle and all this, is he going to be able to hit those things? No, he couldn't hit those tanks very well. Not all of his guns are going to be able to, and I went and did extensive research on that just to go and figure that out. Is it possible? No. So not to mention, there's also people in the crowd saying the same thing. There was another shooter. We're seeing this type of thing.
There's video. There's tons of video that talk about all that stuff. How did this guy get all that all the guns, all the ammo? How did he get all that up there? I mean, there's so many questions, and it's like, why shouldn't we talk? Like, if we really want to figure out whether it's true, why shouldn't we talk about it? I don't think Sandy Hook should be this big thing. They're acting like, well, if you question it, then you're saying that it is a hoax, that nobody died, et cetera, all of that. And it's like, well, you know what? We need to question these things. Mm-hmm. We don't want these things to keep happening. You have to question this stuff. They questioned David Crowley's death. Did David fake his own death? Did they all fake their own deaths? Is that why people are being silent? Why they're not talking about it? Yeah. I don't think it should be off limits. Right. I don't know. If you had these same guys that are talking about these other stuff, if they were talking about the David Crowley case, would they be censored? Would they be sued? Et cetera, et cetera. I really don't know. I mean, the two things to me with Sandy Hook that really stood out is the video of the guy running through the woods. And he gets, the police put him into custody, and then it's just never mentioned ever. Again, it's never brought up. It's like, to me, I would start there. What happened with that? Right. And could this kid carry that much ammo and the gun and all that, weighing what he weighed? And none of that to me would convince me that it is a hoax or that it's not a hoax. But I mean, in order to find out what the truth is, this is what you do. You look at this stuff, you question this, and we're in this whole digital age now where people like us can sit here and talk about this and question it. And that is our right. That is our freedom to believe whatever we want. So the whole Alex Jones, what's happening with him, and I have not really kept up on it, or the Sandy Hook thing, really, to be honest with you, as much as I would like to, just because of time and because of other things happening. But I don't know what the big deal is, why it's like some off limits thing. I know it's being shadow banned, and I believe we're already being shadow banned. So I have no problem kind of going there. But it's like, if I even mention it, all of a sudden I'm saying that it's a hoax. It's this, it's that. It's like, I'm just asking these questions, these simple questions about this stuff. We're not even allowed to do that in some of these cases. So that's not freedom. No. Same with this case though too. It's like, that's all that we're doing. We're asking questions looking at where the evidence takes us. And it's like the more data requests, the more things that we do, the longer we keep the case open, the more information we're getting here. We've gotten information as just this past summer. I didn't think we were going to get that. I thought we'd get the 94 pages, 464 photos, and that's it. Done. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all we have. Even that shows that David didn't do it.
Right.
And then we get more data. And it's like, well, this just pretty much piles up to show David didn't do it. And it limits, the more data we find that David didn't do it, the more the possibility that he did just goes down and down and down. It's at negative zero. It's below freezing.
Right. Well, and the thing is, it's the more we expand on the timeline, and once again, got to just say thank you, Dan, for that. I appreciate the initial timeline, and Sophia and Catherine and Greg, of course, for helping me with that, and compiling and get more information. But the timeline, it's like I've been saying for a while now, that timeline is going to blow up in their face. It's not going to blow up in ours. It's going to blow up in their face. Metaphorically, of course, but it's one of those things that it's with the phone numbers, we can already track relationships. We can already see, were they talking or not? Were they actually in a pretty healthy relationship? Were they as close as they were saying? Were they as talking as often as they were claiming? Well, you can see they weren't. Then you've got his search history. Well, that's just proving he's invested in learning more about the Iraq War. He's looking how far back this goes. The thing is, anybody, I mean, if nobody's familiar with what he was looking up, then you're going to see, well, he's looking at these massacres. He's looking up these mass murders and things like this. And why would he do that? Why is he looking up the Iraq War? Oh, well, it's probably because he was a vet and all this. No. He had more reason than just that. He was there, so he got to witness some things. He got to hear stories. He got to hear all about this and see this, and before we even did. So he's doing his own investigation. You can see that's what he's doing, and the direct tie into these things. It's uncanny when you're in the know. You just know, right? And that's something I've been telling people for years now. Investigate, do your research on this. And when you're looking at what David's looking at, if you've done your research, you'll see the connections. And the thing is, none of this is proving David's crazy. None of this is proving that David has PTSD. None of this is proving anything negative towards David. It's literally showing he's investigating. Does he make it clear in his journals once we got that he's trying to move away from Gray State? Yeah, he wants to. He wants to go and get past it. He's got other projects he wants to go and get started on. He wants to get those going. But he wants to move away from Gray State. He's trying to go and push himself away. He's got his story going on. He wants to, he wants that going, get to Hollywood, make his money and all this, and, have a nice life for his family. Even that part where it's like, where he talks about sacrifices, his I think it was his child, or like time with child or whatever. It's the whole thing that he had to put so much time into Gray State that it took away from his time with his daughter. Do I do that? Yeah, I sacrifice my time so that way I can make better for my kids. There's no difference there, but that's the thing, is I think there's a lot of people also taking that out of context. So it's one of those things, I think that, with everything we've got, it just proves David's sanity for the most part. There's parts in there saying, what does he mean by this exactly? Could this be taken on a different path? Yes, possibly. But overall, everything we've got is just as you said. It's basically proven David completely innocent. What has he done? I believe at one point you even ask in your book too, well, does this, I believe it was after all the questions were asked, of course, does any of this stuff here prove there was a struggle? Does it? I mean, I would say to some degree, possibly. Some of the stuff looks like there could be the knife out, the bullets that are just all over. He's got the one bullet. It's the bullet, not even fired. Things like this. It's just like, plus asking the question of, was he left or right-handed? So I don't know if that was a later question or not. Still, my point here is this is showing that the police didn't know crap about what was going on. Really, they didn't. They tried to go and put something on David because, well, they couldn't, without a doubt, prove he did it.
Right.
You know, there was no way if they were to take him to court, he would have ate them for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and had some leftovers. Come on. They were screwed at that point. He's dead. He can't fight. He can't fight back. David could have proved his innocence. The thing is, that's why he's dead, I think, because, well, he can't fight back. These questions, God, they're a godsend. Really, they really are. Because they just show, what do the police know? You know, what are they willing to talk about? And like Dan pointed out earlier, there's a lot of legalese in there. And just like, why is there so much legalese? Are you trying to go and avoid some red tape here because you know you can't really say anything about it because maybe it's too close to the vest, or you know what's going on here? So,
yeah.
Well, even when Catherine was speaking with Detective Gummert on the phone, she told me that the captain was there giving him prompts on how to answer these questions.
Whoa.
So they don't talk about it without having somebody help them talk about the case.
Right.
And that should tell people everything in regards to this case.
Right. And the thing is, if this is really a case where somebody's guilty, they generally don't have a problem without, you know, even having a lawyer present. They can talk to you. This is an open and shut case. They'll talk to you. This is why he's guilty. Well, that's why he has his superiors surrounded him. It's because they're like, crap, I can't really talk about this without being watched here because, well, they've got an eye on the case. They still have an eye on it. By the way, do you know how long ago Catherine talked to Gummert about this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. How long ago? What?
Did Catherine speak to Gummert?
About 2.5, 3 years ago.
Okay.
So, and then he was gone for quite a few months after that. I don't know if he had took time off for surgery or what, but he was gone.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it was for a legit reason rather than trying to avoid. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope the same thing.
All right, let's get back on track here. I got to jump off the call in about 20 minutes. We got a lot to cover.
Sorry about that.
Question 16, did you ever speak to Anjum Alam? His answer was no. Now, that's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Question 17, I received a 94-page PDF document full of police reports. Are there any police reports that were excluded in the 94-page PDF? He answered, no.
Well, we know that's not true.
No, both those aren't true.
Well, yeah, and he does answer later on about, you know, he did actually speak with Anjum at some point. Dan, I know you did too.
I spoke with Officer Gummert May 16th directly on that year when we got the paperwork back on, was it 2015? And he said that he did. He was contacting him all the time. He was in communication. So my only question with this is as clear as a question as you can get. Did you ever speak to Anjum? And he said no. How do you screw that up? How do you misinterpret that? He says, no, I did talk to him.
Well, and this goes back down to one of the previous questions we just had where he was very, very clear and concise, you know, like basically a double no on the answer. And he's blatantly lying right here. I mean, whether it's quote unquote accidental or not, I mean, yeah, I would say it's probably not, you know. Pretty direct. He would have, you know, had time. I mean, it's via email, so he could literally just think, did I talk to him? You know, he has time to go and actually go and talk to his superiors. Did I talk to Anjum? They're telling me no, so I'm going to say no. It's like, but did you? You would know if you did.
And this was, you know, the word speak. Maybe he meant, you know, I didn't speak to him, but I was emailing him every day.
Right. It's where it comes to semantics.
The point of the question is, Sidra herself came on an interview and said that I'm the point of contact for the Alam family. Sidra said this, the sister of Kamel. She said, everything's coming through me. So that's also why we asked him just to say, are you in communication with the father? No. Well, he says, yeah, I'm communicating with him all the time. So now we got Sidra. What's the truth? Yeah. So,
Well, as far as the police reports, which ones do you think were excluded in this? What reports would have been excluded?
Well, we didn't have the BCA reports. We didn't.
But those wouldn't count. Those wouldn't count as the police reports, right? As far as just police report for question number 17.
Apple Valley Police Department.
Yeah, for the Apple Valley police reports, I couldn't find any evidence that there were any missing. But obviously, if they're missing, I wouldn't know that they were missing because I haven't seen them. So I don't know. It's kind of a double-edged
I think this
sword.
question comes in, Greg, also because some other justice group pages were saying that we have the full information and you guys only have the summary pages. You guys only have the summary.
Gotcha.
We have the full police report. So I think that's in the spirit of this question was, what are we missing? Is there other people that have all the reports from Apple Valley Police that we've been hearing about? The people saying that our justice page is a fraud. They said, we've got them all. You guys only have the summary, a very small summary. We have hundreds of pages. So we asked him, are we missing anything? He says, no, you have it all. So once again, it answers multiple questions. Who's lying?
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
In regards to summaries, that is just a technical word that they're using for each little thing that they add to the police report. These police reports look just like the other police reports that I've received from Apple Valley and another police department in Minnesota. They all look very similar, and I have received the files from 2 different cases in Minnesota besides David Crowley's. So what we have is the actual police reports. It's not just summaries. That's just a technical for every little notation made on the case. And so
yeah, I remember some people were trying to say that the supplemental reports, that's all that we have. But it's like, well, the supplemental reports are based on the actual police report. So it's all tied in together. But the only thing we don't have, I feel like, is the transcripts of what when the police talk with people, the ones that they did record, which doesn't seem like it was all of them, but I think that type of stuff we don't have. You know, who actually said what? Okay, question answer, which Sophia, you also got on that other case, and that's what we were kind of hoping for. And I know Dan has asked for some of that stuff, and they weren't willing to give him any of it.
Yeah,
not even the dash cam footage.
I just found that very odd because I didn't even ask for the recordings in the other case, which was handled by the same detectives that handled the David Crowley case. And I got the recordings for that other case.
Are we talking about Pencock?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good tie-in right there. I like it.
Yeah. And
real police work versus no police work.
Yeah, exactly. In that case, I actually believe that it was a murder-suicide. Everything flowed. It matched the photos. And I'm like, wow, okay, this is believable. And, you know, we have recordings and everything. They gave us everything that they did for that case, except autopsies. They didn't do BCA work, so that they couldn't give me what they didn't have. But with this case, there's so many questions, and
BCA was called in so quickly too.
Yeah, it was.
So why was it called on Pencock? That's my question. It would be under the exact same category, except it's just another murder on top of the initial suicide.
That one, they had a neighbor who called it in who had heard the whole thing. And so they were pretty sure that it was a murder-suicide. And then for this one, I guess because it had gone, their bodies had not been found for quite a while, they had to go in there as a suspicious death first. I don't know. I'm guessing on this. I don't know why the BCA wasn't called out for the other case. I honestly. But when I did ask for that information, they said no, they didn't do any of the DNA or anything like that. So.
Question 18 is very
Yes.
similar to this as well. It kind of ties in because we're asking these questions not only to get answers, but because we've also been ridiculed in our group for not having all the info. So we're asking him, question 18, I received 464 images from the Apple Valley Police Department after filling out their disclosure request form. How many images were possibly withheld? Hundreds? Thousands? End of question, right there. Because there are groups that were telling to us that you don't have all the photos. We got the photos. You don't have all the photos. There are so many that weren't out there. Well, he answers hundreds. Now, what we can assume is there were some of the gruesome ones that we can't show in public of the bodies. Those are withheld. That makes sense. That's a given. They're not going to present that to us. They're not going to give us the gruesome ones, the grotesque ones. We're not asking for those. Our question at the time was, where is the photo of the gun in the room on the floor? Where was the weapon? That's a photo of the weapon. That's not gruesome. That's not grotesque. Why was that withheld? And so this is where we got onto this whole topic of the gun. Where was the gun? We don't mind if you withhold the gruesome photos. That's part of your job. You have control to do that. We were saying, where was the gun lying? The only image we have on a gun is sitting on a table on a nightstand or wherever that was in the living room. And that's obviously not where it landed. So but he did say hundreds. So what's your take on that, Greg?
Yeah, hundreds. I was kind of expecting that. I know because Tom Lydon had said, they received, hundreds of photos and this and that. And so, yeah, hundreds is not that shocking. I was just glad it wasn't thousands. Because I figure, well, the more that images that they have, the more possibilities that they may have a photo of the living room ceiling, of the hole in that living room ceiling, which they did not have. So, I mean, hundreds is still a lot of photos to withhold. So just hundreds of photos of gruesome stuff. Is that why it was withheld? I mean, why withhold hundreds of different photos? I guess that was the big thing. And I don't know. I still don't know why.
The point on this was, you're right, Greg. It was the Tom Lydon Fox 9 news report that spun this question, and the previous one. He said in his interview, I think that he said he had 1,500 pages of police reports from Apple Valley Police Department. I think that's what caused our question number 17.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How can he have 1,500 when there's only 94? We asked Gumbert, how many others that are out there that we missed other than 94? He says none. And then I think the photos, Tom Lydon also said that I saw all the photos, all these things. Well, which ones did you get that we didn't? Well, he said there's hundreds withheld, but it still comes to be the same thing. We've got inconsistencies is the word.
Yeah. My question is why is he more privileged to have that than we are?
Well, that's what was weird is Tom Lydon was showing photos that we didn't have, that were not part of the 464 photos. So I was like, okay, well, how many more do they have? Tom Lydon also said that it was given out mistakenly, and he insinuated that he actually was given photos of the three bodies, very gruesome photos too. So
well, the clarification on that, and that's a good point. Officer Gumbert told me directly that there was a mistake, an administrative mistake, that gave him the full CD of all the details to Tom Lydon. That should not have gone out to him. That was a mistake. He did admit to that. He shouldn't have got that one. There's a version that we got, and everyone who files FOIA requests, and that version, that CD of the photos and the 94 pages should have been what he got. He got the full Monty. That's where this started all coming in from. And Gummert said that he apologized. He shouldn't have. There was an administrative clerical mistake that he got the whole thing. And what was most important for that was there was blood written on the wall, Allah Akbar. And that was one of those photos, which to me, there's nothing gruesome. There's nothing unsavory about that. There's nothing grotesque. There's blood writing on the wall. So why didn't we get even those ones? So they were withholding other things as well. The Muslim angle ones were withheld. And so.
In regards to the, wanting to have the gun photo in situ, for the other case that I was researching that happened in the Apple Valley area and that was investigated by the same team, I got photos, about 7 to 9 of them, of the gun in situ for that other case.
Yep. And that's typically what you would get in a crime scene. You'd have 4 or 5 photos of just the gun, different angles, everything. We didn't get a one.
Yeah.
And it was not lying by the bodies. It was several inches away from David's left hand. And like we said, you can crop it out. You can scan it. You can blur his hand if you want. We just want the photo of the gun.
Yeah.
So that was withheld. Why? Why would the gun be withheld? And so those are just, I think those are honest questions. Very fair questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very curious the way you answered too with it. It's why would they withhold so much? Like I said, we know for a fact there would not have been hundreds of pictures of the bodies like this. And if there was, well, then I have questions why they took so many damn pictures of the bodies when it wasn't really like I understand getting like few angles of the bodies each, but
even if there's 20 photos of each of the bodies in different angles, that's 20, 40, that's 60. He says hundreds with an S. I would guess there's 10 or 15 maybe of each body, and that's maybe 45 photos that we don't want to see. I'm not interested in seeing those. Right. He said he withheld hundreds of photos.
I know. Yeah.
That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, it's not all those photos can be grotesque. And like you just said, if it has a picture of the bodies in it, we just want a picture of the gun. We want to see where was it when they got in there. Is this the same gun that was actually set up there or not? Well, we know that. You can see that now with the photo, but it's just kind of weird why they wouldn't, like Sophia was saying, she was able to take a look at the Pencott case and be able to see where the gun was at, different angles and all that. So why wouldn't they do this for this? Doesn't make any sense.
And
I'm sure he'll. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and just for the record, for the listeners, over time, we have received a lot more photos. I mean, probably all the ones that are available, besides the ones of the bodies. And we have made those available for the group and for anybody researching the case.
Right.
But years ago that these questions were asked.
Sure. Yeah. And having the photo that we have now that does show the bodies and does show where that gun was found, as long as the Apple Valley City attorney has not confirmed that is an actual photo. No. Hopefully they will. And but if that is a real photo, it shows exactly what we've been asking for years. Where was a gun found? Where was the barrel pointed, et cetera, et cetera. This image gives you all of that. How close to the hand, exactly. And it does seem to match within a couple feet or one foot that they say. So it does seem to match that. And it's like, this is not a big deal, guys. Why are you withholding? There's no reason to withhold this. I mean, it doesn't help their case because we know David is right-handed. It doesn't help their case because when you look at where the gun was fired, where the bullet landed, where they say the bullet traveled from generally west to east or something like that. So it maybe doesn't line up with whatever they're trying to say. Maybe that's why they were withholding it. But other than that, I really don't see any reason to withhold it. And if somebody has it, if people were given that, and if it's public data, then we should have been given that too. So hopefully we'll get some clarification on that soon.
Now, the next question is very interesting, Greg. Number 19 for Gummert is it possible to get the censored images that will help prove 3 bodies were found at the Crowley residence on January 17th, 2015? His answer is no. So obviously he said no. We were expecting him to say no, but it's one of those situations that you're not going to know the answer until you ask the question. So we had to ask it. This came in light of many people or many other groups and many other folks that said that this whole thing was a hoax and no one was killed at all. They were all possibly mannequins found at the body at the scene, or 3 people, for instance, homeless individuals that resembled them, killed, put in their place to make it look like they were the ones killed and not really Cobell, David, and Rania. And so these were swirling at the same time as we never got to see what was going on. So I think that's why that question was asked as well. Was there a triple homicide, first of all? And was it David and Cobell? People thought maybe they're off on a desert island somewhere, a remote island, and living the high life and faked their own deaths. So this at least gives us the answer there. Well, it doesn't really give us the answer, but he says, no, you're not gonna see it. All right, question 20. Is it possible to get the medical examiner's report or BCA reports in addition to what has already been provided? His answer is you'll have to contact them. Fair enough. These agencies are really going to watch their own, first of all, right? Take their own agency under their wing, and they're not going to do any effort, put any effort forth for another agency. They're going to say, you know how to contact them. Get it yourself. Fill out a FOIA request. It's not our job. And so that didn't surprise us too much, right?
Right. I think one of the big things here is this kind of falls in line with what they were giving to the public. They were giving 94 pages, whereas Tom Lydon says he had, 1,500 pages. With that, okay, maybe the 1,500 pages included the medical examiner report. Maybe they included the BCA. From this question, from number 20, what I gather is that that's all a part of a different data request from different people. So what is this 1,500 page thing that he's talking about? Unless he's including the photos, which even then it's not going to come out to 1,500 pages, even if you include those photos. So it's like, this just kind of confirmed to me that the 1,500 pages or whatever that Tom Lydon got, the BCA reports, which there's a lot of data, there's if you calculate the one that Dan got, the one that we got later on, that's almost 1,000 pages just by itself. There's some crossover. Yeah.
I don't think that Tom Lydon would have got the data dump that we received. Because
that's from the BCA.
Generate
right?
that one.
Yeah.
Specifically for me, and it took almost a year.
Okay.
So I honestly don't think that he received that. I think it was a combination of the redacted, the full, probably the DNA results, everything, the search warrants, all that.
Yeah. But still, a lot of that wouldn't really come out unless they include the phone records or stuff like that. Maybe probably. That would come out to the 1,500 pages, but. That's why I wanted to ask specifically about the police reports, but this, also just, so I think number 20 just confirmed for me that if you put in a data request with the Apple Valley, you're not going to get the BCA reports and you're not going to get the medical examiner reports.
Gotcha, makes sense. Fair enough. And the final question. Question 21. What did you find within hours after arriving at the crime scene that led you to believe David Crowley was guilty of a double murder suicide? End quote. That's the question. What did you find? His answer was assessment of scene. Thoughts, William?
Oh, man. Well, that just shows he's not capable of critical thinking or even looking at a crime scene at all, really, because it's pretty obvious David didn't do it. We could see all sorts of different things. This guy would have more experience with firearms than I would. Sure, I'll give him that. I don't own a gun, but this guy, he's a police officer, so he's had training and all this. He would most likely have knowledge of the firearm. I would at least argue that to some degree. And to see where the gun was at, to see where all the bullet casings were at, doesn't really line up. And now I know there's those out there that'll say, well, Paleo could have kicked him around, could have moved him around. Okay, yeah, that's taking a stretch here. I'm not going to go along with that really at all, because there's a lot of bullet casings that were just like, they're off to the right. They look like they hadn't really moved. Like they were just there. They dropped. They that's where they bounced to. They were there.
That's 150 pounds paleo moving. No, sorry, not buying.
Right. And so that's the thing. It's like, you've got the location of the gun, you got the lack of blood, you've got all sorts of other things there. Like the bullet trajectory is obvious which way the bullets went up, which ones went down. It's the guy's not very capable. He honestly should probably quit that. He's not very good at his job. At least we can see it through this. Now we look at Pencock, we can see he knows how to do his job. And so did he really get that much extra training on homicide? From David to Pencock? I mean, that's when we got to look at the cases. How many homicides were happening for him to actually be able to do his job effectively on Pencock, but not on David's? Was he new to being a detective on David's case? This to me, it's him just automatically making an assessment well before he should have. He didn't, like I said, he didn't question bullet trajectory, didn't look at blood spatter. He didn't look at the lack of blood. You got those that are saying, well, with all the blood that would have been there, it would have, been soaked up in the floor and all this. Well, then what about through that other hole that would have been there? Blood would have been downstairs. Where's the blood? Where's the blood soaked into the wood? Where's that? I'd like to see that. Where's the blood in the carpet? Well, we see that it looks like body fluid is all that looks like that's there. Why were the bodies moved? It's.
Well, the question that I have, and I think this is fair, kind of touch on your point, William, and then I got to jump off in about 5 minutes, was Officer Gummert's background as a detective so good that he rose up through the ranks and then became the sergeant of that group because he was such a good detective? Or did he get a promotion elsewhere and was a traffic cop and then got a promotion to be a sergeant of the detective unit? And that's more of a police officer question. Does that happen? Would you get promoted and get a job and inserted to a spot where that's not your forte?
That's a good question.
I don't know. Now, the opposite of that, the offset to that is, if I was to walk in and look at the scene at the Crowley house and any armchair investigator, of course it looked like David did it. And in a couple hours later, you would assume that he did. But what they're taught as homicide detectives is treat everything as a homicide until you start ruling things out that it is a suicide. Even in suicide cases, you're supposed to treat it initially as a homicide. That's what that's 101. I'm not even in law enforcement. I know that.
Right.
You have to treat it as a homicide until the evidence leads you to a suicide. So the fact that he said right away and made public in the press releases essentially is, we're treating this as a double homicide suicide. And that is not good at all, the fact to even say that. But I also think that they were protecting what they felt was the citizens of Apple Valley by saying there's not a killer on the loose. We don't want anyone scared that the killers are out there. Well, that's also poor because the killers are out there and have been now for 7 years. And so it's, once again, it's out to save face. It's to save respect for the department. They're doing everything they can to show that they're good. And the problem is that they're not. And that's why when I honestly left that review on their Facebook page, a review on the Facebook page for the Apple Valley Police Department, 1 through 5 stars. What do you think? I did 1 star. I said, I hope they get the education and training they need to beef up their skills, because the Crowley case in particular was horribly done. I did 1 star, posted, and it went public. That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
And then they banned you, right? Or after that,
they pulled it off. They pulled it down. It was removed. 2 weeks later, that review 2 weeks later was deleted. And so I asked Gummert himself personally, who in your department is deleting comments for your customer satisfaction for your department? You're a business like any other business.
Public, right?
Ratings there, whether you run a deli or a restaurant or a manufacturing company. Your ratings are what people think of you. That's their opinion. It's supposed to be left open for 1 stars, favorable, unfavorables. Greg, you've got a book out there. I'm sure people have left unfavorable reviews. It's not your job to now start censoring the ones that are unfavorable.
Right.
I wasn't giving them a shot either, as far as just dissing them. It honestly was, I thought, a 1 star. Their department's a 1 star. I don't like them. I don't think they did a good job. Now, did they do it on purpose, and were they covering things up on purpose? Who knows? I can't answer to that. But what they did in the Crowley case was not what I would call quality at any level. And so let's just left them an honest return, a rating.
Well, I mean, this is the way I like to look at it. You brought up armchair detectives and things like this. My very first stream I did on the case, it was pretty obvious to me. I watched a Gray State. It was obvious he didn't do it. They made it obvious. Yet people are trying to say that it's obvious he did it. Well, how is it obvious? Because when you're presented with everything, you can see he didn't do it. So I'll catch you later, Dan.
All right. See you guys.
Thanks, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
It's
always good to have Dan there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Still hoping we can talk finances on the financial reports. Hopefully we'll be able to do that. But when it comes down to this, it's like, if I can do it, I mean, I'm just the average Joe. I can look at this case. I'm sure you guys did a lot of the same things. You guys look at this case and be like, no, David didn't do it. There's no way. Just the initial look. Yeah, he didn't do it. I'm sure you guys did too. I'm sure there's others that have as well. Just looked at it and like, well, it's impossible. David could not have done this. And that's without even having to do heavy research on the gun or his training on, the bullet trajectory, and actually like looking at different parts about the crime scene, actually breaking it down, almost down to the molecular level on this. Like you could look at it and see he didn't do it, but yet they're still adamant. So that just tells me, like going back on the quality of service, there's still a government agency. And we know that our government loves to go and cover things up. Look how long Vietnam was covered up for. Did they actually start it? No, we did. That came out with FOIA requests. We got to see that. Gulf of Tonkin was BS.
Yeah.
So, it's the same thing with this. So when they're a government agency, to expect them to not delete a bad review, I would expect them every single time. Look what they did on YouTube. Crying out loud, you can't even listen to the resident in chief's thing and actually be like, oh, I didn't like what you have to say here. Disabling comments. It's so different. They've been censoring for a long time here.
Yeah, they even took the dislike away. So
yeah, and people went above and beyond. We're like, well, fine then. Comments, dislike. YouTube's like, well, let's remove that too.
People will find a way. They'll find a way.
Oh yes, they have the will to do so, and they're going to do it.
So that's why I can't see the dislikes anymore.
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
they took it away.
They took it away. Is it that bad?
It's still negative. It's safe
you're
space.
You're just not to see it.
Right. Okay.
Safe space for people now.
Why even have it? Why not just not have? I think because when Facebook started, they had a dislike too, and they just completely took it off of Facebook.
Yeah.
It's to give you the illusion that you have a choice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, it all comes down to freedom, and our government, since Piss Pants took office, he
cat number 2.
Yeah. Before he pooped himself even. It's the whole, they've been censoring us. You guys look back at the Patriot Act, things like this. This took place before David. We're looking at, PNAC. We're looking at all these other things that are going on. And, you got all these other people that are like, hey, this isn't okay. We got September 11th, all this happened. What is David looking at here? Right. And, it's the same reason why I still think there's a cover up. And I think the police, I think they knew full well. I think they're doing their minimum amount. They're taking minimum steps with this. So, I think this is also, we got to see Pencock. So we got to see comparison. Why wasn't that taken more seriously like Pencock was? It was brushed under the rug a lot. And That's the problem I have with this entirely, is the fact that it looks like it was just brushed under the rug. They're trying to just get away from it, get the public eye off it. Sorry, I keep coming full circle on that one, but it's what happened, and it's BS. Really irritates me.
Well, Pencock is it's very obvious what happened in that case, and you can see it, the whole evolution of the case and everything. And it's like, okay, that's what happened. I have the recordings, I have the gun photos, everything lines up with the police reports. And then you go to this case and you're just like, wait a minute, the bodies were laying like how? And you see a sketch, but the sketch isn't lining up to the descriptions that the officers are giving.
Right.
And, it's like, okay, where was the gun? And a lot of people get this confused because they think that the gun is actually on that bookcase when the officers come in. They don't realize that the gun was supposedly found by David's left knee, I guess, in that general area on the carpet. And because we don't have an actual photo of that.
Right.
The only photos that we have are on that bookcase thing by the Christmas tree.
Right.
And, so anyway, it's just a very confusing case. And here comes.
Well, see, for me, I don't think it's as much really confusing. It's pretty obvious, just like Pencock. I would even argue more so than Pencock. Pencock was very, very obvious. But when it came to this case, it was just like, I looked at it, and the minute I got to go and see, okay, well, here's where we get to see where the bodies were claimed to have been at, right? Where we got to see the staining, it's obvious. It becomes very obvious. You can see movement of these bodies. And it's not because, this whole, I know other people put out this whole thing. Well, when people die, their bodies move. Ooh. No, they do, but not to an extreme amount like these.
Exactly. There is slight movement because of the whole
putrefaction. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And
no problem.
Going through that whole process of decay, but it's not drastic. Right.
Well, and even then, so as I know that people bring up this whole bug issue with that too, because that's also going to help with decay process, just like mold will and mildew and things like this. Well, it's kind of weird about how if you look at unfortunately, I have to bring up the whole details of a photo, but there is a photo of the bodies out there.
Yes.
And if you were to look at Renia, she's got what appears to be either mold or mildew growing on her, while the other two don't have any. Now, the thing is, their bodies at that point, they would both be having, with the amount she had, they would have had some growing on them. There was none on them. Okay. Now, I looked and looked and looked. I couldn't find an ounce of it. And, we don't have every angle, so that's fine. But I looked as much as I could because some of the photos did have pieces of the bodies available for us to see. And this is what they gave us. Like you can see the hand of David, where it's skeleton, where it's literally skeletonizing. You've got a picture where you can see Kamel Kamel's upper body, with the couch and all this, and then you can see part of David's lower, I think it's from his knees or maybe a little above, right onto his thighs, down. You can see all that because of the angle.
Any thoughts on the
questions?
The last, just the very last one here. My only thing that I would want to make on this one for 21 is, it was a pretty clear question. What did you find within hours? Within hours, I specifically wanted to know that because within hours they're claiming this, right. And so it isn't like okay, it took me a whole year to assess this scene or to figure out that they did it. I want to make it very clear. Why are you guys saying within hours that David is guilty? And it's the assessment of this scene. So it's like when you walk into this scene within hours, we've seen a lot now. We've finally seen, the photos where the gun was. We've seen the body photos where the placement was, and looking at all of that, I mean, I don't understand how someone would walk in, especially a trained police officer, would walk in and say that this is a double murder suicide, case closed, almost, kind of thing. That really stuck out to me, and that bothered me then. That still bothers me now. But that's why I specifically phrased this question like that, to say, like, within a few hours, why are you guys accusing this guy? Like, what did you see when you walk into this crime scene? What could you have possibly seen that would show you that David Crowley is guilty? And the answer to me, and this is also the reason why I put this last. The answer to me is one of the strangest answers that I've ever seen.
Everything that I have looked at in regards to, and I was trying to pull up this particular quote. I've looked at textbooks for crime scene investigation, blood spatter, forensics. I have textbooks on all of those, and they were all saying the very same thing about you don't go in with a closed mind. You look at everything. The autopsy, just everything. And you take that into account. You are looking at the whole entire case. And
this is why they suck. Just saying.
And here they're just saying they looked at the crime scene within 2 hours. Their assessment said that he was guilty. We didn't take other things into factor, but
yeah, they're a crappy police department.
Yeah,
they
it.
Suck.
That's literally it.
Yeah, 1 star, I'd give them like -20. They suck. Like bad. I mean, they make I've mostly looked at a lot of Portland cases, if I'm being honest, because I live here. So, and the police department we have in Portland, far better than Apple Valley. Apple Valley's crap. I've looked at other states and looked at how they handled their cases as well, and they didn't fumble this hard. This was just like almost like just straight up, just like, I don't want to say negligence, but just like they suck. They really, really suck. And at this point, I think I would have, if I were the police chief, I would have fired them all. I would have been like, no, unless there was some reason for, for keeping them around, but I don't see any good reason to keep them around. They suck that bad. But Pencock, they proved that they are capable.
I kind of see it the other way, really. Even in the Pennock case, they also missed a bullet there too. But when you look at the first
treadmill. It was
in the treadmill. The treadmill, right? I mean, nobody's going to look in a treadmill.
The officers even got awards for their investigation of this case.
Yeah, that's true. They did a terrible job.
That's true, but that looks like hush money to me.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look, it's like the more documents that we got, the more that I feel like the police should be on our side, and that they could be, and they could be silenced, and they could just be told at the very top, you know what, you guys, this is what we're going with. This is it. I mean, even if you just look at when the first press release came out, from that point, like, or the second one, not the first one. The first one just talked about quote unquote suspicious activity or whatever, suspicious, whatever it was. The second one, when that second one came out and pretty much said that this was a double murder suicide, it pretty much hogtied any of the investigators who wanted to do their job, whether they wanted to or not. At that point, like, you're going to go against your captain, you're going to go against your chief.
Yeah, good luck on that one.
I would expect, the whole point of those higher ups are to kind of be the filter and say, wait a minute, you guys missed this, you guys missed that or something. It doesn't look like the police missed anything. It looks like it got to that point where it was just like, well, this is what we're going with. But they were never really, it doesn't seem like they were really told to, they weren't pushed to really look for anybody else. It was always just, I felt like the police were always pushed to just look for what proves David Crowley guilty. They spent a lot of time trying to prove that, and definitely failed. And even after failing, it was just like, that's why I don't believe there was any final police report or any final, okay, this is what happened step by step, like we've seen in other cases. It was just kind of shut down, silence. And I really believe that's why Detective Gummert was like, look, we're not talking about this. He was probably told we're not talking about this, and forgot that he had already told me that he would talk about it after.
Yeah. And so that's why, he was probably being told, okay, you're going to run this by us, and then we're going to go and we're going to give you your answers. We're going to tell you how you can answer. I mean, it felt that way. I'm not even going to argue that that's definitely what that looks like what's going on with Gummert. But at the same time, like I said, with Pencock, we got to see they can work. They're not the best detectives by any means. I would even argue they're still, they're just like mediocre at best. I wouldn't say they're great, but it's the whole, we got to see they can work cohesively. We know they can show there's communication between each of the detectives on their team. We got to see all this. They can work cohesively and all have the same answer. With this, it just doesn't seem like they all have the exact same answer, just like how, like they all have the same conclusion.
Yeah.
But I think they have a different route on how they took it to get to that point. And I think that will be an interesting one to do is to ask them individually. So how do you think this all occurred? Right. I can almost guarantee they're all going to have a slightly different story. It'll probably be more slight. I want to say that way, more slight than how, Danny August Mason, Hendricks, and Sean Wright all, like, how different their stories are. I can almost guarantee it's not going to be like how vastly different it was with those. They all have the same conclusion too, for the most part. David did it, end of the day, David did this. But when it came down to, just how it all happened, then you start getting the whole pack theory, and then you get the whole, David just snapped, right?
Well, even the police don't have it written down as a pack theory.
Right. And the thing is,
because that would make it a double suicide and a murder, right?
Right.
Not a double murder suicide.
Correct. So it's one of those things that it's just, they're trying to say David snapped, and then they're trying to play the PTSD card. That's what it felt like.
Yeah.
That he was taking in too much conspiracy theories, and he just cracked, and along, that coupled with his quote unquote PTSD that he apparently had, even though Mitch Heil was like, no, he didn't have it, he would know what that looks like. And he was just like, he didn't have it, but yet coupled with that alleged PTSD, then that caused him to snap, lose sight of reality, since, he was obviously taking mushrooms, and the marijuana was playing a huge influence on his life. It wasn't. He makes it very clear in his journals, so they didn't read that either, obviously. Yeah, I wouldn't even say they didn't really skim it very well, which they suck at skimming. If that was skimming, they're terrible. They should learn to read better. Just saying. But when it comes down to it, there was so much missed, and all these claims that the police department made were inherently false. Just all they had to do was just look at the facts, and they'd be able to see it. And I think you might be onto something. Maybe their hands were tied. And they very well could have been. The captain's saying this and the chief is saying this. So do we go against it, or do we, risk losing our job and being humiliated and ridiculed? Possibly worse. Some police departments do that. So, or do we just kind of just go along with the narrative and, keep our jobs, possibly get a recommendation, or not a recommendation, but commendations. And I think they just kind of just took the better offer is what it was.
Yeah.
No, it's really not. I'm too giddy for this case.
Test 1 2, testing 1 2 3, test 1 2, test 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3, 1 2 3, 1 2 3.
Trying to beat the clock here. Get this podcast recording. But this podcast went really long, by the way. The first one with Detective Gummert also went long, too. That one is 2 hours, 17 minutes. You can see most of them about 1 hour. I mean, the bonus shows are different, not counting the bonus shows, but pretty interesting stuff there. So for everyone who has seen it, who has listened to it, I appreciate that. Appreciate all of you taking some time out to listen to the Gray Stage podcast. Just looking at some of the numbers and how we did in 2021, and we're up, I think, as listenership, like 75% up. So, I mean, the more we do it, the more people are tuning in. And
welcome to another episode of the podcast for the Gray Stage. I'm Dan Hennon. We're joined here with Greg Fernandez Jr., the author of the book, The Gray Stage. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you, Dan. Always glad to be here.
Well, it's interesting. We've done this now once a month, going through your book. We're on year 3, Greg. This is episode number 25. We've done one per month for the last two years, and now we find ourselves on chapter 12. We've completed 11 chapters of your book by going through and reading it and having dialogue. Very interesting. Now we're on chapter 12. It's called The Sister of Comel. And we get into Sidra today. And for those of you following along in the book, it's page 105 in the soft copy of the book. So we'll start off with that. And what I'll do, Greg, is read the first couple of paragraphs, and then we could chat about it.
Sure. Sounds good.
An interesting, once again, the book here, Gray Stage, by Greg Fernandez Jr., talking about the Crowley case in Apple Valley, Minnesota. We're starting off first with the section called The Presence. The Presence. We're not talking gifts here. We're talking presence with the E-N-C-E. Not the gifts at the front stoop, but presence. Because we get into some paranormal activity in this chapter. All this happens before the killings and whatnot. But I'll go ahead and get us started here. In 2011, Comel's sister Sidra stayed overnight at David and Comel's apartment. Now, they were living in Minneapolis in an apartment. They weren't in their Apple Valley home just yet, because I think they moved in to that home in December of 2013. So this is all prior to that. They were in an apartment. Sidra slept in Ranya's room. In the middle of the night, Sidra woke up when she heard Ranya crying and screaming. Whatever it was that Ranya saw in her bedroom that night, Sidra saw it too. Up until that point, Sidra did not believe paranormal activity was real. That changed when Sidra saw a presence standing by the door. She said, quote, "So I figured it was David," end quote. Sidra explained to me. "And I called his name," she says, "but it didn't move. It just stood there. I freaked out," Sidra continued, "and ran out the door and went to their room, and I saw David on the ground praying. He said he felt the energy was off that night. He told us to go in the room, and he chanted some stuff from the Bible. And some of Ranya's toys went flying and hit the walls." So this is very interesting, Greg. Number one, we get that Sidra does not believe in paranormal activity, but now she does after this episode. She said she saw a presence. She believes it was whatever Ranya saw and was crying as well. Now Ranya would have been, boy, two years old here?
Yeah, because she was born in what, 2009, August of 2009. So, yeah,
So
about 2
very,
years.
very young. And they were living in an apartment. She saw a presence. And then David responded with, yeah, the energy was off that night. So he was not surprised by it, evidently. And he was on the floor praying. And I take that as I'm envisioning he was probably on his knees by the bed or something praying. Is that what you took from it, or did she say something else about being on the floor?
Yeah, that was pretty much what I took. I don't know if he was in the room, the living room, or somewhere. I wasn't really sure exactly where David was, but yeah, that he was on the ground praying. And I was even wondering if that's what caused things to kind of move. Like once he started praying, and why was he praying? He didn't know that he didn't see the presence, as far as we know. So how did he know what happened with Sidra? So some of the time, because she was just very brief about telling me all of this stuff, and this was all supposed to be included in a gray state. So this was some of the stuff that was taken out, according to what Sidra said. This was taken out of that film. So that would have been curious to see that in the film too.
Now, I think there's two things here. Is one is Eric Nelson in the film was going to use this as another reason that things were happening, paranormals act, this was just crazy things happening to the couple.
Right.
In other words, making them almost crazy. And so that was to help sell that. But we found out later that this has nothing to do with the murders or the killings, because we've got the actual evidence with the bullets and whatnot that took place. So this is just background information that helps the case and the story. Sidra was living with her parents in Hewitt, Texas. So she was up to Minnesota to visit and then stayed in the bedroom with her, but with Rania. But very interesting. Now, when things are flying off the walls and toys were flying off the walls, I'm assuming they were on the cupboard or on a shelf or something and flying around. That's not something easily made up or imagined. In my belief, that was real paranormal activity that took place in that room that night, regardless of what happened. If people believe it or not, that was a paranormal event. And very strange. Now, we know also that David was brought up and was Christian and believed in the Bible and whatnot, even though later we find out about all the Muslim angle and everything else. But he was praying, and then it started acting weird. So that all makes sense to me as far as events that would potentially take place. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty interesting that it all happened in 2011 too. I had thought for some reason 2013. So this is like what, 1 year, 2 years after David is out of service too.
He's out of the service. They're married. They've got the baby, and they're staying they're living in an apartment in Minneapolis, and this stuff was happening. So who knows? But what surprises me here is the fact that David said that the energy seemed off. So it also seemed to me like he was not surprised at this. He was not shocked. He started chanting some things. That's maybe something that he's done in the past, and maybe it's something that he's dealt with or encountered, that he seemed to know what to do. So,
yeah, I would have been freaked out. I've never seen anything like that, never experienced anything like that. So they all seem very calm. And even when David talks about some of that stuff in his journal, just very calm. Even when Kamel, except for the one time where she's kind of, a little bit freaking out or whatever. But most of the time in the two of the three clips that we have seen of Kamel talking about this stuff, she seems pretty calm too. It doesn't seem like this is the first, like you said, it doesn't seem like it's the first time this has happened. They kind of know what to do, and it's something that they just kind of dealt with.
Yeah, it would be nice to know more of the background of that, but it's neither here nor there at the same time. But it's important to put in the book because it was put in the movie, and then later when the Alam family found out how it was being used and portrayed to make Kamel look crazy, and then they did not agree to go into that in the film and not to be part of it, they had to go back and cut this section out. Eric Nelson, that is.
Right.
And then they filled it in with something else. But this was evidently supposed to be part of the film. Interesting. Now it says, further on, the Crowley family then moved across the hall to see if the presence would follow them there.
Mm.
Now, my only question there is does that mean that they moved and signed a new lease in the apartment building and got a new room and a new key and moved next door and actually lived in a different room, a different unit of that apartment? I guess that's what it's saying, but it'd be nice to get information on that too, because with presence and paranormal activity, mainly it's either in a building or in a room, and it does not follow. It does not follow you. So they knew once again right away to, hey, let's move and see if it follows us. And so they moved.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. This, I mean, I haven't read this in a while, obviously, but yeah, to see if it followed them there. So was this like the first incident that they had kind of had, or had they gotten to the point where they're like, you know what, we need to get out of this place and see if it follows us here, follows us to some other place. So that's pretty interesting that they actually moved across the hall. I would have moved out of the state or something, but
if something like that happened, yes. And for the most part, there is maybe, I don't know if you call them 3 types of paranormal things that may come into your house or home. Someone just acting nefarious, doing strange things. And then you may get a dark entity or something that's negative, evil almost. It sounds like almost like what this was. Or it may have just been a spirit, if you will, waiting to cross over. I don't know how you put it, but sometimes there's just things like that go on in a house that are just doing strange things. This seemed like more evil or bad, malevolent, kind of an entity. So they wanted to leave and move. So that all makes sense. Now, Sidra said that she wasn't sure if it followed David and Kamel, but she did recall what her sister told her the last time they saw each other in Texas. According to Sidra, Kamel was now hearing whispers while she slept. Now, that could also be true. That could also be, I can't imagine that'd be made up. But if she told her sister about it, I would have to believe that Kamel thought it was real or legit. And this was after they moved, and she told her this in Texas. So there were things going on. It seemed like that these two, as a young couple with a young child, were dealing with these extra types of extracurricular events that would be hard on any young family.
Sure,
it's hard enough getting through with having a young baby and a young parent. So, but dealing with this kind of stuff, wow.
And the last time they would have met in Texas, that would have been 2014, right? That would have been June or
May or June of, think of the last year. So, but she says, quote, she would be sleeping, Sidra said of Kamel. Some things would whisper in her ear and tell her stuff like leave David or random things. And she would wake up angry at him, end quote. Now, this is very interesting. This very well could be true. Sidra telling the narrative here might be suspect when she adds in the phrase telling her to leave David and types of those things. These are pointing David as a bad guy once again. And we have to take a step back and say, is this Sidra saying this to lead us down that path? Or were things really being whispered and then she just added that up, added that in? Or was it legit? We don't know, because once again, you talked to her after 2016 or 2017, I believe, to get this information. So very strange. So they had the presence in the apartment, whispers in the ear when she was sleeping. Very strange. We also know that there was pot, marijuana being used, recreational or not, hallucinogens later in the house, whether it's mushrooms or whatever. So I'm just trying to think of how the others will perceive this when they hear this chapter. Will they dump it into the same bucket as these guys were drug users and hallucinating all the time, and they just couldn't differentiate between real and fiction?
Right.
That may be an answer they say, but it could certainly be true. Now, you go on to write in the bottom of page 105, that made me curious about the red man, quote, that was mentioned in an article related to the documentary A Gray State by Eric Nelson. According to Sidra, Eric Nelson's portrayal of the red man in A Gray State was inaccurate. Red man was just something they would scare Rania with when she wouldn't listen, Sidra said. It's just a little red man that comes up when a movie starts, end quote. So is this, when she's saying, is this when a movie would start, like a Disney movie or a Pixar movie or something? Did we ever find out what the red man was at the beginning of that movie?
Yeah, and I'll share that here too. for people that are watching this. So it's if you look up Bad Robot Studios,
Yep.
and you'll see at the very beginning there's a quote unquote red man, I guess.
Okay, and that was common in the series. The television series Lost was always before each episode was always the bad robot. They would say bad robot.
Interesting.
And the little red man would come up. So that was what they were referring to as the introduction of that production company. Essentially.
Correct.
That was their logo.
And somehow that scared Rania. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I guess, yeah, that's odd.
And it may have been, we don't get the answer here, but it could have been something that was a joke meant to scare her as a joke or meant to scare her seriously. I can't imagine them doing that to scare her seriously, but when she wouldn't listen. But it may have been one of those things that a parent would just say to get the child to listen. But what you were inferring was perhaps maybe this had something to do with the paranormal activities in the house, right?
Correct. At that time, at that time, I definitely thought that, okay, there's a red man. When I think of a red man, and I've heard other versions of a red man, it's a red person, a bloody person. So when they talk about the red man, that's what I was thinking. Oh, this guy covered in blood or something like that. Like, what the heck is going on? Like, why would you tell a kid that or anything? But
yes.
This seems to be a little bit different. It's a robot. It's basically a robot who is red, I guess. But so that's all that I knew. I've never seen the TV show Lost. So when they show that in Lost, they actually, the red man said, or the red robot says something. The bad robot talks.
I don't know if it says it, but the voiceover in the background.
Interesting.
Says it in a child's voice. It says bad robot.
That's a little creepy to me. Okay, I didn't know that.
That's probably all that they were talking about there. And we hear from Sidra that there was a presence in the doorway. She didn't say the color, but just said a presence. And I'd like to go back to one other thing. I think Sidra assumed when Rania woke up crying and screaming that Rania was seeing this presence. And perhaps she was. Now, we don't know what Rania was seeing or experiencing. Sidra saw it, and therefore she assumed that's what she was crying from. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah,
that she assumed. Okay,
that's what I thought. I mean, that's pretty much the way that I took it too. Okay. Was that the reason why Sidra woke up is because Rania saw this thing first and started screaming.
That is super creepy.
It really is, and it's like, well, where was David? Where was the father and the mother? They don't come into the room. So it makes me think, how quickly did all of this happen?
Correct.
And then all of a sudden David is praying instead of going to comfort the screaming daughter. And maybe it's because they knew Sidra was there. Maybe it's because I could speculate all day. I don't know. But
you're right. By the time she went into the bedroom, he was already on the floor praying.
Right.
Knowing something was up. But that is, I guess, creepy. But anyway, so we got the red man is what they use, is what they say to scare her. We don't know if it relates to anything like this, but that was the beginning of that production company's before our show started that they produced.
Yeah. So once I learned that, I was like, okay, I don't really think that I don't really think there's anything between those two. Again, I'm just speculating here, but I thought that it was relevant to put into this book to kind of time, as far as the timeline. Like if this would have happened in 2014, 2013, I probably would have put this later in this chapter because this happened earlier. That's the reason why I put it at the beginning, not to try to make anyone seem, to try to influence anybody. But I also thought this was something very relevant from what Sidra was saying. And whether people want to believe it or whether they don't, whether they take it seriously or whether they don't, I thought that it was very relevant to put into this book. And I did struggle with that too. What should I put it in? My journalistic side was telling me yes. And then, other parts were saying no, because it's not really relevant. And it may, like you said, some people may take it and think, oh, well, here's more proof that David and his wife were crazy and dealing in spiritual stuff, that they dabbling in things that they shouldn't have been doing, which I still kind of am open towards, that maybe they were opening doors that they should not have opened.
Correct. When it gets to the occult and things like that, we do have that symbol, the Bohemian Grove
it's true.
Item, in David's closet, whether he got that as a gift or whether he bought that and thought it was cool or was using it as a movie prop, we don't know, but it's still one of those things that you probably wouldn't be in possession of in the first place.
Right.
And he did study all different religions.
including the occult and Satanism and everything. So he was well versed in all of those things, although it's safe to say that he was a Christian, but he was involved in learning because of his IQ level. He had a real depth of learning all of these things, and by accident could have tripped some of these things open, because that 2011 apartment is where the presence was. We knew that there was hallucinations in the Apple Valley home. Was it the same? I can't believe it would be the same, because that means it would have followed them. But were they just open to having spiritual type of things, paranormal things happen where they were, or after moving? Or was Kamal, were they experimenting with drugs, mind-altering things, and these things were popping up? Who knows? But it's strange, and I think it's good to have in the book the 2011 activity, along with moving into 2013 into the new house. And then they had that episode on Halloween night or end of October when she was seeing the hallucinations and woke up from the rapture sort of thing, and he started filming it. So right. things were going on in their relationship, regardless of where they lived, where they moved, and what they did. Things were happening. So I think it's all relevant still. And the daughter was exposed to it. This is a 2-year-old daughter, allegedly, potentially seeing this presence in the doorway back in 2011. Now, it ties into what you have next here, because it does tie into the case. Rania's crying, Greg writes here, is reminded me of a very curious incident in October of 2014. A supplemental report by Detective Jim Gummert explained that Rania came to school sometime during the school day, become very upset and tried to hide in a classroom, and the teacher found her and she found her cowering in a corner and crying and saying that she was afraid, so much so that she could not calm down enough and had to be sent to the office to calm down. That was the only incident that stood out to the school staff, according to Detective Gummert.
And that's another thing that was kind of like, is it tied? Is it not tied? But just looking for, at this point, I'm looking for anything that's kind of, and remember, I didn't have the journal. We didn't have the journal then, or else I probably could have included some of the stuff that was in that journal too. But at this point, I'm looking for anything weird, anything that kind of stood out. And the fact that this is documented, this is happening at school. I mean, these are all things that Rania is tied to. Everything that happens, even in Eric Nelson's film, Rania is always there. It's I haven't heard of any of these supernatural, spiritual, paranormal stuff, whatever, where Rania is not involved. So it made me wonder, is this thing following her? Now, as like you just
trying attached itself to her
for some reason, because as a 2-year-old, we know about how children can see angels. It seems like, from my research, from my personal, not my personal, but from my family's experience, the younger they are, they're more apt to see angels, and maybe to see other things too, to see the opposite of the angels, right? Demons, basically. So it made me wonder about these things. And this incident really stuck out to me when we first had these 94 pages of police reports. That's where this comes from. It really stuck out to me. Why would Rania be freaking out here? What was going on? This was in October. It's not really sure exactly when, so it doesn't line up with what was happening with Kamel in October. It's a strange thing to really happen, but and it's never really followed up on. Obviously, it's not relevant to Detective Gummert. It's not relevant to his case, really. He notes it, but he doesn't really make anything out of it after that. He's just putting it down there. And if this is the only thing that has happened, what is so special about October 2014? And then when we got the stuff in the journal and everything, you can see that this wasn't the only thing that was happening as far as in the possible paranormal realm that was happening in 2014. I don't know if it's tied. I just thought that it was kind of relevant, and I figured I want to put this in there for people that may know about that stuff, and maybe they have some other views on it, some other comments on it. And
I do recall when this first came out, there were those suspecting that a child would only act that way if there was abuse or neglect or something at home. And I think they were trying to throw David and Kamel under the bus at that point too, by saying something that would have startled the daughter, Rania, that much. There must be something going on behind closed doors. Was there abuse? Was there something? And then it was like, I think about a year later, where there was speculation that the brother, Dan Jr., was possibly abusing or molesting little Rania. And then we threw that out when we did the timeline, where whatever happened with David and Dan Jr. happened in August. Around the birthday party time, they cut ties, and the relationship was strained after that. And so this would have nothing to do with Dan Jr., but we did think at one time that there perhaps could have been something going on within the family there. But all we know is that something very, very serious took place in August between Dan and David, the two brothers, that severed their relationship. Right. And so this took place in October. So there was no evidence of any kind of abuse in the house. Dan was out of the picture, the brother. We don't know what else was going on. But if it was perhaps non-paranormal related, and something related to abuse or something, there was really nothing going else on that time frame. They bring in the paranormal, and Kamel has the rapture in October, the last week of October, I believe. And, who knows if this was tied or not. We did try at one point to get in contact with the Montessori school where Rania went to school there at the preschool. And they were hesitant on contacting them or doing anything with them. They didn't want to have any, but now here we are 7 years later. And I think, to reiterate, if anyone, either the director there or the teachers, would like to reach out and contact us to tell us more, it would be more on the lines of the things that we're interested in. Was this episode, for instance, did Rania say anything? Was she just scared and crying? Or was any words used or images that she saw that tripped her off? Because we have a whole history of the Montessori school where they had only positive things to say about Rania. Good student, got along well with others. The other students, the classmates liked her. The teachers liked her. She was smart, gifted, and everything we have from the Montessori school for preschool was very positive about Rania. This one thing stood out, and because it was so wild, I'll say, it's really why it stood out.
Yeah.
And then you bring it into the book here because of the timing. This is October, and whether it's connected or not, it's food for thought. As far as what could have happened or what it related to. But it'd be nice if we can get someone from that Montessori to come forward and reach out either by a instant messenger, email, text, something for the show or something like that. This is the kind of things we're looking for. We're not trying to point the finger at the Montessori for doing something wrong. It's to get a little more background on some of these instances. That's it, in a good way.
Yeah, right. And I think one of the things that really stood out to me here is that she was hiding. Yeah. So it goes back to the first thing where she wakes up crying, and Sidra sees this presence, and I was wondering, okay, did Rania see this presence in her school? Because if she saw something in the school, then obviously this, whatever it is following her. It's now completely.
We don't know if this took place like first thing in the morning. Sometimes if a child has a bad experience right before school or getting ready, they're kind of in a foul mood to begin the day with.
Sure.
And maybe that could have tripped something. But if this was 1 PM or 2
Which
o'clock.
is what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
Sounds like it was just out of the blue in the afternoon and had nothing to do with anything. And she was having a successful day leading up to this. And then something sparked it. And that would be, if it was paranormal, could very well be the deal. Now, when she saw the presence that Sidra mentioned, that was 2011.
Right.
This is 2014. So it's, once again, food for thought. Would it be the same type of thing or something similar or something like it from 3 years earlier? And if so, would a 2-year-old baby at the time, toddler, even have a memory of that?
That's a good
at
question.
the age of 5, now who knows? And we know we've got those out there with those backgrounds listening to these kind of episodes, and we can get someone maybe to comment or something. Would they even remember a thing like that if it was once? Now, maybe there's recurring things over and over that we don't know about. But boy, something sure sparked her in that classroom. Enough so that she went and hid.
Right. That's
not just another boy or girl picking on her or being a bully in the classroom. That wouldn't draw that kind of spark of response like that. She kind of flipped out.
Yeah, I mean, from my view, like I was thinking, you would have to see something that would make you want to go and hide here. I don't know how people, have tied that to David being abusive or Kamel being abusive or anything like that. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. I never thought that made sense. The paranormal, obviously, when I read, when I learned more about it, it's like, that's the only thing that really makes sense, unfortunately. So I had to, I had to look at it.
Once again, if we heard from a teacher or the particular teacher that handled the situation or the director of the school about that incident, they may not have known about the previous paranormal activities that the Crowley family was going through, and maybe that would make sense more for them, because I am sure it freaked out the teacher themselves.
Good point.
By getting this kind of to something to elicit a response like this to a young 5-year-old girl. I bet it had an impact on the teacher itself, wondering what on earth could be going on. And maybe they don't know the experience with the paranormal, but it's something to consider nonetheless. Now, the last sentence, the last one here, paragraph, it goes on to say, sometime after the deaths of David, Kamel, and Rania, Sidra was inside the house where the killings happened. When we visited the house, said Sidra, we heard Rani's laughs in there, end quote. And that's how the section here ends. Now that, I don't have a personal problem with that either. I am quite sure that they did or would hear things like that. This is a big traumatic event. I wouldn't be surprised if Sidra did hear that. I'm sure she's not making it up. Is her mind playing tricks on her? Possibly. Did she hear laughs? Possibly. Or is more of that still lingering around? Who knows?
Yeah. And there's my timer going off there. But I do know, and this has come up many times, people have asked me this, because you were in the house. You have helped bring several mediums into the house. And one of the questions that I wanted to know was, did they hear anything? Because it wasn't just Sidra, it was other, the Gray State goons also saying, oh yeah, they heard something too. The fact that Sidra did it, that she heard it, was a little more credible, a lot more credible than some of these other people that have said kind of the same thing, where they hear children laughing and stuff like that. But with the mediums that you've spoken to or anything, did they report anything like that, or can you tell us a little bit about what they also
just to summarize quick? I went in there one time with the medium just to go through the house when it was open for sale with the real estate agent, and the gal that I went through with noticed no paranormal, no spiritual, nothing that heightened her senses. Nothing dark in the house. And then another person said too, they got maybe some feelings of something, but nothing that really sparked their interest as far as an entity or something evil or demonic living in that home. Now leave that for what it's worth, but we did go through after it was cleaned up and redone and on the market for sale. So they didn't find anything. And I started putting a lot of this paranormal stuff to rest after that happened.
Yeah.
While at the same time, I do believe that those types of things exist. And I can't believe Kamel was making it up, or Sidra with toys flying off the wall. I believe that is probably what happened. But that was at the apartment. Who knows if they were hallucinating or whatnot, but I don't know. We know that the killings themselves, as far as the evidence that was portrayed, had nothing to do with paranormal itself. So we can, I think, safely rule that out. But it's interesting enough with the number of occurrences of strange things that happen. That's very important for the backstory for those following this case.
and those reading the book that it does come into play in their lives.
Yeah. And then last thing, I guess, before we wrap this one up, I still get a lot of questions, a lot of people asking about those videos that you do have where we talked about the whole mediums. We did at least 2, I think. Do you have those backed up anywhere? I've looked in some of my replays. I may have.
I've got all of my videos on the Crowley case were on YouTube and backed up. And when YouTube took down my channel last a year ago or something, they took down everything and deleted everything and removed my content, my channel, everything. It's all gone. Now, I've got a couple of hard drives in my possession that I backed everything up on, but I have not gone through and started reloading those things back up onto my Rumble account.
Okay.
Which I want to do someday, but I've got a series of a handful of other investigations that are all commingled in there. And I do need to re-upload those.
Okay.
But those are saved. They are backed up. We do have those, but they're not available on the internet right now.
Okay. Well, that's good to know that someday they will be, because I still get many questions about those videos. They want, hey, do you have Dan's, video about the whole mediums? And I've looked and I was like, man, I don't know. They could be in a replay somewhere, but I don't have them backed up.
What I'd like to do on my website, uglytruth.info, under the David Crowley topic, is a list of all the videos that we've done. If you click those links there, they're all dead links now, but I'd like to re-upload those onto my Rumble account and then just fix the link and then have an announcement saying they're all ready to go one day. Right now, that's not the case, but I do have to organize those and upload those, but I do have them backed up.
Excellent. Can you tell people where they can find you on Rumble?
It's, let's see. I think it's just Dan Hennon at Rumble, DM Hennon at Twitter, and my website, uglytruth.info, and Facebook under Dan Hennon. But YouTube is down. It is gone. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a suspension. It has been removed. So none of those, you got to go to dead links on all those YouTube things. But I'll be putting those up on Rumble here, hopefully under a replay or when you group all these videos together under a playlist. I'd like to put those all under a playlist for this Crowley case in particular and get those up there.
Awesome. Yeah, I've kind of made my venture into Rumble, Getter, things like that. So I'm kind of looking at other things. I think Rumble is the best alternative, and I haven't been censored there yet. So
yes, that's I think the way to go. But I'll have an announcement when those are all up and ready to go. Hopefully this spring or the summer, but those will all be back up online.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. What about your podcast that we never talk about? You still doing that?
The podcast, the weekly podcast?
Yeah, the weekly podcast. We never talk about that. I think we should a little bit here.
Yeah, I do a weekly radio show on Eternal Affairs Media, EA Truth Media, and it's a weekly current events podcast found on Podbean under, you can do a search for hashtag Eternal Affairs Media or hashtag EA Truth Radio. And I do a 30-minute podcast summarizing a summary of the week's events in the geopolitical realm of things. Politics, worldwide updates, coronavirus, things that are happening. And we go over things that are in the news that shouldn't be as far as the distraction, but I like to focus on the things that aren't in the news but should be. That are very big, very important news, but they're not, of course, on the mainstream media. And so the typical person in the public isn't aware that these things are going on. So we cover things like that. But it's a 30-minute podcast found on eternalaffairsmedia.com.
Yeah, which I found great. I work Monday through Friday, so it's nice to just have that one where I can just kind of look at, and you pretty much cover everything that I would want to research, would want to kind of get a quick update, and you make it so easy that it's like, okay, if I want to look at further things, I can go and research that. But it's just a great breakdown of different things. There's so much happening right now.
It's usually 15 to 20 bullet points per week of things that are going on, and I think the general public hears about maybe 5 of them.
Right.
And so it's and they're all archived out there also to go back and listen to. And that's also a free subscription as well. You can subscribe to that, but it's free. You don't have to pay for that service.
Awesome, brother. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good day. I've got nothing more here for you, Greg.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. And we'll come back next month and we'll go through the next section here. Guilty as charged.
Awesome. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Ross from Planet X Filmworks channel on YouTube and the Zodiac Files True Crime series. Check it out, and shout out to Greg and the Gray Stage channel. Their content is amazing.
Are you interested in the paranormal? Murder mysteries, cryptocurrency, and thought-provoking interviews? Then check out Crypt Rick's I've Been Thinking on YouTube, or every Monday night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Studio A at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Welcome to the Crypt.
Minnesota filmmaker and United States Army veteran David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. Initially, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in the case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally cleared. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself.
A simple truth. It really is this simple. Either you believe David Crowley is innocent or you believe he is guilty. If you believe David Crowley is guilty, you are wrong. If you believe David Crowley is innocent, you are right. It really is that simple. A United States Army veteran is dead. His wife and his 5-year-old daughter are dead. A thorough investigation would only conclude with authorities admitting they lacked evidence to support their accusations. If authorities were to admit the case remains unsolved, they would also have to admit that the public may still be in danger. I am not able to solve this case. My interest is in forcing authorities to admit David Crowley is innocent. The reason they refuse to talk about this case is not because they are confident of David's guilt. They lack confidence in their allegations.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Ross from Planet X Filmworks channel on YouTube and the Zodiac Files True Crime series. Check it out, and shout out to Greg and the Gray Stage channel. Their content is amazing.
Are you interested in the paranormal? Murder mysteries, cryptocurrency, and thought-provoking interviews? Then check out Crypt Rick's I've Been Thinking on YouTube, or every Monday night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Studio A at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Welcome to the Crypt.
Welcome to episode number 26, The Gray Stage. It's a review of Greg Fernandez's book, The Gray Stage, by Greg Fernandez Jr. We're on chapter 12 today of his book. My name is Dan Hennon. Welcome to the show, Greg. We got some good chapter to cover here, Greg.
Thank you, Dan. I'm really looking forward to this one. We made it past the whole paranormal thing, and this should be interesting.
So we're on Greg's book here, chapter 12. It's a chapter called Sister of Kamel. We get into some of the Sidra information. Here's Greg's book here. Very good. If you haven't gotten it, get it. It's available free on PDF as well to read through it. We're going to be on page 106 at the bottom for today's episode. Once again, this is episode number 26. The first previous 25. We do one a month. And so we're in the third year of going through this book chapter by chapter, breaking it down. And that's where we'll start off today. I'll start reading it, Greg, and let me know if you want to interject any comments.
Sure.
Subtitle is called Guilty as Charged. Bottom of page 106. It starts off, Monday, January 19th, 2015 was the first time Detective Jim Gummert and Sidra spoke over the phone. Quote, Sidra advised me, Detective Gummert reported, quote, that she was currently residing with her father and mother in Hewitt, Texas. Sidra stated her mother is currently in hospice care due to cancer and not expected to live much longer. So that was the opening quote from Detective Gummert. The Alam family lived in Texas. That's where David met Kamel. She went to Baylor University, and that's where they met. He was at a military base down there, and Sidra, the sister, was still living there with her parents. Continuing on, shortly before the Apple Valley Police Department released information meant to prove David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide, I was able to ask Sidra some questions about the investigation. Sidra believed David murdered his wife Kamel, his daughter Rania, and then shot himself in the head. There was a time when Sidra considered alternative views about the deaths of her family members, but that changed when she, quote, saw the facts. After seeing those facts, she knew the only thing that could change her mind, quote, would be if my sister came back and told me herself that David didn't do this, end quote. Now, there's a lot there. There's a lot there. She was very open to not really knowing what happened at first. She reached out to me. She reached out to you. She was in communication with helping kind of filter out some of the stuff that was on the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page. I was in several long instant messages with her. You were, and and she was very open. She didn't really know what happened. It didn't make sense. But then she had a trip to visit in Minneapolis and then came home and basically says, David did it. I saw the facts. He obviously did it. Now, Greg, you and I and the rest of the justice group have since basically proven that David didn't do this. And so she was coming back with some, what she thought was facts, but I think was listening to some folks that, I don't want to say brainwash her, but really led her down a path where she actually, I think, honestly believed that David did do this.
Yeah.
So it's very troubling. Once again, the evidence, you and I and the rest of the justice group are looking at the evidence, actual evidence in the case, not hearsay, not opinions on things. And there's really no way David Crowley did this. But she came out of that meeting with some of the friends of David Crowley, some of those members of the gray state or the gray stage who are poor influence, negative, and helping to push this official narrative. And she came back to Texas firmly believing that David did this. So that was, I haven't been in communication with her since. I have no real reason to talk to her. I think you have been, but it was very different. It was very different than once she came back with that from that trip.
Yeah, it definitely was. And to put this in the proper timeline, this is before the Eric Nelson's film came out too. So obviously after that came out, or when Eric Nelson's film came out, I think she kind of flipped a little bit back. I think some of her views maybe changed. Maybe she still thought David was guilty or whatever, but I think she kind of realized that the people who had been telling her all of these things, that they were not who they were not being honest with her. I think she, at the end, she did realize that. And so I think that was pretty clear. But it was very interesting how, yes, she was very, very open. And then here in these talks that I was having with her, you know, she was very set on the fact that David was guilty. She's seen these facts. And of course, we kept wondering, what are these facts that you have seen? What facts are they giving you? Because we'll give you the real facts if you're ever open to it, Sidra. We'll give you the real facts here, and maybe that will change your mind too. You know, I hope she does keep looking into this, and I hope her family does too, that they keep looking into this and keep, you know, wondering and look at the facts. If you want to look at the facts, if you're going to take the time to listen to what these gray state goons have said, please take the time to listen to what we have to say regarding these simple facts based on the actual documents, not on our feelings.
Correct. It was the same group of gray state groups that was influencing the Apple Valley Police Department, the news outlets. They were the ones being interviewed on radio and television and newspapers. And we all got this very different version of the story. And then she went to Minneapolis and ended up hanging out with that same group and came home, you know, believing that. Now, she was engaged to be married, and her wedding had to be postponed because of this, you know, the killings. And so she now has since gotten married. She has a child. Her mother, who was in hospice at the time, did die a couple years ago, I believe. But this was back in 2015. This we're at reading in the book here, and so people were really believing different ththings and really didn't know what to believe in. Hopefully, like you said, they did have a big segment in Eric Nelson's movie that her and her father, Anjum, decided they did not want any part of that once they found out what Eric Nelson and his crew were doing as far as pushing out this propaganda. And then I think at the same time, then too, she did come to the realization that she was used also by the Gray State group. And, you know, for a direct member of the family to be used like that, I think is pretty low. They did those types of things to us. We don't have a connection to the case. We're not connected to David Crowley. This was Comel's sister. And so very low, I think, to whatever they did to sway her thinking, and only to come out and realize later that she was used, and they used her as a tool to help push the narrative. I can't feel anything but bad for the Alam family for what they've all gone through.
Yeah, and it sounds like she didn't really know too much. They didn't really explain their pack theory to her. I really think the pack theory, that was really like one of the final straws there, when they were trying to say that it was a pact between David and his wife to kill their daughter. I think that's really when Sidra and probably their whole family were like, okay, these people cannot be trusted. There's really something strange happening here. And so I think at that point, it makes me wonder, what evidence did they really give them? Because they didn't have any at that point. So what facts could she have seen at that point? It just seems like more feelings. It's just more, you want to just get this over with. You want to just, but it's just really odd. I don't know. I have so many conflicting feelings about this whole thing, about this whole chapter, by the way. But really,
and Sidra, as far as being so close to Kamel, and then they would do FaceTimes at the end of each day and do things, getting Rania on the phone and get some videos, and they were very, very close. Kamel was supposed to be the maid of honor in Sidra's wedding. I mean, they were very close knit. So the impact of this whole case, I'm sure, was very hard, and it may take years to unwind, all that thinking, and to just let it all settle. It's the mother was in hospice care as well, dying. They were dealing with a lot of things and trying to juggle a lot of events, and being out of several states away while this was happening.
Yeah.
But you're right. She did say that she saw the facts. We keep hearing about this evidence and whatnot, and never really got to see what it was that we heard, what everyone kept talking about. So
it's true.
Continuing on, it says that Sidra did not believe David was suicidal. Quote, but he was obsessed with my sister. I remember Kamel told me she was done with him and couldn't do this anymore a year before all this happened, when she called my dad. I'm sure he started brainwashing her starting there, when he realized she could leave him, end quote. Now, there's a lot there. A lot of this is supposition and opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe or maybe not David and Kamel were thinking about separating or divorcing or leaving. I don't know. We know that it had nothing to do with the murder, so it's more, again, just hearsay. But they got married. The event happened in 2014. She's talking about a year before this, in 2013. In 2013, they were just moving into the house in Apple Valley, getting settled, buying their own first real home, and getting Rania set up with her own bedroom. And so if all this was going on, I don't know. It's, once again, hearsay. Now, it could have very well been true.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is why some of those journals, because we keep hearing about her journal. Obviously, we have David's journal now, but it would be nice to get her journal, because some of the things that Sidra will say and has said, after I spoke with her and everything, was based on Kamel's journal. So there were some things in there that I'd love to read in the proper context too, because everything we were hearing about David's journal, once we got it, we were able to read it in the proper context, which I do believe is a lot different. But I'm glad that she said that David was not suicidal. That's a big point, because that even shows, even though she thinks David did it, but he's not suicidal. To me, that was like, it's a clear contradiction there. Okay, well, if you believe that he did it, but then, it's, so who is telling you this stuff? Who is filling your mind with this stuff? I'm not trying to say that she can't figure this out for herself or have her own view on it, but she was really close with David. So to hear her say that she is completely convinced, the only thing that would convince her that David didn't do this is if her sister came back from the dead and told her that he didn't do it. It's like, wow, I mean, that is a really harsh thing to say. You got to be a little more open. What should convince you, what should change your mind is the facts, which we have here. And so that, to me, that's a very stubborn thing. That I thought she was being very, very stubborn. I thought it was still new too. Everything was still kind of fresh. Obviously, she didn't join the group, or she wasn't contacting us because she thought we were these great people. She had obviously heard bad things about us. And so she felt like she wanted to get her side too. That's the way that I don't know how she contacted you, but that's kind of the way that I felt. It was kind of like it started out with a lot of tension. And then after a while, it got easier, it got calmer, it got better. So that's why I still want to keep that door open, that I hope one day she will really look at the facts and not just look at whatever she was told back then.
Yeah, she reached out to me, and I developed a rapport with her right away, just helping to ease into knowing that the emotion was so raw on their end. You and I are not part of this, so we're distant and able to look at this from a different shade of light. But we're able to communicate a lot, and it was very helpful in doing that by saying, "Look, we're running a page, the justice page. We want to get the facts out. We don't want to get them wrong or screwed up. Some things you may not like to hear, some things you may not want to hear." And I said, again, recommended, please don't join the page, don't follow the page. There's folks talking about this with all these ideas and opinions and scenarios. It's still too raw for any member of the family, the Crowley family, the Alam family, to be following a page like this where an investigation is going on really in real time in public.
Right.
On a page like that, there's a lot of things that were very raw, but I said, I will help out help tone it down. Some of the people were very offensive in saying some things. Some of the users and the posters on the user accounts in there were very demeaning and whatnot. So she'd reach out to me a couple times, help tone down this person. She didn't really say ban them, cut them off from the page, but really watch what they're saying, give them a heads up that it's very offensive when she does poke her head in and read some of this stuff. And then when she came back, that was really it. She was very different, very changed when she came back. I wondered if it was someone else posting as her. I didn't talk to her live ever on the phone. I messaged with her, and she's very open, very respectful. I was very respectful to her. But once she came up and had her mind set up, it was almost as if I was talking to a completely different person. I did not know if it was actually her sending the messages. It did not seem like the Sidra that I knew in my limited time of knowing her. That's how different she was.
Yeah. Well, that's very curious too there, I would say.
She does say that David was not suicidal. Most people that was very close with David, friends, family, and coworkers, that lines up with everything they said. So we know that's a fair statement that he never was. But she does go to say that out of her way to say that, he was obsessed with my sister. That's kind of a shot. I take that as a negative saying, the way she says obsessed, almost as a negative trait. And it gets into, she mentions that he was brainwashing her. That's another, this was now part of her throwing David under the bus, some of these lines and insinuations and quotes. So.
Yeah, and that sounds just like the same things we were hearing from Sean Wright, from Mason, so that's why I think they were actually brainwashing her to think that David
I would
was
agree.
Brainwashing.
I would agree with that 100%. The phrases that she started using and the terminology and bullet points and comments and words were all the stuff that we heard before from those guys, those same guys.
Right.
So I think they got to her, unfortunate as it was, she came out to be very different. She did look at us then in a very different light too. So they got, whatever they said was, they said, Greg and Anna, the bad guys here as well. And we're like, I don't know what we've ever done to you, but she did not like us after that. And things became limited. You were able to carry on some more conversations with her, but I really didn't. I wish her the best. And I know she was married and having children and raising a family of her own. Wish her well.
Yeah, and that door is still open if she ever wants to come and do anything live or wants to share her thoughts or share her views. That door is always open. She's always welcome to do that. And so I don't know. We'll see. Whatever happens.
Hopefully that would be the case. I'd very much like to be in touch and get her feelings now as a couple of years has gone by and things have settled down. It would be nice to get a 15, 20-minute interview with some of her thoughts. Who knows?
Yeah, showing her the actual documents, showing her the DNA and all of that stuff, all of the things that show that they can't really tie David to this crime here. It would be good to get her thoughts on that for sure.
Correct. Now, as far as moving into that house, I mentioned it was 2013 they moved in. The killings happened at the end of 2014, allegedly, and they were excited about that. Now, once he got the deal, and once he got the contract and the deal, there is email correspondence that contained both David and Comel dealing with real estate agents in the Los Angeles area looking for homes. So they were looking to move again once this deal got done. And so if she was ready to leave him, looking to leave him, wanting to end this and cut this whole thing off, that may have been, if that was, before getting the contract. Afterwards, I don't see it happening after getting that because he was on cloud nine. So was she.
Do you still have that? Do you have that on your website, that data? Do you know if that's public data or not?
Yeah, it is public data. I covered it on a YouTube, which was all taken down.
Yeah.
I should bring it up again because the email correspondence says as they were looking at homes and excited about that, possibly moving to California to be close to the production in Hollywood.
Yeah, that would be great. And
that's something that maybe Sidra herself wasn't even aware of.
That's true. Good point.
But they were looking for the future, looking ahead, and very happy about this. Continuing on, it says, even though Sidra did not think David was suicidal when she was around him, she still believed he committed suicide. Well, that's fair enough if she believes it, but it's hard to believe, but she still thinks that he did it. Continuing on, Sidra also believed David wrote a suicide note. Quote, the note said to watch his Gray State new version video, and on the bottom of it, it said to submit to Allah now. It was in his writing. Our family can vouch for that. We didn't need comparison for the handwriting because we actually knew how he wrote. End quote. Now, you want to cover anything there? Should I read the next?
No, let's stop right there if you don't mind there.
So this is getting very interesting now. And she says that she goes out of her way here to say that the handwriting analysis, we think David wrote it, we can prove it. I don't think you or I have ever doubted that David wrote that in the notepad that was found on his desk, submit to Allah. Now, that wasn't David's handwriting. In fact,
I would agree.
Palm print or fingerprint was there. He did write it. So this means I think she was talking with these guys in the Gray State and saying that we were pushing this fake stuff. And she said so far, she went so far to say we can even vouch for that, this handwriting. I don't think any of us, you or I, ever said that wasn't. I do believe that was.
Sure, but in the group, and there were people saying that way back when, and it really in those early days, I'll tell you, Dan, I don't know how you feel, but I felt like a lot of this was from fake people, from people that wanted to push that out there, that wanted to show Sidra, to show the families, hey, look at the stuff that is going on in this group, and then somehow tie that to us. Whereas we both know, like, this is a freedom of speech thing. Like, you can say what you want to say. This is a public group. Yeah, we want you to be respectful, but obviously, there was no censorship going on there. Like, if somebody wanted to create this theory, if they wanted to say these things, they were pretty much open to. It didn't mean that we both supported it or even liked it or even agreed with it. And so I think she was getting little clips. People would send her little clips. This is just my theory, my thoughts. I could be 100% wrong. I think people were sending her things, making it seem like, hey, this is what is happening. And when those were like minor, very minor, minimal things, it was not the big thing that was being talked about in the group at the time or even now. Those things are going to happen, but if people are just going to focus on those one little things that somebody from a fake account may say, or even a genuine person who really thinks that, they're just sharing their views. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because we're not getting any information, because the police are not being cooperative with us, because they're not telling us anything. They don't have any big press releases out there saying, okay, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. They're opening those floodgates to all of these different theories. So it was kind of really your job to really just kind of, have a forum where people could do that and then kind of filter it out. And then, so if people could say, you know what, okay, maybe I agree with this, maybe I don't, but I really feel like she was being just fed only certain things and was probably not being fed any of the data where you were saying, hey, we're not saying that this person is guilty, or not saying that. It was very, very, very twisted. I think a lot of the data at that time that she was getting, I think she realized that later on.
Yeah, the interesting thing too is I think what became abundantly clear was the two important facts about the case is the writing on the wall in blood. I think we all agree that David didn't write that, and whoever wrote the text message on his computer that was typed in a text word pad, that we don't believe that he wrote that either. So those were the big sticklers. That none of this ties together if you can't tie the blood writing or the computer tablet. Very little was ever talked about the tablet writing, and I think for the most part we all agree that he did. So once she got talking to the guys, they went away from the big things that didn't make sense to the little thing that we didn't even say, and that's what they pushed. I think that Greg and Dan were pushing that he didn't write this, and she said I can vouch for it. That's the way he wrote, and so right there we're getting miscommunication somewhere along the line.
Yeah, it was basically because you weren't censoring these people. And even like Judy, a lot of other people were like, well, because you're not censoring them, then you must think that what they're saying is true. And it's like,
correct.
It doesn't work.
Everything, it was a wide open forum, and I let things go on and get posted and whatnot that I didn't believe in, and some things that I did believe in, and some things that I thought were kind of out there. But because it was a public forum, we had to let all that fly. Because if I started censoring anything there, I'd be accused of censoring to only be pushing you and I narrative.
Right.
And that's what we're not doing. That's why we left all this information out there, because that's what's happened in the past is people get out there and start a group and then start filtering. That's how they steer the narrative or the propaganda in their own direction. Whereas you and I were facing everything done and fact, evidence-based information. But while at the same time allowing discussion and discourse take place for people to just feel their way out, because we're always constantly grabbing new members. New members are coming in, some are leaving. And a lot of people are very interested in the case, and you can't slam it in their face and say, here's what we believe, and if you're going to join this page, you have to subscribe to this. We did not do any of that.
Right. That's what
interesting. Yep. That once she talked to those guys, she came back and got off to a different kilter.
Right.
Things didn't line up. And it did say, open the most recent version of The Rise. So there was truth to that. The most recent version, I think, is the one that he was going to have published after all the other versions were going on. And whether it had Sean Wright's tax talk in there or not, it didn't make a difference. But what the Gray State guy says is, if you watch that most recent version that the public did not see, that Greg and Dan did not see, Sean Wright says it gives a very clear blueprint on what to do to put all this puzzle pieces together to know what really happened. And that's what they're saying is what I believe that they told her then too. When you put the blueprint together of the pieces, it ties back into how David methodically carried out this whole killing, is what they're going with.
Right.
So they don't show it to anyone. They don't show it to the police. They don't show it to us. They don't elaborate on what that blueprint was. But boy, when Sean Wright got a hold of that, he was like, it's all right here. It all makes sense. The passwords were left out. Here's the different views of the movies. Here's the different scenes. You have to watch them in a certain order, and the whole thing makes sense as to why he did this. It's basically that whole blueprint was his confession, David's, and his suicide note is what they led you to believe. And that's what they believed got Sidra to believe, is if you watch things in the right order and do it, it all comes together as a big Dr. Evil master plan, is what they're trying to make it sound like. And there never was any truth to that as well. There was many versions of The Rise. The Rise was the documentary David was working on, not the Gray State movie, but The Rise that he was working on with Sean Wright that was about to go published, that he wanted to publish on YouTube for free, thus making Sean Wright not receive a dime for any of it that he put 3 or 4 years of his life into doing. And that's, I think, part of the main struggle of this was David not only cutting Danny Mason, August Mason, out of being the lead actor in the movie The Gray State. It was pulling Sean Wright out of making any money on The Rise, and then wanting to do both things without neither of those two involved. And there's your huge, huge motive by cutting the two people out that were closest to him. And that's why we start hearing these different stories, all being created out of thin air.
Oh,
None
yeah.
of which were true.
Were true, right? I mean, even having David write it, whatever reason David was writing that, it's like it all takes from the rise from the old version, from the rough cut version that is still out there, that does talk about Sean's tax stuff.
Yes.
And so to having it on paper, hey, no, let's focus on the latest version here, on the newest version. It's very, very suspect. It's very, very strange. And how forceful that they were. And then at the same time, they want us to censor people. That's what they were doing. They were censoring people. They were not letting people comment if they were questioning David's death. Those comments would easily get taken down. My comments would get taken down. And then I was banned too from asking those things, from trying to show those things. It was all just, they wanted to be victims. They wanted to just show, oh man, this is a tragedy, but David is guilty. That's it. Okay, so let's go and let's make his movie. Yeah, let's make some money off of this. We know that in David's journal, David writes about how Sean offered, if David would give him $50,000, he could hire Sean Wright. Right? It's just a lot of very strange, weird things that went on there. So when you talk about that, and that just refreshed my memory for what David said, open the rise, the most recent version, like, who is he talking to? Who is David talking to? This is like one thing where my thought was, is somebody forcing him to write this here?
And that still, I think, is more than likely probably the case. Now, we know Sidra wholeheartedly believes that he wrote it. And I think we agree with that he did, but that's not something David would have written.
Correct. Because
Allah now is nothing David ever would have written it ever in his lifetime. He was interested in religions. He was very well read on different religions. He never would have wrote submit to Allah now. So who forced him to write that? Was there a gun pointed at his head? Was there, was there pressure there to write some of this stuff? Open the new version of The Rise. I don't think he would have written that down. He was the one doing the work on it. So he was probably only working with the newest version.
Right.
But Open, the new version of The Rise, directly impacts Sean Wright in a good way.
Right.
That forces the old versions to be pitched and tossed and thrown away. So Sean Wright needed that to be written for the new version.
Yeah.
This stuff isn't in the new version. So he needed people to be distracted onto this. So you have to look at who benefits on these phrases, who benefits on the things written, who benefits. None of this was David. None of this stuff is anything David ever would have done. But Sean Wright directly benefits himself from the latest version of The Rise. Submit to Allah Now benefits the Gray State guys or whoever did the killings because it ties into that whole mentality of the Muslim angle. There was no Muslim angle in David's life ever.
No, I mean, David's
blood on the wall. We get the Quran. We get to submit to Allah Now. Who was there making him write this stuff?
Yeah, no, David's
I don't think he ever would have written that in his lifetime.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, in David's journal, he doesn't say Allah. He says God. He says Christ. He says takes the Lord's name in vain, which I don't really like. But he's talking about God. He's talking about Jesus. He's talking about Christ. Not talking about Allah. So it's really, really weird. Those two phrases and how they just coincidentally line up with what these Gray State goons want and what is written in blood on the wall. It just coincidentally lines up with both of those. It just lays it all out there for him. So, but those are not a suicide note. They're not suicide notes. And I think that is, that really needs to be clear. They are not proven suicide notes.
There was not a single suicide note written by David anywhere. There was no suicide note. Were there notes left behind? Yes. Were there notes written? Were there alleged things done? Yes. All those things. But after meeting with the Gray State guys, Sidra now wholeheartedly believes that all this was suicide notes. And so that's where the frustration is for you and I, Greg, is that none of these, we have to repeat to the new listeners and the members out there, none of these are suicide notes. There is no suicide note in that house. Now,
It does go on to say the note, allegedly written by David Crowley, was found on the computer desk in David's office. The page was flipped open and read, "Open the rise, most recent version, submit to Allah now," end quote. That note is not listed as a suicide note, I reminded Sidra. Now, this is coming from you now, Greg. You remind her in talking with her that that's not a suicide note. It's listed in the evidence for the investigation to the case, but nowhere does the Apple Valley Police Department consider that a suicide note. And you have to go out of your way to remind her because she's going down that trail trying to make you believe that it was a suicide note. You reminded her, Sidra, and the police have said there was no suicide note. There were only 2 notes. So hats off to you, Greg, for setting her straight, saying there's only 2 notes. The police department themselves, the investigative unit, said there was no suicide note left behind. There only was 2 notes. And so you have to remind, Sidra, who's the sister to the victims here, to Kamel, and she's not even seeing it that way. And you got to point out this very elementary fact. I'll repeat it, fact. Because she was going off, she was going down going off the rails there. And so you tell her that it was not a suicide note. There was no suicide note. The police themselves said it. But she goes on to say, quote, "It's a suicide note. Duh," she responds. "If there was no note, then I'd be more suspicious he didn't do this. Can't you see it's a play on words? Terrorists say they kill in the name of God. This was all done to spin stuff so his movie could get attention because he couldn't do it while he was alive," end quote. That's a loaded statement right there. And I'm not a fan of that statement at all.
Yeah, me either. No, me either. That's a pretty harsh thing.
That tells me that someone had gotten into her state of mind. Someone had gotten into that door and started pushing this stuff, spoon feeding her. And the problem was, sadly, she believed it because now we get some of these same quotes coming out again. They wanted to promote the movie. They wanted all this added attention to help the movie, which couldn't be successful if he was alive.
Because that's what the family was thinking. We hear it from both sides. They thought the movie was dead. And reading this, and up until you actually spoke with the guy David was working with, I thought it was dead too. It was only your video that changed my view. And it's like, okay, maybe the movie wasn't dead. Up until that point, I thought the movie was completely dead too, because that was the only information that we had. So thank you again for actually
everything that came out, Greg, whether it was in the news or the radio or the press release, or press reports, or the guys from the Gray State all said that there was no contract, there was no deal, there was no movie. And so everyone was heading down that line, and that's why it tied into David being suicidal and depressed because he got turned down for the movie. When we find out later that it was not the case, those wanted to do the research for that video. It's my interview with Mike Boggio III. Mike Boggio III, and I get him on the line himself on an actual phone call and recorded, and said that he said no. The contract we signed it, we're ready to go, we're ready to move forward. We're just waiting for David to clean up some loose ends on his side from the legal aspect, and that also makes sense because David was hung up on this whole contract rights with Danny August Mason to sign over his rights, which he didn't do. So they were in this holding pattern. But the contract was legit. The contract was approved. The contract was signed. They were moving forward with doing the whole movie deal, which got lost everywhere along the way. So yes, for those new members or newer following this case, go back and watch that video. And even you may want to link it to the bottom of the description of this one, Greg, because that was a big turning point of this entire case. Once again, it's a fact. There was no opinion. It wasn't someone's opinion or a suggestion or someone's idea of what may or may not have happened. It was coming from the president of the entertainment group's mouth himself. The mics. So the contract was in place. We were moving along. It got green-lit. They were moving forward with the whole production.
Yeah, right. and it only ended because David died. That was it. And that was shocking to me.
They wanted
to move forward. And so what she also gets is kind of negative toward you in her writing here. She's got to throw in there. I'd be more suspicious if you didn't do it. Can't you see it's a play on words? She brings up terrorists. It got to be very juvenile very quickly. And I know that Sidra has since changed after this has all come out, but it just shows that I feel bad that they had to get to her like that.
Yeah. Yep. I'm with you on that.
Now, the next section on page 108 is the title heading, Who Died First? Still in the Sidra section. It gets into who died first. Now, this is very interesting. I'll continue on here. It says the murder weapon was found next to David's left hand. Yet in several photos, David can be seen firing a weapon with his right hand. Even though David was the one who taught Sidra how to shoot a gun. Remember, this is not Kamel. He also taught Kamel, I think, but he actually taught Sidra, the sister from Texas, how to shoot a gun. That's how close they were. She wasn't sure if David was right or left-handed. We know who died last, if we are to believe the official story, which would be David. But who died first? Was it Kamel or Rania? Next, the quote starts, "The hardest pill to swallow for me and my dad," said Sidra, "is that David probably made Rania watch all of this," end quote. Sidra was convinced that her sister died before Rania. Their bodies are so close. So if Rania got shot before Kamel, their bloods would have mixed. And Kamel's blood is the only one on the wall. Rania's blood was nowhere. So where do you want to go with that, Greg?
Yeah. So I think that's a big point there because obviously we don't know who died first, who died second, who died last. Catherine and William have recently did a video where based on the mold, it looks like David may have died first. I get where Sidra is coming from here because if you just look at what she's being told at this time here, it's just like, okay, well, if Kamel, obviously, and here's the weird thing. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but here's the weird thing is if Kamel died if Kamel was shot where she was found, if Rania was shot where she was found, there would be blood. Their blood would mix. So that was the first time where I was like, wow, okay, so their blood is not even mixing here. How can that be? Rania, we don't know if Kamel was shot there. It doesn't make sense that she was shot there. She may have been laid there. So then Rania wasn't shot there either. She may have been laid there too. So the bodies were both set there purposely. They were staged. They were staged to be where they were. And that's what really got my brain thinking. It's like, okay, maybe there's something to this theory. And I think it's totally accurate now. But she's it's almost like she doesn't really realize what she's saying here. It's like, yeah, how could they have been shot here? How could they have died here? If their blood is not there, if Rania was shot there and then laid on Kamel's back, that makes no sense. Where Rania's body makes no sense. Where her body is, where all three bodies. Let's be honest, where all three bodies are, it makes absolutely no sense. And so that's why I ask her, how can this be here? Like, we don't know who died first, who died second, who died third. But what she is saying here is exactly what the Gray State Goons were telling us. Everything she is saying here, whether she realizes it or not, she may agree with it. She may honestly agree with it, but it's exactly what they were trying to feed us. But the evidence, the documents, the facts do not line up. So when she's talking about, I've seen the facts, it's like, there are facts that you probably have not seen then that you need to really look at or take a second look at with an open mind years later. This is a great time. 7 years later, it's a great time to go back through all the documents. Now that we have them, you can reread them all. You can look at all of it, and maybe you will keep an open mind to some alternative theories than what we have been fed, than this brainwashing theory about David Crowley. Where these bodies are makes absolutely no sense. Rania could not have been killed there. That means she was killed somewhere else. If her blood is not on Kamel, she was not killed there. So anyways.
Yeah, the biggest crux of this whole case is the more than likely that where they were found was a secondary crime scene. There was another crime scene And this was not how they ended up. They were staged there, put there, possibly laid there. What it comes down to, from if you're thinking facts and evidence only in your head for this case, it really doesn't matter who was killed first, second, or last, and who did whatever. The order doesn't even matter. The question you got to take a look at is that they were found there, more than likely laid there, put there, or whatever. The sequence is out of place. Anyway, the thing that we have to remember here, if you put on your psychology hat, what's the thing that they tell Sidra? Is that Rania was forced to watch this. That's a very emotional charged statement. None of us are bringing in emotion at all here. We're talking about facts.
Right.
So the Gray State goons get to her, and what do? They don't talk facts. They don't talk about evidence. They start bringing emotion into this whole thing. This is a niece that Sidra loved, and they planted in her head that she more than likely was forced to watch it. What is that leaving you with? David's a bad guy. David's horrendous. David's awful. That's the underlying reason that they planted these seeds, is that you don't need to bring emotion into this. They did it on purpose because she was going to bite on that. And she said, it's still hard for a swallow for me and my dad to know that this was happening, which also leads me to believe now that maybe Anjum believes this too. Maybe Anjum believes there's a reason to the order of the killings. You got to take a step back in a situation like this and remove who was killed first, second, or third, because for the most part, it doesn't matter there. David didn't do the killing, so therefore, yes, it's important to somewhat the order of when they all were killed from the big picture. But if you're trying to think that David did this, who killed first or second? Was it Kamel or Rania? Now you're in an emotional game. Now you're spinning your wheels because you're never going to get the answer.
Yeah.
And your only situations are visualizing what happened are going to be emotionally charged. Emotions are going to be coming into place. So for Sidra, she latched right onto that and said, that's a real tough pill for me to swallow because I can't imagine she was forced to watch it. Well, I would be more concerned of why was her arm pulled off? That to me is the thing that bothers me. But they don't bring that in. Why was there a fractured rib? Why was her arm missing? What torture was done to the girl? Those are the things that are up here in the importance level of actual questions Sidra should be questioning.
That's right.
But so someone got to her, fed her this stuff, and she believed it. But what they do, the ingredient that you can tell, and these guys are good. These guys are good at it. They're adding the ingredient of emotion into it, and she's going to latch onto that. And that's what leads me to believe here, all the stuff that she's saying isn't evidence or fact-based. It has emotion tied to it, which means someone was planting these seeds in her head. This is all a psychology. The Gray State guys are very good at the psychology of all this. That's why they also got exposed, I think, because there's those of us in the group on the Justice page that are at the next level above and can see right through this.
Yeah, it's a very harsh thing for somebody to tell her that Kamel had to watch, or that the daughter had to watch this. I mean, why would you even say that? Why would you speculate?
That's downright nasty, the fact that you brought that up.
Yeah.
And once again, the beginning paragraph talks about the left or right-handed gun. We got the photos. Everyone said David was right-handed. Sidra didn't know, but that's irrelevant at this point. He was a right-handed guy. He always fired his shots right-handed. The gun was next to his left hand. His right hand was missing. That should be the point of contention here. Where was his right hand? And why on earth was his gun found next to his left hand? You know, you got to almost look at the number of mistakes made in the crime scene staging. Lot of mistakes. And that's, it's the theory of the facts, the actual evidence and facts. These things wouldn't have happened that way. They wouldn't have. So we already know it's a staged scene, but like you said, we still don't know if it's a secondary scene or if there only is one crime scene. We know a beating took place there. We know what the cast off and the blood and the medium velocity blood spatter at the scene. that a torture and a beating took place there, but there was no high velocity blood spatter coming from a gun. A gun would only produce high velocity blood spatter that would have been all over the walls, the ceiling, the carpet, and large soaking stains where the person died. The only one that we had evidence, actual evidence of, is the bottom of that recliner cushion that was soaked with blood.
Sure.
Now, strangely enough, none of the three bodies were near that cushion. So we already know something's goofy. So you almost have to look at the number of mistakes that were made by those staging the crime scene. Now, the reason we were, I guess, poking fun at the Apple Valley Police Department is that because us as armchair investigators found this stuff that didn't make any sense. Anyone in investigation class 101 in college would know these things. This is what they do for a living. They're detectives for their job. And none of these things raised alarms, set off alarms, raised their antenna. How could that be? They obviously weren't found there. This was a secondary crime scene or something. The crime scene at the Apple Valley house does not make sense. But I feel bad for Sidra with what she was going through. Now, Comel's blood is the only one on the wall. We agree with that. That's a fact. As far as writing on the wall, that's what you're alluding to here in your book. It's not spray, not splatter, but written on the wall is Comel's blood only, not mixed. Is what you're getting at, right? Okay. And so we got that. That was also proved. We already know that. And we didn't see any of Ranya's blood anywhere. So you go on to say, in talking with Sidra, how can that be? I asked. He didn't kill her yet. Quote. Sidra also believed Comel and Ronnie were hit in the back, quote, and that David shot himself in the mouth. Other shots around the house, Sidra continued, showed he tried to hit the dog but was unsuccessful. I actually laid down where David's body was and acted like I had a gun and lifted my hand up like I was trying to shoot an object. It was at the height of the dog. Quote, David shot at the dog while he was on the ground? Quote, I asked. That seems odd. I'm going to stop right there, Greg. There's so much.
Sure, go for it.
There's so much here. Now, remember, the only people talking about shooting the dog was the Gray State guys. It's the only one who ever brought that up at all. And now she's saying it. So we have this living dog we have this living dog, and we've got these accounting of the shots that don't add up, and somehow it gets planted into the narrative that he was shooting at the dog and then unsuccessful. Well, David's a longtime military man, veteran, and was very good at shooting. He more than likely wouldn't have missed a dog, but they had to account for these missing shots, I think. And so they had to tie this together. There was the shot through the floor that missed and they found in the basement. And they were talking like there was shots all over the house that he kept shooting and kept missing the dog. Well, that also wasn't true. If you look at the facts, there were several gunshot holes, but none that alluded to him trying to shoot the dog, right?
Right.
And so we get a lot of this sidebar opinion stuff that's now introduced that Sidra now believes.
Yeah, there could have only been one shot where he would have tried to shoot at the dog, which really doesn't make sense. And that's the one that goes into the living room floor, that goes into the basement. So there are not shots. So I don't know where she got that from, that there were shots. The only thing possible would have been one shot. That's it.
Well, and that's a good point, Greg. What we're contending here is the multiple plural, the S on the end of the shots. A shot, I'd be okay with that. A shot that shot the dog, maybe. I don't know. But whenever they meaning the Gray State goons, they kept saying plural. He was shooting all over the place. I think Judy was mentioning that too when she first got onto the page after she talked to the Gray State goons. She made it sound like there's shots all over. Once the photo evidence, she always said Judy was very big into this. Judy, the neighbor, was saying when the crime scene photos are released, you'll see that there'll be gunshots in the kitchen island all over the place, right? So we said, okay, that's fine. We'll wait for the photo evidence to come out. Well, the photos were released, 464 photos. We looked everywhere. There was nothing in the kitchen island. There was a shot in the floor that came out into the basement and landed in the wall. But that's one shot that missed. The island was a drop of blood or something, that a shadow or something on the island, kitchen island. And so David was not shooting haphazardly his weapon to kill the dog. Like whoever said that, we looked at the photos. There was no shots. There only was, we have the number of casings, the bullets, the fragments. So who started that narrative is the question.
That's right.
Now, she also says that David shot himself in the mouth. Well, that also, we have the autopsy. There was the entrance here and the exit out the back or something.
I don't think they know where the bullet actually entered, and I think that's why she thought that.
I see.
And because that's the only thing. Oh, he must have shot himself in the mouth. Which to me, okay, that makes sense. It doesn't really line up with where the exit wound would be, but they also got that wrong a little bit too. So I mean,
well, I think Catherine or Michelle had done some videos in the past where there was the shot came in on the left or the right cranial and exited on the other side or toward the back.
Okay.
But the only narrative, once again, now once we get to the narrative and we get all this ingredients into what Sidra now believes, the only way you would get that is that they said maybe that David was kneeling, had his head down, and they had to account for that ceiling hole. They said that's why I think they introduced to her the shot was in the mouth because it had to go up and he was kneeling down and doing it. Well, we already know that the shot did not go in the mouth because it would come out. It was planted. The information was planted. They need to account for that ceiling shot. And if he would have been standing up or sitting and shooting normal, the hole would be in the wall horizontal, not up there. So they had to introduce that this was doing it. This is how it was done. Sidra believed it. And so now she comes on and tells you that he shot himself in the mouth. And shots were around the house, all around the house for the dog, plural. Kamel and Ronnie were hit in the back, in the back of the head. I think she means they're killed, shot, and that I think that's a fact. That's a true statement, I believe. Now she does not go out of her way to say that Kamel was shot 2 and possibly 3 times. They don't give her that information, which is now, we find out later, is a fact also. We had overkill on Kamel. If David did it, he'd shoot them each once and himself and be done with it.
Right.
So they don't tell who's ever planting the seeds into her head of this information. They keep the facts conveniently out all the time. Those pushing the narrative in, and that's what she's biting on. They're fishing, and she's taking the bait every time. And now she so believes it that she's telling you this, and she's telling you this as fact. And most of this stuff isn't fact at all. It's what she thinks. And she even laid down where the body was, lifted my hand up like I was going to try to shoot the dog, and it was at the height of the dog. I don't
understand that. Yeah, I don't understand.
The height of the dog was shooting, was the hole in the ground. I had said many times, and this could still be neither here nor there, is if killers and perpetrators are standing there and torturing them to let them know that they meant business, it could have, sometimes you'll see an assassin, shoot down into the floorboards to wake them up and let them know, hey, we're serious here. We're not messing around. I've suggested that from the very beginning, and we can neither say that's here nor there. But she said the hole was at the height of the dog. Well, whether the dog's, shooting down, maybe shooting down at the dog, height doesn't make a difference. But if shooting down at it, the only thing that would be accounting for a hole in the floorboards. Now, she said, yeah, quote, he was on the ground trying to do some creepy ceremony. Now, right there we can end. There was nothing about a ceremony that anyone said in any of the reports, and anything we saw as far as the facts.
That was only Sean Wright was the only one that I ever heard that
Sean
from.
Wright was from the beginning saying he was trying to do some weird ceremony, some kind of enlightenment thing, that he was setting his music to play the Ascend, and he was in some weird ceremony, and this was part of it. Well, she was talking to him because he was part of the Gray State goons that she was talking with, and now she believes this too, that David was doing a ceremony. The only time that ever came up with Sean Wright. So once again, why is he planting this stuff into her head? Obviously, he had lost it. That's a very important quote right there. She says there's no way he's going to commit suicide. He never was suicidal, but obviously he did it, which means the only thing that I can account for it is that he lost it. He went off the rails. Everything went sideways, and he did all this. We also know that's not true. So she's believing what they're feeding her at the same time.
Right.
This was the very first time I heard about some kind of ritual or a ceremony by David, though Sidra didn't elaborate on that comment. Paranormal activity was mentioned. Well, it gets back into that paranormal, whether that was happened or not, doesn't make a difference in the killings, but she may try to now point it to that, saying he was trying to get rid of something maybe in the house, doing some weird ceremony. Well, continuing on, that's when I began to seriously consider the possibility that a demon was following the Crowley family. If David dabbled in the occult, as Mason Hendricks claimed, since David publicly claimed to have a, quote, soft spot for the Antichrist on social media, since David had a Bohemian Grove owl statue in his office bedroom, I had to consider the possibility of demonic involvement in this case. Now, that's a fair statement. Greg, that's a fair statement. You put all these things together, you had to leave that open as a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, and they may have known that too. They may have, because I was very vocal about it. So they may have been feeding her information to feed me information. So to take me off of the trail is kind of a possibility.
And I don't think David ever dabbled in the occult. That's Mason Hendricks claiming that once again. He's part of that Gray State, the Goons. David was very well versed and did a lot of research on religions, nationwide world religions. He was well studied in all aspects of those things, which I'm assuming one has got to entertain the fact that he probably was into the Satanism as well, and in the occult as far as studying and learning more about it. But to say that he dabbled in it, that's a very negative connotation.
Yeah,
and a very pessimistic overtones are attached when you start saying someone dabbled in it. And once again, David didn't do that, but that's Mason Hendricks feeding in to saying that.
Yeah, because dabbled, because he really used the word dabbled too. That was a quote. I can quote him on that.
Dabbled, and when it comes to a cult, there's only one use for the word dabbled, and it's negative. It's a bad connotation. Mason Hendricks also knows that, so he's going to insert these phrases in there as another way to demonize David, just as another throwing him under the bus.
Yep.
I don't know anything about a soft spot for the Antichrist. I don't know.
Yeah, David. Yeah, that was a quote from David's Twitter where he does say, and I do have those quotes, but he does say that. Yeah, I have a soft spot for, and I was like, well, that's kind of weird.
Well, that's also a tongue in cheek kind of a almost saying it in jest. That's almost
I hope so.
Comedy purpose.
I hope so.
The only way someone would say that.
Yeah.
And that could be actually very funny. If you didn't mean it that way, it's who says that?
I don't know. Why would you have a soft spot for the Antichrist? But we also need to look at how David grew up too, because there are many Christians that grow up, and they don't have the best Christian background or the best Christian, following. So there are a lot of people that grow up and they become anti-Christians. So they kind of well, I'm not really into God. I know Jesus Christ, but they start looking at the devil in this weird light. That maybe the devil is a victim, just like all these Gray State goons are trying to play victim.
That's interesting. Now, he did have the Bohemian Grove statue look like a little miniature size replica of that, and I don't know if someone gave that to him or how he got that, or we don't know if it was a movie prop. Nothing yet, but that is a fact that was in the photographs.
Yeah, and that's tied to David's 2013 script because the Bohemian Grove is in David's 2013 script. So, like you said, it could have just been a prop, something that was meant to kind of inspire him. But I'm very curious to know who made that, why, and what David's view is, because he doesn't really talk about the Grove either. So I'm still very curious, and it's not mentioned in his journal or anything like that either. But if you read David's 2013 script, the Bohemian Club are the bad guys. They are the villains, and they are sacrificing children. And that's directly from David's 2013 script.
Interesting. So that also makes sense. In closing, it says, for Sidra, there was no doubt that the Crowley family witnessed paranormal activity before they moved into the 1051 Ramsdale Drive, Apple Valley home. If true, I wondered, this is you, Greg, saying, when did the paranormal activity end? That's a very good question. We know that there was a fact at the previous apartment in Minneapolis that they had some paranormal activity in that previous place. Now they get to the new house. Your question, and rightly so, is did something follow? Did something else kick up? Did something else happen? We don't know if anything did. But you have to entertain that for your book because we still don't know the complete summation of what's all going on.
Yeah. I was actually shocked that made it into Eric Nelson's film, where a lot of stuff did not make it into his film. Right? They didn't talk about the bullet in the ceiling. They didn't talk about a lot of the facts, but they made sure to bring up the whole paranormal thing for a good reason, because they were trying to pretty much say, okay, if you believe in this stuff, you're crazy, basically. So you're just as crazy as David. David believed in this stuff. David thought this stuff was happening. Kamel thought it was happening. They're crazy. And if you believe it, you're crazy too. So I felt that was the kind of relevance of this.
The other thing with the Eric Nelson film, the documentary that they did, is that anything like this that was even had a slight chance of demonizing David Crowley, they threw it in.
That's true.
Demonizing the family, demonizing Kamel. They picked and cherry picked those negative instances, knowing some of these topics that would reflect on the public viewing it, watching it, would have a negative connotation with. They brought those things in and slapped it in there. And that's how another reason that we can tell that this was a propaganda hit piece. It brings all these kind of negative, throw David under the bus things and inserted them and kept some very, very important evidence and facts not even in the film itself.
That's right. Yeah, I think that's a great place to end it right here.
That's a very interesting chapter, and we don't mean to berate Sidra in this, but this is actually what she was thinking at the time. This was where her head was at, and so it is what it is. I think that she's changed now, and I think that she's understood how they used her at the time. But these quotes in your book, Greg, are fact. These things came out of her mouth.
Yeah, and she can always come back on if she wants to clarify some of this stuff, or if her views have changed. Well, I'd love to get her back on, or to get her direct quotes so that people can understand where she was coming from then, and if her views have changed, or if they stayed the same too. If she wants to actually double down on some of the things that she said here, I think it would be good for everyone who is researching this case. We would love to hear from. We would love to hear directly from Sidra.
I agree. That's a good spot to end here for this episode. Very good chapter, Greg. I think we're going to have a part 3 now coming.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
There's a lot in this chapter, and it's very good things that you can actually take. A lot of good nuggets in here. And once again, your book is based on facts, so we're getting this information out there, and it's this whole chapter so far with the Sidra stuff. It's coming out of her mouth as things that people have put in there. They're not based on facts, not based on evidence. And I think that's where we can look back and not laugh, but we look back and just say, what were you thinking? Well, who was telling you this stuff? Because now, as the facts have come out, we know that these things are not true. They aren't correct. The real question then was, who was feeding her these lies? And that's the question that I have. But that's all I've got for this chapter.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much. And until next month, we'll come back again.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, my brother.
On March 14, 2015, Detectives Brian Bone, Jim Gummert, and Sean McKnight met with Dan Crowley Sr., Kate Crowley, Dan Crowley Jr., Allison Crowley, and Sidra Alam at the Apple Valley Police Station. We presented the facts of the case to the family as of that date, Detective Bone reported. No details or information were withheld. All information was discussed, and all questions were answered to the best of our abilities. The biggest problem is all of the information that the police didn't have at that time. Did they meet with the family after they had everything on October 7, 2015?